Hello! Welcome everybody. How are we doing? I saw Wolfie, I saw Horseman, I saw Nikki, I saw Dave. Is that everybody? Hello? Hello? Always miss out on my streaks somehow. I feel like they don't pop up immediately. They're like down in your channel points and they have to like count up. I don't know, it's weird. So I did a thing, and I don't know if it's a smart thing or not, but I bought Clair Obscur on Steam because I knew it was going to be one of those games that I'll probably want to revisit at some point, and I don't want to potentially risk losing it on Game Pass. So I bought it on Steam, and even starting on time, you were late, the timer was on 0 for a few seconds. I was actually filling up my water bottle. I was being a good little healthy little bean. So I bought it on Steam, and I imported my save. But the only problem is that it doesn't like retroactively go back and give you achievements for like what you've done. So I'll have to start a new file and just like run through. My makeup looks, it's the same as I do every day, but thank you. Yeah, so I'll just have to start a new file and run through the first 13 hours really fast, I guess, you know. Oh, no. What were I was playing on PC Game Pass before because it was free. Well, I mean, it's not free. I pay for a subscription, but because it was on there. But Game Pass has a really bad habit of taking the games off that I was playing. Like, it took Lies of P off before I could finish it. So... Am I frozen? No. Okay. You'll know what to expect. Exactly. I can, like, I'll probably just, like, skip the majority of the cutscenes. Oh, yeah, I was lost. That's right. It was really late and I was lost. I don't see an exit out of here. I don't see an exit out of here. All right, let's get our timing again. Oni, how are you? Welcome in, by the way.
Place on me.
Da 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 da.
Let's go fast.
Oops, wrong button. I was like, I like shot at them and stuff. I don't know. This is either backtrack and get stuff or beat those funny jumping baddies. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out, obviously. But, yeah, I don't know what I'm missing. Backtrack and get stuff, probably. Yeah, see, like this is in the way, and I'm like... Like, I don't know, but like there's very obviously something back there. Violin playing intensifies. And I can't jump down here. It like literally is blocking me. What are you waiting for, Oni? There's something up here. I can see. Or I thought there was something up here. Okay, so there was an item there that I picked up and I fought those 3 guys. There's nothing over there. I can't get across there in any way that I can see. Like, I tried even jumping down. There's a boss. There's a guy up here though. That's fine. Storage card and your extra pants. Gotcha. But when it gets here... Looking up to help with hints. That was Laws, but he looked something else up that I ended up finding.
Elements converge.
I'll end up finding it. I'm just a little confused. Oh. Too early? Okay. The first one I just missed. The second one was too early. I love how long it takes me to get back into fighting in this game. It's great.
Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path.
Let's go faster.
Let's go faster.
Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path. He's so funny. He like says it two different ways. It was kind of funny. He's like, let's carve a path. Let's carve a path. All right. So I went over here to see if maybe like, because what was going on before was that there was a switch I didn't see. And so now I know that there's switches. So I don't see any switches anywhere. So I went over here and I even tried to jump from like there and across, but you like fall off of here. Like you can't see, like it literally doesn't let you jump without the, so if you guys have ever heard my rant about why I do not like Leonardo DiCaprio, one of the things that I don't like about Leonardo DiCaprio is specifically his movie Man in the Iron Mask, where they're supposed to be French because he's the King of France. He's King Louis, the King of France. Everyone has English accents except for Leonardo DiCaprio, who just has an American accent. Oh god. Alright, there's no thingies. I can't jump. I'm gonna get... Ah! I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm literally physically stuck. There's no thingies to jump on or to climb on. I just fell through the world. I just fell through the fucking world and now I have to fight these fuckers. Gerard Depardieu. Yeah. Go back into the obstacle course. Ooh, shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. Too early. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. Shit. I thought it was Verso. I didn't. Oh, fuck. I was looking at the wrong person, so my dodge timing was off. Fuck. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks.
Ready to strike.
Sorry, Mayel. That was my bad. You have two pussies under your blanket? Ulu. Hi, Broseph. How are you?
Target marked. Careful now.
Okay. Okay. On guard. Wait, there's an achievement for doing Pierce. What is it? It's for doing Pierce while doing something else. Where is it? With Mayel, use Pierce on a marked enemy while in virtuose stance. What stance am I in? I'm stanceless. Okay, that sucks. How do I go into virtuose stance? Switch to virtuose stance if target is burning. Okay. So do this. Okay, and then the next time she needs to do... Ooh. Oh, fuck. It's the timing ones again.
On me.
The timing once again. I like got it last time. I like waited a second and then did it. I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
I'm better. Take cover.
That was too early, I think. Too early there. Okay.
I'm ready.
Merde!
On me.
Fuck me. Hi, Shrek. How are you? Welcome in. Sorry to hear it's been rough at work. I was too early, apparently. That's way too early.
A storm is coming.
This is crazy!
I'm not giving up.
Now I'm fucking stanceless again because I died. Okay. Too early. Shit. I'm always too early on that
I'm
second
ready.
one, and I don't know why. Okay, here it is. Now? Too early still.
Let's dance.
I'll get the timing. I will. I will. Shrek! Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you. Oh my gosh. What are you doing? Thank you so much. 10 gifties. Holy shit. Who'd they go to? Musame, Pete, Sadie, Oni, Brosif. Look at that. Thank you so much, Shrek. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. Way to start off the streamathon. Zut alar! Exactly. Parfait. Thank you so much. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it so much. I'll get Whitney back.
Sorry I failed.
Who says it? No, you better be finished.
Not looking good.
Oof, okay. How am I gonna do this?
Guard up.
Shrek! Shrek! Holy shit! What are you doing? I can't even pause this game. Oh my god. Wait, can I pause? Can I pause? Oh, I can't pause. Oh my gosh. Who did those ones go to?
I'm ready.
They went to Ani, Kareem. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Shrek, seriously. Thank you so much. But please, please. That's crazy. Thank you thank you. Oh my gosh. That's like, I was literally about to post a sub goal and I was like, no, like we'll just be chill this week. Like everything's fine. Like we'll just keep it chill this week. And then holy shit. Thank you. Thank you. Literally, you haven't been here in months. Months. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Literally almost died because of it, but thank you. Choir intensifies. Shrek. Thank you. Stop, but thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, that's craziness. Thank you so much. Really, like I feel like I've broken record, but I really do appreciate it so much. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Thank you. My gosh. So what, 550, so 1550, thank you. Setting a new record. Yeah, that's a new record, that's for sure. That's definitely for sure. I don't think I've ever even gotten over like the 5 since they added it, but that's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Brave. Let's push forward.
Holy shit. What are you for real, for real. That's too much. What are you doing? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Shrek. I will only allow you to gift 4 more so you can hit 100 total, and then that's it, and then you're done. And then you're done forever. Because that's wild. Thank you. Holy shit. How many is that today? Is that 30 today? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even know what to say anymore. Literally. You're gonna like break my brain. I don't even know what to do right now. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's too much though. I really that's too much. That's too much. I appreciate it so holy oh my god. He's not listening. He's literally just not listening. Oh my god. Oh. I never no, I know. I should know by now. It's been literally years. I should know by now, but I don't even know what to I don't even know what to say at this point anymore. Like I appreciate it. Please stop. I feel like I'm blushing so bad right now because I just feel so stupid. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, my brain is quite literally broken right now. I'm just like I don't even know what to to do. Oh my gosh.
Elements converge.
I can't even, first of all, I can't even believe that I ended up beating that. Another, that's 27 in 2 weeks. Shrek. Is that just like what you do? Is that just what you do? You just go around just completely breaking streamers' brains? Oh my gosh, that's Shrek. I really thank you so much. Please stop. That's crazy. That's entirely too much. I appreciate it. But thank you. How are you? How is things? How's life? How's work? How's family? How's everything? I can't believe I even managed to beat that fight because I just... First of all, I kept dying. I kept getting fainted. I break streamers now. I mean, I guess if it makes you happy. Oh my gosh, holy shit. That's I appreciate it so much. Like I just it's been so long that I don't even know like what to say anymore. I don't even know, like thank you is just not enough. So I just don't even know. Should I break? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. This is literally the first day. I'm going for a whole week. This is the first day. Like, it's okay. It's okay. You have time. You have time. I don't get a vote. I do get a vote. I'm the streamer. It's got to be behind this thing here. Oh my gosh. It's for chat to vote? Okay. I'm so lost. Dave, you're supposed to be on my side here. Dave, you're supposed to be on my side. Zarl, hello. Welcome in. How are you? Happy birth. Happy birth. No. Holy no. No. No, that's too many. That's too many. What are you doing? Oh my god. Shrek. That's too many. Oh my god. Thank you so much. That's ridiculous. That's too many. Holy crap. Thank you. I don't even know what to say. Like, holy shit. Dave, thank you so much. I guess I'll just sit and wait because he's literally not listening to me. Oh my gosh, Dave, Shrek, thank you. Dave, thank you. This Shrek. It's too much. It's too much. It's too. I'm being so serious. It's too much. Like that's everybody. That's everybody who's ever been here in my stream ever. Like that's everybody. You're lucky Twitch has stopped me. Oh my god, are you serious? First of all, is that even a thing? There's a limit. That's so funny. Shrek, thank you so much. That's so crazy. I appreciate it so much. I don't even, like, that's... Like, I feel like I'm not even able to express, like, my thanks enough. Like, I feel like I can't even say thank you enough times. I can't even, like, that's crazy. That's crazy. They limit spending now. A rare moment of restraint on the part. Yeah, that's crazy. I didn't even know that was a thing that they could do. I guess let's see who got subs in the big one. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay. Tatiana got one. Azarl got one. Gra got one. Eris got one. Let's see who else. Lurk, thank you so much, Azarl. I appreciate you. JJ got one. Sky got one. McAwful got one. Dem got one. Tori got one. One of my friends from work got one. That's funny. That's crazy. Yeah, DJ got one. Yeah. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Thank you so... Shrek, thank you so much. That's absolutely insane. I don't deserve that many subs, but I appreciate it very, 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 very much. And it means a lot that you've been here supporting me all these years, and I really appreciate it. And I hope that the fact that I'm not sitting here like screaming and crying doesn't show that I'm not appreciative. I just, you know, I feel it's so undeserved, so it's crazy to me, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy to me, and it's breaking my brain not in the like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god kind of way. Like, it's the like, this is crazy that people feel this way kind of thing, I guess, is more what I'm trying to say. But I appreciate it so much, and really enough, that's enough. I genuinely feel that that's more than deserved, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the community and for being here. Dave, you too. Thank you for your bits. So you can get your little hype train. But thank you guys. Happy birthday, Izarl. Go enjoy your birthday bike ride. All right. That's crazy. Forget about it. That's crazy. I appreciate it. That's the most subs I think I've ever gotten. That's the highest hype train I've ever gotten. That's for sure. but I appreciate you guys very, 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 very much. I don't know what to say anymore, and I feel like I'm just gonna start sounding stupid, so I'm gonna continue to be lost and scream and cry on the inside. That's crazy. Oh my god, that's so crazy. Let's open our little hype chest, see what we got. Oh, I got a bleed purple HD emote. Cool. Alright, there's gotta be... there has to be something I'm just not seeing to be able to get out here. Choo choo, I got a thing! I know, it's cute. Did I heal my party? I did, okay. Let's fight this dude here. I don't know. Choo-choo, mother trucker. Choo-choo. Shrek with his little golden choo-choo over there. Yes, if you're here and you got a stubby from Shrek, please say thank you.
My turn.
Because a lot of people got subbies.
Let's go faster. My turn.
Went to the bathroom and came back to chaos. Wonderful chaos. Yeah, that's entirely too much. That's entirely too much.
A storm is coming.
Don't accept thank yous, and I don't do as I'm told. That's... I know. At this point, I know.
Luna, careful.
I do appreciate it, which is not a thank you. Oh, I was too early on the third one. The gifting god, homie. Accept my thank yous.
Feel the burn.
Denied.
Take down their shields.
Got him. Denied, denied, denied. Denied. Oh, there's a thing over there, which means I haven't gone over there. Hi, Nikki. How are you today, Nikki? Ooh. Sir, can I talk to you? I didn't see him. It scared me. I didn't see him. What is that? It's a little ghost with birthday hat. Big old pumpkin ghost. Oh, too early. Too late.
Brace yourselves.
That was too early. Or too early. Hi, Ark. Welcome in. Been listening but cleaning with the AC still. It's so bad. Ooh, you have to clean out your air conditioner? Wows. Alright, let's bring Mail back because I was an idiot. Target marked. He's dead, my dude. Thank you so much, Savvy. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beosif, Oxdor. Nintendo DS game. It reminds me of this. An FOE from... Wait, what did I miss right before you said that? Oh, it's an FOE. Got you. I got you. Etrian Odyssey. Nintendo DS. I remember the good old Nintendo. Back in my day. Okay, so switches to virtuoso stance. Okay. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna try to do it, but I guess not. Okay, so that's why you've been sick? Oh, like years? Be the inside one? Yeah, you're supposed to pull the filters out and clean them.
Can do it.
Because they build up with like skin cells and dust and shit. Whoa. The button usually, the filter thing usually turns on and tells you. When buy a new one, like a true capitalist. Man, if I had true capitalist money, it'd be different. The filter light on the Brita. Well, like this one in here doesn't. I think maybe it might up there and I just can't see it. But the one in my bedroom has a light that turns on when the filter needs to be cleaned. Not easily replaceable. Vacuum inside of your clothes dryer, the fluff in the not in the collector spot. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, like I don't know if you can see, but like there's an entire filter that comes out and you're supposed to like vacuum it off and clean it and stuff. I can't do it with one hand there. Such a clean filter. I know. I clean my filters. What? I totally dodged the first one, you lying whore.
Coming.
You're back and you found something? What did you find?
Overflowing with energy.
In the army, my buddy burned out his window unit because he didn't remove the drain plug and the whole thing clogged up with gnats. Ew. Whoa. Alright, I'm in defensive. Okay, so can I... Alright, so if I do this... Oh, but he might die. Okay. Do that. Items. Healing. Her. Oh, damn it. I can't do it. How was I supposed to... I didn't get a manual on this adulting shit. I know, it is kind of rude, right? That they just expect you to know... They just expect you to know everything about life. Excuse me, sorry. No, excuse me. Sorry. Okay, here's this white thing I didn't get. Just gonna be money. Yep.
Perfect.
Where? What the fuck? What is that noise? Oh my god. What the fuck is that noise? Holy shit. Thank you so- Oh my gosh, that's my- Oh, that's my- Whatchamacallit? My throne. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Shrek. I was like, what the hell? What was that noise I've never fucking heard before in my life? I'm like looking in the game, like, what is that? Does it say what it is? Oh, it does say. It says right here, $25 gift card. Oh, dog treats. I have to take those off. It's okay though. I'll take them to work and I'll give them to the work dogs. Oh, thank you. I forgot to take that off. Yeah, Jack passed away in March, unfortunately.
On me.
But it's okay. We have a couple dogs at work, and I will definitely, yeah, as I said, I'll definitely give them to the dogs at work. Pour one out for Jackie boy. I know, for our Jack. Aw. What? Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, our Jackie boy passed away in March. Very sad. Yeah. Very sad. We all miss him very, very much. The chickens and the bun buns. The bun buns are struggling right now. They're really hot. We built like a fan cooling unit thing out there that's like solar powered and stuff. So they've got like fans in their little things and stuff. But yeah, they're struggling. It's hot. And the chickens are okay. The chickens are doing chicken stuff. Feels like I don't care, but like the chickens are just like, the chickens just do chicken stuff. Shrek, that was very, very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Honestly, and the dogs at work will be very appreciative. We have 3 dogs at work. My boss has a dog, and then there's 2 other people who bring their dogs to work. So genuinely, honestly, they will get some love. They will get some love. Too late. Or too early, I mean. Chickens just do chicken stuff, yeah. It's true. It's true.
Let's finish this.
Going to comfort eat. Oh, I'm sorry you're sad. I mean, I'm very sad about it too. It's almost like I'm kind of sad because it means that I clearly like forgot to take it off. Yay, I got my achievement though. They watch you from their side eye, they do. And they're kind of stinky. If I'm being honest, they're kind of stinky. Okay, this is back. This is backwards. This is the flag, right? Fuck. That I have to go that way, and I don't know how. I don't know where to go. I'm just not seeing it. All right, I went that way. I went that way. I've gone this way. Love you all. Thank you, Shrek. We love you too. I appreciate you so, so, so much. I know I'm not allowed to say it, but thank you. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Yes, there are so many people here in the community that absolutely deserved subs, and I'm so glad to hear that they got them.
Take down the shields.
I think I'll improvise.
Did I tell you we're moving to our Nana's? Our rent keeps going up, and it's honestly that is homophobic. That's a hate crime. Only been hissed at a couple times. Birds are like weird because they're like they're chill, but then also like if something happens,
careful.
they are very, very not fucking chill, you know. Hiss back.
Danger.
Yeah, it's the pecking order. You gotta be the higher one on the pecking order. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I've gone this way because this is the one. Yeah, okay, I went that way. This is a dead end, I think. They'll just start plotting your murder, but by that point, you've already moved on, right? Okay. All right, I'm gonna go back this way because there has to be something over here and I'm just not seeing it. The whole stream's about to be in this fucking area because I don't know how to get out of here. All right. A cockatoo who says hello. How dare you think they aren't ever They aren't already. That's true. Not a 3 foot tall 5-year-old anymore, you geese. Exactly. You can't bully me anymore. Just honk. Honk. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh my word. Swiggity swooty, they coming for my booty. Alright, so like I feel like it's there? Can I get up there somehow, please? Ah! Please? Ah, jeez, Louise. What? How are you alive?
Let's dance. A storm is coming.
Disrespect, honestly. I got bit by a farm goose when I was a child, and now I wake up in a bed full of bloody feathers the morning after every full... Oh. Oh. That's a totally normal thing.
You're outmatched.
I was actually just thinking, you know... What if it's secretly a weregoose?
Really need it.
A weregoose. That's just Edison. Nothing to do with my blood feathers, you know. You guys have that? Yeah, that's a totally normal thing. You know, some people have their periods and some people get their blood feathers. It's totally normal. I feel like I have to get up there. Ark, where do I go? Like legitimately, like I feel like I have gone everywhere. I don't see any climby things. I don't see any grabby things. I fucking swear to God. No, where do I go? Honestly. I'm about to look this up. Like what am I not seeing? Like that's the way. This is a dead end. I've gone here already. There's gotta be, so I'm not seeing something. Mostly forward from that starting point. Right, but like there's no direct forward. Like, so this is the starting point, that gate there. There's really no forward. Past the boat. I think that's the problem, though. No! I didn't want to fight you. Is this an inventory kind of thing? Like I don't have something I need? The upper path? Okay. It's gonna be something so stupid and I'm gonna be like, whoa, I haven't been over here yet. But I literally, like, that was what I did the last thing on Friday. To the right, okay.
For now.
Too early, too late. down. I've been everywhere else. No, I feel like I have been over. Okay, hold on. I feel like I have been over here. So what did I miss? Okay, I went this way, this way. Okay, so the upper path. So this way. See, I've been up there. I've been, yeah, see, I've been over here because here's the flag. I've been up there. Just to the right of where you just went down. All right, hold on. Usually mark. Right, so then, okay, so in here, is this correct? Because I've been in here and this is also a dead end. So past the boat. You have the Daith piercings. What kind of jewelry did you get it pierced with or have in? I don't remember. I think it's just a regular semicircle here. It's just a hoop. It's just a hoop. I haven't changed it. The 41 flag. That's... Oh my god. I did not fucking see this last time. Alright, thank you. I feel dumb, but I legit did not see that both times I went up there. Case closed. Yeah, that was a really kind of deceiving path. I win, getting to see. Yeah, there you go. Sure. I guess if that makes you happy. I can't figure out how it opens. Is it a hoop with a ball in the center? Like just a regular like hoop with a ball in the center? Because if that's the case, you have to like pry them open so the ball falls out. No ball? Is it... I can't really show you. Is it like my helix right here where you have to pop it open, maybe? No balls. Change my lip ring and don't have a huge stick dangling off my lip now. Just a continuous hoop. Yeah, there's gotta be a seam in it. It's gotta open somehow because they had to put it in there somehow. So you either have to pull it open, like pull it apart, or you have to twist it this way so it will snap open. Semen. Semen. Phrasing. No. No. It's fine. Y'all know exactly what I meant.
Luna, careful.
No.
Harriet!
You have an MRI tonight? Are you nervous? Okay, I was a second early on that apparently. Yeah, I did not see this when I came up here. I'm so pissed off. Like, I was up here before, and I was like, no, you can't climb over there, you can't go over here. I was like, there's nothing here, nothing over here, and it's literally like, it was late. It was really, really late. That's also true. It was like 2 a.m. They need to come out because they are titanium. You can ask the doctors. The doctors can help you take them out too. I'm stuck on a body. I'm stuck on a corpse. That's not ominous at all. Oh, look, a flag. Without ever mentioning wanting one or telling him ahead of time, Zongturk got a bowl ring. Didn't even get permission to sign up on anything. Just like, since they've been together for years, it's mentioned it would be nice. Oh, do you mean a septum ring? A bowl ring.
Good stuff.
I mean, I'm kind of half and half. You know, like, if you've been together for so long, like, I would kind of be like, oh, whatever. Whatever. And then, but at the same time, like, just out of respect, I would probably say something to my partner. If I had one. Rest of it is fresh. Exactly. That's why I was like, I'll find it. I just needed a second. What is that? This is like the third one of these I've found, and I don't know what to fucking do with them. Do you just... Yes, tell me. A gold door knocker. How'd she go from nothing to that big? So you can, they can pierce you with like an actual like, it sounds bad, but like a hole punch. Chase it. Oh! Oh, that makes so much sense. Will it go there automatically? And now what? Now hello? Now punch? Now kill? What do I do? Then you can fight it! Petanque. That's cool. Yeah, I kept finding those dudes and I was like, I don't fucking know what to do.
Careful. Oops. Push out my out.
We'll flee in 3 turns?
Let the ink flow.
Shit.
Feel the burn.
French music intensifies. Petanque moves. This is not a problem with the piercing, but you just figured that point. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm kind of half and half. Like, part of me is like, yeah, like, it would have been nice, I'm sure, if she said something. But at the same time, like, if you've been together for so long, like, sometimes, like, surprising your partner with, like, something new is fun, you know?
On me.
Like, if I go and chop all my hair off and he'd be like, why would you do such a thing? Oh, that really doesn't do much, does it?
Let's go find.
Woo!
Bring it on. Well.
Nice!
Careful, my elbow.
Excuse me? Just burn, motherfucker. Burn. Nice. Nice. Probably need to come back for it, but you can give it a shot. Wait, what did I say? Corey starts ashing a cigarette. Oh, a lot of them are harder than that. Okay, that makes more sense. No, thank you, sir. No, thank you. No, thank you. I got stuck on a corpse. Now I have to fight a man. was too early. Fuck, that was too early. There are a few states that technically have a law on the books a woman needs permission from a man to get a haircut. I wouldn't care, but I imagine Aaron, and I can't imagine Aaron getting anything pierced without out of the blue anyway. Yeah, if that's not their personality, yeah. Brenner just shaved her head. She'd been debating it for a bit though. Also, wasn't the first time. When I shaved my head, I didn't tell anyone. I just did it. I've genuinely been thinking about cutting my hair for the past couple months, and I'm just like too scared to do it. Because as soon as I do it, I'm gonna like be like, my hair, my runes.
Finesse and grace.
My turn. Use your fire.
Oh, I missed.
Hurry!
Okay. Here. There we go. There we go. I've almost gotten the timing down on that. How short would you go? Probably like shoulders or maybe like just above my shoulders. I've had my hair here before. Like I've had it short before, but I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so where do we go? Where do we go from here? Oh, that the husband has to walk in front of the car. That's just straight rude and disrespectful and misogynistic, and that's disgusting. What is this? I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that. I'm galled. Waynesboro, Virginia. I've always wondered if it was true, just the stories the locals told us. That's crazy. I started a little shave, now it's so much shave, and the cut shorter. But I started and took baby steps to get to my lesbian hair. Is that the official term for it?
My turn.
My turn. Paradigm shift. What? You lying son of a bee. Shoot this motherfucker.
Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path. Skills. What do we got? I need to change his skills around. Medium light damage for 2 hits. Let's go. Oh. Oh. So I googled, and it's still a real law. What took you there? What in the fucking Elden Ring?
Good stuff.
Nah. It's chasing me! Laws always been real arbitrary. Laws are stupid. Laws are stupid. No one should ever listen to the law.
Watch out, my
It's stupid. What? 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 What?
Chroma's flowing.
Sure. This seems like a fair and fun fight.
I'm ready. Ready to evade. I'm ready. I'll do it.
Huh?
Elements converge. I'm ready.
Huh? I don't know how to die.
Ready to
that
evade.
one. Too early. Yeah, okay. Okay, so maybe this guy is a later guy.
Ready?
Yeah, maybe this is a for later guy.
Here's your card.
Take your shot.
Oh, okay, I was too late on that
I
one.
die. So be it.
Oh, too early. Too late. Oh. Okay, so we're not going back there. Nope. Okay. Oh, a ribbon. Whatever. You could totally jump and just grab it. Imagine being in the voice, like, recording booth and having to record your run sounds. You're just like,
Well, that will help.
I'm not sure. I feel like voice acting would be really fun. Yeah, but like, listen, you can hear him breathing. Hold on, listen. Like, motherfucker had to record that.
Emily, Expedition Wolf 41. My bag's getting weighed down from all my kills. Maybe I need to pick smaller trophies. Estelle bagged 7 of those armoured nevs.
Estelle,
So I gotta get at least 8
I gotta
in this
get at
next
least
batch if I'm gonna beat
8 in the
her.
next batch.
Leah
for
showed
Estelle.
me to double up my weapon pictos. Might not be stable, but the bang's gonna be worth it.
The bang's gonna be worth it.
The paintress might be out of our
Paintress?
reach, but her minions aren't. And if I die, I'm gonna make sure I die big. Like Xavier says,
Xavier!
subtlety is not our game.
Subtlety is not
We
our
only
game.
live till 40.
We only live
So
till
let's go make some
40.
friends.
Why? Why? Why?
Emily,
Why? We're supposed to be French. Chef's kiss? What was that? What was that? Oh, that was too funny. Okay, hello. That's a foot. You may leave. I've no interest in speaking with you. Oh, thanks.
Looks like we passed the danger zone. And no sign of your special Nevron.
Oh, I guess we're lucky.
Well, there's like grass over there, and that looks kind of like... Oh, hi. Wait, where's the rest? Oh, I got one apparently. You had to go and say it, didn't you? What did I do? I see it. The area around the town could be gorgeous, but I didn't have a good opinion of the town itself.
An An advantage.
An advantage. Oh, they're past the danger zone? Yeah. Is this my boy? I mean, for now, because they killed my boy!
Expedition 57, Carla.
Danger
These siege
zone.
engines seemed much more powerful in Lumiere. But on
Lumiere.
this battlefield, next to all these broken bodies, staring at the true size of the monolith, I feel despair. I dare not show my true feelings. As commander, I cannot yield to fear, but I can't help but wonder, is pressing forward the correct course of action? Our lives are forfeit anyway, but
Stretch again.
is there
Okay.
perhaps a better way to spend such precious coin?
Seek fluid intake immediately.
Actual water, guys. Aren't you so proud? Actual water. Okay, wait, this... There's a flag there, so that is the way to go. Have I looked at everything over here? Want to play this Unspoiled? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, HV. Thank you for coming in and saying hello and thanking Shrek. Yes, Shrek went a little crazy this morning. Luckily, I'm not doing anything that's kind of, Ooh. Oh, a trade. Warzone, bring me with Neverons. Trade. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Inverted affinity. What's this? Apply inverted on self for 3 turns on battle start. What does inverted do, though? Wee wow. 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 Heals kill you? That's crazy. What's your favorite game you've ever played? That's a really hard question because a lot of games have like influenced like over the years. Like my favorite game for the majority of forever has been Ocarina of Time. Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. But like I ended up absolutely loving The Last of Us the first time I played The Last of Us. I ended up really loving Horizon Zero Dawn. Baldur's Gate 3 I ended up really, really, really loving. So, I mean, there's a lot, like, it changed over the years, you know? But I would probably genuinely, I would probably say, Ocarina of Time is still up there. Yes, Last of Us, yeah. I keep meaning to play them on stream just because I've never played them on stream. That's not true. That's not true. I've played both of them on stream, but I've never, like, done full runs. Oops. Oh, fuck. That was super delayed. Super delayed. Holy shit. The one she's played for a year now, Elden Ring. Yeah, I mean, Elden Ring's definitely up there. But in terms of, like, story games and story game stuff. But yeah, Elden Ring is probably top 5 for sure. Too early.
Ready to go. Okay.
Okay. It's so delayed. Why did you stab him in the dick?
Let's dance.
Okay, that. And then slam. Ooh, look at that. That was so lucky. Might be Red Dead. Duck Hunt, like that little asshat, still angers me. Just watch Pink's reaction to shirtless Geralt on TikTok. Listen. But yeah, I would probably say top 5. Top 5 is probably, like, in no order. Top 5 is probably Ocarina of Time, Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and yeah, probably the first Horizon Zero Dawn, maybe. I've played so many games, though. I've played so many games. I'm probably forgetting others. Is it really shirtless Geralt she's reacting to, or is it Henry Cavill? It's both. It's both. Oh, I missed. Oh, it's too early. Fuck.
Ready to go.
God of War. I've never played a God of War. Embarrassing enough to say. Ooh, an alpha for Mael. Let's go. Oh, that's kind of dope. Yo, that's kind of dope. That's kind of a sick outfit. That's kind of a sick outfit. When he would laugh. God of War is definitely in the top for story. I think the series I've easily most hours in is the Civ series. Yeah, but that's an RTS. Like, that's easy too. God of War is like this game, but with Kratos smashing up the place. I feel like they're on PC now, aren't they? I could probably check them out. I have so many. My games list is so long, guys. I can't keep adding to it. I don't know. Can someone do ! games and tell me if that list comes up? I don't know. It's on turn-based. Maybe I'm thinking of another one. No, I guess that's okay. I guess that's not it. I have like my actual list of games that I've played on stream. Let me get it. Here it is. Completed. Well, they're definitely not completed, so I don't know what I can put that. I don't know what I can put that command as. But that's my list of games that I've played on stream. Is it not gonna do it? Is it gonna take a minute or what? Yeah. It says Ark has started a game of treasure hunt. Okay. Oh, deal treasure, type treasure driven. Okay. I thought Wolfie was doing it the first time. King Nikki Mayhem has discovered the treasure but needs someone to defend it. The thieves must work to convince the king to pick them, and everyone else is aware of that. The king must type treasure player in chat to pick who will defend the treasure. Oh, so Nikki, you have to type !treasure and then somebody's name. What about Monster Hunter? I have played Worlds, Rise, and Wilds. I've played all 3. Wait, did I not add that on the list? That might not actually be on the list now that I think about it. Ooh. Wanted to sip. I'll serve faithfully. Just 9, huh? Oh, Horseman didn't... I don't think Horseman joined. Do Wolfie and see what it says. Because Horseman just tried to steal the treasure. He didn't actually join to save the treasure. He tried to steal it. Thieves. Wolfie was a thief! Wolfie was a thief! Thieves! Thieves, I tell you, thieves! Now I have to look. Did I not put Monster Hunter on my list? Am I a nitwit? No, Monster Hunter Wilds is on there. Yeah, okay. I was like, wait a second. I'm pretty good about updating this shit. I'm pretty good. So the thieves are assigned randomly? No, you're just a thief. Don't play dumb. Don't play dumb.
Hey. You holding up? We're almost there.
Holding up. Everywhere we go, just death. Death and more death. Everywhere we go, just death. I don't want to see that anymore.
Look, my
I
allies.
thought you would understand. You said you spent your immortality burying the people around you. Doesn't any of this bother you? And you. Gustav's dead. How can you keep going like nothing happened?
Chill out, Mael. Chill out.
We need to continue.
Why do you...
Mael. You know what we must
Someone
do
was a spy!
when one falls. Come on.
He's no Gustav, but he is still kind of handsome. He's not Gustav, though. Gustav was my boy. What in the fucking Elden Ring is going on right now? Hello? Is that blood? Okay, I'll be back. I got my cut-off jean shorts, my flannel shirt, and it's time to go be a gay Canadian in public. Enjoy, brosif. Or is it ink? Meld! Meld! That means shit.
Are you hurt?
Fine. Thanks.
Ready?
No. No, I'm very much not ready. Wait, do I get to do all 4 this time? No, you just teased me. Rude. Rude. What is this? Duelist. Okay, so he's resistant to fire.
Let us stain them.
Okay, he's resistant to fire, so that's good to know. I just kicked him in the dick.
Let's spill some ink. Take down the shields.
I'm galled. This music is so intense. Holy shit. Oh yeah, I need to change his shit.
Let's go faster.
Oh, I didn't jump. Oh fuck.
A storm is coming.
Well, shit. I'd love to be a gay Canadian. That sounds lovely. The blood and dirt spatters at a certain, how do I say, je ne sais quoi? Je ne sais quoi? Alright, well... Fine.
Danger.
What the hell was that?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Oh, he's resistant to fire. Why did I do that? Yeah.
Ready to strike.
Damn. I don't know what to fucking do.
I'll use your fire.
On me.
Okay.
A storm is coming.
Shake my head, Yeah, I love it.
Elements converge.
Sheesh. Sheesh. I hit B, but that's fine. Defenseless. Oh, too early. Shit. 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 Oh my god. I missed every single fucking one of those. Every single one I missed. Missed the jump. The fish isn't till nighttime. Too early. Ready.
Here's your card.
Here's your card.
Try me.
Try me. Oh, too early.
Do me anything.
it lands you in the middle of his next attack. That's kind of shitty.
Lady Luck's smiling today. Take your shot.
Too early. Fuck. Fuck.
I die. So be it. I'll lose your life.
What? Fishing is... No, it's not discontinued. It lagged. It used to lag my computer so bad when I was doing it on my one computer, and I just never put it back on now that I have two. What in the goddamn fucking Elden Ring is this bullshit? Why does he have a full health bar again?
Here's your card. Not today.
Oh my god, I'm pressing the button, I swear, on my life. Okay, well... That's unexpected. Hi, Envoy, welcome in! Oh, jeez. That was a little unexpected. All right, let's change Verso's stuff. All right, let's get rid of... Shoot. What's the prompt? Just not being stupid? Just not being stupid? I didn't say I didn't think he'd have a phase 2. I was just unprepared. I don't really use marking shot very much. Sure, let's try that one. Alright, who else did I want to change? Mael's, I don't really need to change. Dueliste is some sort of foreshadowing is the name. Yeah, it's just learning the timing. As I said, it's just being due to. Well, no, the gray one is the big one. you know, words. Oh, this one's so much prettier than this one, though. I like the pink one. Right, what does she have? Troubadim? What's this Benizism? Healing skills cost 1 less AP, but it's Earth. What's this one? Septilionist. Decalist. Septilionist. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Verlesso. Beryllium. So it's on, im, and am. Alright. I guess we'll try this shit again. This is crazy. This is crazy.
A storm is coming.
A storm is coming. Once more, let's fail. Sure. Hi, Tori.
Converge!
Watch out, my Al.
Sure.
Finesse and
Ka-chow! Thank you, Tori. Thank you. Yeah, we're on day one. I don't know why I wasted my time doing that. He is resistant to fire. Wait to light though? Is that a thing? Ah, the jump gets me every fucking time.
The storm is coming.
The jump gets me every time, dudes.
please survive.
Sure, just fuck me then, I guess. That's fine. Jesus crossed. Jesus crossed. Oh, she has nothing? Okay. Step in the dip.
Please survive.
Oh, too early. Too late.
The storm is coming.
Oh, I need one more AP to use Mayhem. Damn, okay.
That's cover path.
Call the path. Yo, I want perfect break.
Let's go faster. You're outmatched.
Take cover!
Okay, okay.
The storm is coming.
Croissant! Right, now can I use fucking Mayhem? Thank you. Jesus, Christ. Oh, I fucked it up.
Luna, careful.
Got it that time. Got it that time. And Stompsless. Stompsless.
Finesse and precision.
With 7.
Great.
Woo! And I got Chivo! Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Okay, motherfucker.
Luna, careful.
Oh, I missed a second jump. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm all fucked up. There's a second jump in that shit. To reach rank S perfection with Verso. Oh, I hit the wrong button. I literally just hit A instead of B for that. To jump it instead of dodge it. Like a nitwit. Do you like the thunder? Not really.
Careful, Mael.
Okay, cool. That's actually what I meant when I said I'd just rather die and fail.
A storm is coming.
I have 3 stains. Yikes. Yikes. Stormblood. What the fuck is that? What? What is this?
I'll manage.
Excuse me? Sir?
I won't disappoint. Take down their shields.
Lune, careful.
I fucking hate the jump ones because I keep missing them.
Let us stain them.
Can't drink a Gatorade or something? Honestly, he's got a little bit of a problem, chat. Oh fuck, I failed this second.
Brace yourself.
Inverted? So I can't heal myself now, right? Is that what that is? Well,
Last ditch effort.
fucking rude. Alright, CL, it's all up to you now. Okay, I'm fucking dead! Chill. I'm fucking dead. Chill out.
Not today. Here's your card. Not today.
Fuck, I missed the jump. And I missed the jump again. And I just am not... I'm just not moving now, apparently. That's fine.
Never.
That's what I meant to say. Sheesh. Sheesh.
Lady Luck smiled today.
Ah! Fuck! Thank God I survived that.
Lady Luck smiled today.
Fuck. Oh shit! I didn't realize he got to go twice. Okay. That's fair.
Better.
Oh, welcome back, Renee. Oh, welcome back, Mayel. You guys are dead, but totally. Oh, Verso too. Yes, you guys are dead. That's fine. That's fine. It's cool for the cinema. It's for the cinema. doesn't matter when they're dead. Big time dream logic.
Turns out this Nevron wasn't that strong, but
GG's, let's go. I'm a gamer, sorry. Gamer.
All this is what we're fighting for.
Du premier coup. Mayel's seen so much shit. She really has. New weapon, Dualiso. Whose is that? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait, it doesn't do as much damage as the others. My shit does 412, and this does 225. It's weak, but attacks twice. Okay, fair. I'll give it a shot, just because it looks really fucking cool. All right, whose pick doses can be changed? Let's get rid of this shit. Oh, geez, okay. I haven't done this in a hot minute, as you can tell. Stack has 1 extra hit. Healing tints also apply. Gain AP on parry. Plus 1 AP on getting hit. I should do that. I'm terrible. Self, no. Damage received is doubled. With free aim shots. I don't really use... I mean, I guess I use... Bolt and falling. 50% health. 50% increased damage on the first hit? Sure. The Sunnies and the Beret. I want to go get the others. But I'm sad because I'll never get Gustav's because I obviously missed it, but he's also fucking dead! But, I want to go back and get the rest of them. Like, I don't have Mayel's and I don't have Verso's. I have to go back and get that. Oh my god. I don't want to go back. I never want to go back to that place ever. I never want to go back to that place ever. So New Game Plus is for? He sure is it? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You stop it right fucking now. You stop it. You stop it right now. I have nothing I can use on him. Use everything we've got on Mayel. Guess critical burn. Don't really do that. Rewarding mark. I don't really mark with her either. Whatever. Poor Gustav never stood a chance. Stop it! Gustav was my boy! Chat knew he was gonna die, and chat let me fall in love with this man. Okay? Chat let me fall in love with this man. And they were like, tee hee hee, tee hee hee, tee hee hee. Don't shake your head no. You all were like, ooh, Gustav, you should use Gustav. Ooh, Gustav, look at your boy, Gustav. Y'all fucking just let me fall in love with a man. Are we there? Tee hee hee, tee hee hee. I don't know. Nikki knew. Nikki knew. Nikki's like, I've seen everybody play this game because I hang out on Twitch and cheat on you all the time like a filthy little whore. I fell in love with someone in this game too. Who would you fall in love with? Well, shit. Does that mean it's bad? Does that mean it's bad? It means they die? Take that, apparently. Oh, music just changed. If you used to even allude to spoiling anything. I watched Chaos play the first day, so like the Gommage got spoiled for me. But after that first day of watching him play, I was like, I think I want to play this. Wait, which way is the right way? Let me go back and try the other way first. That first Gommage was hard. Yeah. Gonna be amused by what I have theories. I have theories. We all deserve our... That's what I was saying. Like, I was so enamored by them. And like, I was like, Gustav is like so precious. And like, he's got such like a warm heart. Like, what could possibly have been the reason that they aren't together anymore? Which I am under the assumption it's because he wanted to have kids and she didn't. Because she was like, we're gonna go mage. That's my assumption as to why they broke up. The music changed when I came over here, but it's not, doesn't really look like anything.
Is this the place?
Did I go where I want?
We can bury your friend under this tree, if that's okay with you.
Wait, no, where's the not right way to go? I want to go there first. I want to go there first. Everyone talk shop about this game. I'm very open. Yeah, I'm definitely digging it. Being protected, he was literally unawares. Yeah, where's not the right way to go? Oh, a merchant. Wait, are you the same one? You're the same one. I only know what I've seen. It's true though. He didn't know. He didn't know. How could he have known? He was too good for this world. All right, I'm going backwards now. Okay, so that is the right way to go. Personified paintbrushes. Your mom put all the bread in the fridge? She just wanted a cool sandwich. It's fine. Mael runs kind of funny. Yeah, Mael runs kind of goofy. Ooh, a thing. Good thing I came back.
Perfect.
Because she's a princess. I know, but and then there's feet. But feet. Oh, she's got shoes on these ones. Okay. I used Gustav because he was my boy. Run like lunatics? No, Mael runs goofy. Mael runs so goofy. God, their flappy hair that doesn't respond reactively and realistically to the wind. These are all expedition things.
Couldn't wait for me, could you? I wish we could.
Rest easy, Gustav.
I'll finish what you started. The paintress, Renoir, they will pay.
No more dome. Just open skies.
I'll save them, Gustav. Emma, your apprentices, everyone.
You can leave it to us. You were always there for me.
I'll save them.
Say hi to Soph for me, yeah?
We could never tell if you were my brother or my father. But to me, you were both. Best brother and father I've ever had.
When one falls, we continue.
Thanks for being my family. See you in the next life.
I like that they kind of like each had their little moment to say goodbye in their different way and stuff. I don't know why she always does that. You'd think that the bread not being in the fridge every time she comes over would clue her in that I don't keep it in there. I'm choking up again. It's honestly, I think I'm a very reactive person when it comes to music. So if the music is sad, it'll definitely like pull on my heartstrings a little bit more. There's a dome. Yeah, everything. So supposedly everything's under a dome. Who's in the grave? I don't think that's Gustav. Like, obviously it's not Gustav because they just put his arm down. But there, like, that little bump was here. Like, it was already here when we got here. But I don't know if it's like a grave or it's just like a little pile of flowers. Hi, driver. Hi, driver. Oh, look, we're done. Oh, look, we're done. Music is so good, yeah.
For about 2 hours. Then there's a big lake. We shouldn't go there at all. We should make a right, and then it's gonna take a few hours, and then we make a stop. We get some rest and some food. And then from there, we head north to Monoko Station.
Why there?
To recruit my oldest friend. We'll need the extra firepower, because our next goal will be to take down the Paintress' heart.
Her heart?
Yes. You can't just stroll up to the Paintress. The chromium is
Oh, are you
far
talking
too
about the
dense.
emotional
It erases
fucking
anybody
trauma
that's
I
close.
experienced on Friday
But
night
if
and
we destroy her
sobbed?
heart,
Is that what you mean?
the barrier will fall.
Okay. So where is this heart? What does it look like?
Followed by the world's
looks
worst
like-
parkour section.
That I don't know, but I do know that it's somewhere in the center of old Lumiere.
You found old Lumiere.
Yes.
So it's true. Before the fracture,
Rip
old
Gustav.
Lumiere was
Oh,
part of the
my
largest city
boy.
on
The love
continent.
of my life, Gustav.
I've traveled with many expeditions.
Gone too soon.
I was with the 58th when we found old Lumiere. But Renoir erased them before we could get further. And I don't know much more.
All right then. Let's go meet your friend at Monoko Station. And then we'll take the Paintress's heart.
Pain stress! Pain stress! So, okay. this is what I've gathered so far. Okay, so something's up with Mayel. She's connected to everything somehow. I haven't figured that out yet, but something's up with her. She's connected to everything. She's having like nightmares and shit like that. Verso can't age, and he's immune to the Gomage, and he's been here for like 40 years or some shit. And then Renoir is an old man who can't age. Gustave, his arm and the little lamp thing was like the Lumina converter, but I guess they still have the lamp thing, but not his arm, so they're not connected, which is what I thought the other day. I thought that they were connected. I thought they worked together. And I think everything is weird, and everything is doesn't make sense. I think they're inside a painting. Yeah, I think they're in a painting, but they don't know they're. Well, no, they do know they're in a painting, because they say like, let's spill some ink and like stuff like that. Anyway, I think they're in a painting. I think Mayel has something to do with it, where it's like it's all Mayel's dream or something like that. Maybe not dream, because they're in a paint. Mayel has something to do with the bigger picture, and I don't know what it is yet. But I think everything is a painting. I think we're inside a painting.
How come Minoko lives so far from the other Jestrels?
Minoko's a searcher. They travel the land looking for Jestrels who went missing after the fracture.
Mayel is the paintress.
A
I did
lost
think that
Jestrels.
because there was that one scene where she had like she was having like a nightmare or a vision or whatever, and she was like looking at the paintress, and the paintress has very, very similar, very light blue eyes.
Yeah. That, and he pissed off Golgra.
That's what I was gonna say. I think she is the paintress, but I'm not sure how that would make sense yet. But the girl with the mask, yes. The girl with the I don't know if that is the paintress or not, but in that one vision, the girl with the mask has the same very, very, very light blue eyes that Mayel has. And I noticed that during that scene, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. But I'm also trying to not just like completely figure it out, because like I want the reveal, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm like, interesting. But again, I hate when I figure games out and it like ruins the surprise because I figured it out. But also like, sussy, everyone acting so sussy. Everyone acting so sussy, baka. So sassy baka. What's the girl in the sunnies is, oh, Lune.
Your oldest friend is a Jestrel.
Yeah, they
Yes.
all have the baguette
Gustav would
outfits.
have loved
Why?
I just have to.
because
You like the idea of friendships that could last.
like the idea of friendships that could last decades.
Why are you so sweet even after
we
you're
don't get to enjoy such long friendships in
dead?
Lunia.
Want to spend time with Lune? Hello?
Why are you allying yourself with us?
Oh, I thought we were gonna fuck.
Not a lot of options out here, in case you hadn't noticed.
What about the previous expeditioners? Did you help them too? Yet they still failed.
That's a terrible way to ask questions.
Do you want them
Always
to?
interrogate people like
Kinda.
this.
Given the circumstances,
I
think
can
we
say that on
skip the
stream.
pleasantries, no?
Skip the pleasantries. Not a lot of options. Yes, that's why you should fuck. I think we should skip the pleasantries as well.
Alliances
And
are usually give
fuck.
and take, as are conversations. Trust goes both ways, no?
They're gonna fuck. Oh my gosh.
All right then. As a gesture of good faith,
I'll show you how to use this
Lumina.
dick.
No need. I got it.
No need. I got it.
Well, aren't you a quick study?
But I appreciate the gesture. Thank you.
Trust works both ways.
As a gesture of good faith, here's this dick.
All right. as a gesture of good faith. I'll answer 3 questions. Choose wisely.
Only
Okay.
3.
Okay.
Someone's a bit greedy.
3 questions with 3 follow-ups.
You're really pushing this.
I think it's reasonable.
You played those kinds of games too much, my pearls, on this good Christian. I know.
All right. Go.
Which pisses Lune off, but also triggers her insatiable sense of curiosity. Lune is reluctantly intrigued. 1, can we fuck? 2, can we fuck now? 3, why aren't we fucking? Relationship level increased. Oh my god, I have a 1 fuck level with Lune. Guys, how many fuck levels do we have to get? CL, do you want to fuck?
How far up the mountain is Minoko Station? Will we see snow?
Not
There's
too
7
hard.
fuck levels?
Yeah.
Oh my
There's usually
god.
snow.
Fantastic.
Oh, right. There's no snow in Lumiere.
No, only in books and paintings. It's almost as mythical as Gestrels.
And just as fun. And sometimes just as deadly.
Oh, my husband was obsessed
Excuse
with the idea
me?
of snow. I can't wait to see some.
Well, now we can't oh, we can fuck. Wait a second. Wait a second.
You seem less stressed than the others.
Is that your conclusion? After your extensive observation of our team?
I just want to say that asking these characters to fuck has made us lose a follower. So sorry that you're such a prude loser. Sorry that you're such a prude loser. A pruiser.
Yes.
This game has boom booming. Well, I'm gonna try. Hi, Steph. How are you? Welcome in.
There must be better uses of
It was
your
me.
time than
Wow,
analysing
try
our
getting
stress levels.
fucked. I know. Shh. We don't know that. That was the reason, Dave. That was the reason. That could be the only reason. That's the only reason.
Well, it's important to understand your teammates.
Says the mysterious stranger who has yet to share much about himself.
Oh, I will share so much with you, CL.
Then consider this my attempt to be less mysterious.
Are we flirting?
Oh.
Oh.
Is that what this is?
Oh, we're flirting. Better to stay mysterious now. A story for a
Alrighty.
story.
A story for a story. Quite fair, I think.
Well, there are stories, and then there are stories.
Stories. She's
You first,
horny.
then?
Strange wonders and
Something
mysteries.
unusual then? Strange wonders and mysteries?
I have to pee really bad, by the
A
way.
bit impersonal, Not really how you get to know each other. I don't think that's worthy of a trade. No. Tell me something dark and melancholy. and
Steph!
personal.
He died! Steph, he died! He fucking died! I was so sad he died! Yes, he died! It was so sad! He got stabbed! He got stabbed in the back by the old man from the very, very, very first stream. And then I had 1 HP and I had to fight this guy. And it was so, oh my god, it was so sad. I cried so much. Ugh. It was so sad. But now she's all fucked up and she's all like trauma. But she's still here. She's around. He got stabbed in the front. No, he got stabbed in the back first. First, he got stabbed in the back. Comment redacted, but these folks are tense. No, I said he got stabbed in the back and then he had to fight the guy with 1 HP. I said it right. He got stabbed in the back, and then I had to fight Renoir with 1 HP, and then I died. You looked up the romance options? I hope Mayal is not a romance option because she's a little girl.
Ooh, going straight for the heavy stuff, huh?
If we're going to share, let's share.
But now we
Story
have
for a
this new
story, right?
Zaddy here instead. He's no Gustav, but
We'll see.
he's fine. Next few minutes arguing whether CL should also share. CL continues to tease Verso, who remains evasive. Oh my god. Oh my god. Not Daddy? No, Zaddy with a Z. With a Z. Zaddy.
How come Minoko
Minoko
Can I?
just-
I can't
lost-
spend time
Yeah.
with her. No, I can't spend time with her. She's like, I'm too fucking sad.
That was sad.
It does things to me. You considered him an upgrade? No, listen. Gustav was my boy, okay? Gustav, I loved Gustav with my whole heart. I would have married Gustav in a heartbeat. Okay. Verso is a man. Okay? Verso's a man. And he's a zaddy. But he's Ben Starr. Like he's voiced by Ben Starr. It's self-explanatory, you know? That was sad.
Yeah.
He's a man. A man. He's a man. Verso's kind of a dick. Exactly. He's a man. Follow along.
You were thinking of Julie.
Who's Julie?
And not just her, but
Who's Julie?
Want a hug?
I would love one. Yay! We're gonna fuck Esquier! Yay!
Verso, mon ami.
Mon ami.
Esquier, mon ami.
Mon ami.
I feel like I haven't seen you in years.
3 years, 67 days, and roughly 10 hours.
But who's counting?
10 hours and 7 minutes.
Oh.
Oh, you've been counting
Aww.
Roughly. What have you been up to?
too. Oh, I have been perfecting the art of napping.
Me too, Esquier. Me too.
Impressive. You must teach me his secrets.
Mon ami, I wish I could. But napping cannot be taught.
It can
It
only
can
be
only
experienced.
Be experienced.
Ooh.
We must nap together.
Oh.
Sure. That sounds nice.
Yes, yes, yes.
So how did these expeditioners convince you to leave your cave?
They're all so nice. Well, the super nice one died, but the others are cool too.
Esquier. Esquier. Esquier.
You can make some friends too. It's been a long time since you made new human friends.
Is he calling me out?
You know what I think about friendships with expeditioners.
Losing a rock is
Aww.
better than never having a rock.
Losing a rock is better than never having a rock. Guys, that's actually really fucking sweet. Yes, so Verso is from an older expedition and he survived and he is not aging. He's not aging and he's immune to the gommage, which is the thing that wipes everybody away. Expedition 00. Yeah, so he's from the very first expedition and he's still alive, he's not aging, and he can't be gommaged. That's all I know so far.
Ask me how I know.
Debatable.
I hope we won't lose them. Like the others.
So, you lost your stones again. How did you lose them this time?
Yeah. I lost them on our trip back from the Chestrel River, right after you left.
I'll help you get them back. Yeah.
Don't worry. I hope you get them back.
You are the best. I missed going on adventures with you.
Rekindle the flame of their friendship. Aww. That's so sweet.
To adventure.
Aww. That was really cute. All right, we're gonna put the music box on for a minute. Oh wait, I have new things. I have new musics. All right, I'm gonna pee. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Yeah, Wolfie, you can't leave. Sorry. It's against the rules. I don't make them, I just follow them. We don't have anything like that where I live. No, we just have actual dollar stores. But they're not even $1 anymore, guys. Isn't that crazy? It's $1.25 now. It's your stream. I actually don't. The mod team makes the rules, unfortunately. Sorry. It's out of control. Write in the journal. Wait, why can I write in the journal? Wait, why can I make... Spends the time writing Gustav's journal to honor his memory. She gathers her courage and writes about Gustav's sacrifice, how he laid the trail. She hopes Gustav's apprentices will read his journal someday. Aww. That's sad. Five Below has stuff for more than $1. They always have, actually. Wanted to apologize for her behavior on the way to bury Gustav.
Hey.
Dollar Tree, yeah.
Hey.
I didn't mean...
It's fine.
I just...
I miss him too.
It's hard.
The pain we feel every time we lose someone. I've tried many ways of dealing with it. Running from it, sitting with it, compartmentalizing it. But what I needed was to use it. To use everything.
What do you mean?
I feel everything. And I let it burn inside me. When I'm tired, when I feel hopeless, when I want to just let it all go. I use the pain. I use the fear, the shame, the guilt, the anger. I use it all to keep going. To make sure I continue.
Monet.
I can almost feel them beside me. Everyone we've lost. Walking with me. Especially when I use chroma. I feel their presence, their closeness. And they help me.
You feel Gustav?
Yeah. I do.
I'd like to feel him with me too.
You have an affinity for chroma too. Try it.
How do you always know what to do?
I don't. Want to know a secret? I have no idea what I'm doing.
Existing
And
out
I
of
don't
spite.
think anyone
Yeah,
else does
exactly.
either.
It's totally reasonable.
Really?
Don't tell anyone else I said that.
Mael and Lune spend more time together in a moment that was special for both of them. Aww. Okay. I think that's it. I think I can move on now. I think I can move on now.
Thanks. It really was a beautiful place.
Glad you liked it. I've buried friends there too. You were right about condolences. We offered them because we don't know what else to say, but there's no comfort there.
No.
All we can do is carry them with us.
I guess. Sorry. It's just what...
Drowning in our own sadness. Hey, why did you join
Yeah,
the
she's just
expedition?
snapping a little bit. It's
I
fine.
mean, with the Gamage, I understand the rest of the team's decision, but you're half their age.
Out here seemed better than in there. At the time.
It's natural. Wanting to escape a life you don't want.
Escape. Yeah. That's what I wanted. But Gustav and the others, they really want to change things.
Well, changing your life also counts. Can't always shoulder the world's problems, you know? It'll drain you fast.
Gustav would probably say, if more of us cared, then it would lighten the load for everyone.
He sounds like a good guy.
He was the best guy.
I kept Gustav's, so you can have mine. You'll need one if you want to be an official member of our merry crew.
I gotta say, I didn't take you for an official kind of person.
Aw, that's cute.
Welcome to the disaster expedition.
Thank you.
That's cute. Wait, what's up with his arm? Or is it just like armor? Aww. How many times am I gonna cry in this game, do you think?
How far to Minoko Station?
With SGA? Oh, should be quick.
Oh, I assume you want me to use SGA then. Okay, fine. Where am I going? Wow, is that how big the whole map is? Oh, I can kind of see. Okay, so this is like... Okay, this is kind of like an island. And this... Okay, I can kind of see through the fog. Can I go to anywhere down here? Yeah, it looks like it. Dang. Missed 3 more snifflings? Well, the current count is 3, so... What's this?
Minoko Station is to the north.
Are you a
Not far from
fightable
here.
thing? No? Okay. Oh, in the snow! Wait, what's over here? What's this? Painting workshop. Danger. You hit a terrible, hilarious thought and you don't want to upset anybody? Oh, well, now you have to say it. What the hell? Oh my. Oh my. Traveler here, bathing in light. I have whispered my fears, yet she merely smiles, a secretive smile that hints at truths beyond my grasp. She tells me the night must be met with courage, and the heart must not falter. She crafts a beast, radiant yet fearsome, woven from the very essence of luminescence. It prowls the night, casting its spectral glow upon the darkened corners of my sanctuary. Will you put an end to her night? Let's fight this thing, I guess? Will start to shine once again. Farewell. A lamp then can be used to awaken the beast. What? Oh wow, that was so lucky that I managed to jump over that. What the hell? A statue of a beast. Do you want to use the color of the beast? Yes. Story of the beast is written. In the depths where shadows sigh, lurks a beast beneath the sky. Still incomplete, its lair closed off. What the fuck? When you switched to SK, I saw a vision of his sacrifice and I had to laugh to keep from, you know, the other thing. Crying. Yeah, SKA seems like he's definitely gonna be like, mes amis, I will save you. Alright, is this an exit or is this further into the painting? That's an exit, apparently. Are you a fighty boy? Are you a fighty? No? Oh, you're a vendor. Okay. Trade. Ooh. 2 haircuts for CL. All right. We shall continue, I suppose. I don't want to fight. Or do I want to fight? Do I want some XPs? Oh, a Lune haircut. And a music record. Okay, cool. Ta-da! What do these do? Oh yeah, I need to go back to camp and upgrade my weapons and stuff. Where's the curator? In here? My back has decided to commit war crimes against me, so I'm calling the police. Wow. That's so many hate crimes in one stream. Yeah, the Lumina converter. Yeah, they took it though with his arm. Upgrade weapons. Okay. This is what she uses. Ooh. Resplendent chroma catalyst. I don't have one of those. Alright, I need to buy more stuff. Clearly you commit war crimes against your back first by bringing it to the grocery store. Ooh, shots fired. Ooh, shots fired. Wait, let me just listen to the... I think the achievement is for listening to all of them. Oh my gosh, that's the sad song. Yeah, that's the sad song. I don't want to listen to that shit.
How far up the mountain?
Not too high, but... Oh, right.
Can I hang out? Can we hang out again? 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 Oh, you son of a bitch. That's where it goes to get big. True. All right, let's I feel like CL needs to be on the team so that she can get some levels. Hi, Aya. Aya, you've missed so much. Yeah, buttholes. Definitely buttholes. Ooh, look at my purple sword. That's kind of dope. Chow. Chow. This is the regular fight song is not as much fun. Skills. Oh, I can't. Okay. I will kick this man in the face. They're forced to be 10 levels under everyone else? That's crazy! Intentionally avoiding story spoilers because I've been planning to play it. Well... shit. Well, shit.
Finesse and precision.
And one eye pointed. I just like literally just pictured your eyes going into the direction. Like a chameleon. That's a skill. I'm stuck. Alright, I want to fight more people. Did I already purchase from you, sir? Yes. I did. Goodbye. Wait, that's the circle. I did that already. Let's fight this guy. Oh wait, there's two of them? Maybe, can we just fight just the one? Can you guys just like separate for a second?
Good stuff.
Oh, what's up there? How do I get up there? Station of the mountains. Okay. I did this already. Painting workshop. Yeah, but I don't know. I think that there's more to it and I'm stupid. Playing the part of Esquier. Oh, that's not a jump one, that's a dog one. But I like got ahead of like the game here for a second. Okay. Let's spill some ink.
You're outmatched.
You're outmatched.
My turn.
Oh, that's the wrong button.
Let's go faster.
That really doesn't do a lot of damage. Oh, that was too early. Shoot you in your dumb little helmet. And then I'll kick you. And then I kick. Okay. Ooh, my weapon upgraded.
Fastest ball.
I'm the fastest ball. Yes, you are, my friend. Yes, you are. Whoa. What is that? Look at that in the sky. Is that a dragon? That's crazy. Go punch it in the face. Listen, don't tempt me. I kind of wanna. Dodgy ass bitch. Dodgy ass bitch.
Flames. Brave.
Dargon.
Fastest ball.
Dargon, what is on your nose? I can't go through coral yet. What's this? Boat graveyard. It's just another nothing.
Perfect.
Alicia's birthday party. Alicia's birthday party. Who the fuck's Alicia?
Well, that will help.
Ooh, is this a merchant? Oh, it is not. Fight. What's that look for? Oh, I completely fucked that up. Does that not do anything? Like, the hell? Okay. How are you alive? Oh, I was too early. Fuck me. That sucks. I saw, like, I literally in real time watched it happen, and I was like, I'm early.
Watch out.
Oh my god.
Bring it on.
I don't think I expected that.
Just try it.
Oh, I don't... I never, like, look at the fucking, like, for the lasers. Too early? Okay. Oh my god, he dodged. You son of a fucking... I hit it that time, but okay. Alright, first of all, let me heal my party, and then try this again. Okay. Now I'm gonna fight them again. Where were they? Here they are. Oopsies, lasers! Oopsies, lasers! Okay. Okay, that time it killed him. Last time it didn't, which I find weird. Okay, the fucking pots.
A storm is coming.
Can I shoot the pots? Oh, hell yeah. Get fucked. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Much better. Damage received 0. Get farted on. Get farted on. Where the fart button at? It's the button. Alright, I went in the boat graveyard and there's nothing there, because of course not. Where'd the Dargon? What is going on with this little flashlight face? Oh. I don't like this face. Ew, David.
I am speed.
What have we here?
I feel like I've seen this head thing on TikTok. Against my will.
Let us get wet.
Look at all those chickens. Ooh, what are you? I don't know how strong or weak I'm supposed to be for any of these things, so it's like... what do I do? What's this? Stone quarry. What's in here? My tummy's a rumbling. It might be time to get some food.
Unusual.
What happened here?
Are you a bad guy or are you a good guy? Are you a bad guy? Are you a bad guy? Are you a bad guy? No. I didn't want to kill my friends. I just wanted to play with them. Even when I managed to play a note right, I messed up right after. Can you believe it? I'm expected to use my instrument to kill and I'm angry. I cannot play. I will never play again.
You really should have thought of that before
I beg you,
became
please,
peasants.
mistress, I seek your help. A Nevron who does not wish to kill? Teach me how to not kill. Teach me how to play. I'm afraid none of us are familiar with your instrument. No. Mistress, this cannot continue. Perhaps we could help you practice? Truly? Yes, help me learn how to not kill. Don't get hit when I play some wrong notes, but please do get hit when I play the right notes. Surely that should be easy. What?
Bring it on. Bring it on. Not impressed.
Okay. I got it.
Just try it. Just try it. Oh well. Just try it. Oh well. Just try it. Just try it. Bring it on. Not impressed. Oh well. Bring it on. Not impressed. Just try it.
Failure of the trial. Fuck you.
Oh well. Just try it. Not impressed.
Fuck.
Bring it
I
on.
failed already.
Just try it. Oh well. Just try it. Bring it on. Bring it
Yeah,
on.
I failed. Yeah, I know. Yep. I know. I know.
Bring it
I
on.
know. I know.
Oh well. Just try it. Not impressed. Bring it on. Bring it on. Not impressed.
Yay! Yay! Is it true, Mama? Yes, tomorrow. Mama Pink did 2 already. Yes, she at 4 o'clock tomorrow. She is cooking my favorite din din But it'll only be like an hour. It's not gonna be like a super long one. It'll only be like an hour. It worked. Yay! She's cooking a shepherd's pie. Have this to prove my gratitude. Oh,
yay! Vanson, 48th.
Vanson.
He wouldn't listen. Just kept running everyone into the ground.
Can I have some? Yeah,
he
come get some
as
stuff
if he was
for
the
sure.
only true believer. That we had to trust him. 5 dead, and he wanted
I want
to
the
double
Cockney
down.
accent back.
Thomas not so subtly insinuated that Jean should be relieved of duty. Mutiny. Something I'd never have countenanced. Yet I have a duty to them too. It's a gutting realization. What has to be done? The mission is too
Just Steph?
important.
Well, only because
The
Steph
team
actually does
is
know my
too
address,
important.
because Steph's my
We
IRL
can't just
friend.
throw our lives away for nothing. I hate that it came to this. But he broke our trust. Under Expedition Code 23, Jean Fournier is hereby relieved
I've never
of
had
duty.
shepherd's pie. What is it?
I,
So
Vincent Constantine,
the, like,
have assumed
real-
command and have designated Thomas
the
Flegov
real way to
as
make it
lieutenant.
is with like lamb, I think. Like lamb and like a bunch of vegetables and stuff, but we make it the like German way. So we use beef and corn and mashed potatoes and cheese, but then we super duper Americanized it. Then we used ground beef and cream corn and Velveeta, because the Velveeta gets really gooey and it gets in everything. Ugh, it's so good. But yeah, it's ground beef and cream corn and potatoes and Velveeta. So yeah, so like we took like the original, I want to say it's like Swedish or some, I don't even remember what it is. Whatever the original recipe is, and then the Germans made it like lazy, and then like the Americans made it even lazier. Velveeta is very, but see, it's not, but it's very specifically has to be Velveeta, and it can't be any other type of cheese, because the Velveeta, because it's processed cheese and it's basically just milk with cheese flavoring, it manages to melt and get like into everything. Like it gets into the potatoes and it gets into the ground beef and it gets into the corn, so it gets like in everything. Whereas if you just like melted like some cheddar cheese or whatever, like yeah, it would melt and it would get creamy and whatever, but once it gets cold, it'll solidify, you know? I forgot this guy was playing for a second, and I was gonna be like, what is that really sad, like, music playing? A working knowledge of cheese. Well, that wasn't just directly towards you, Dave. It was more just like, this is why. Wait, is that all that's in here? Not that, like, that's bad, but is that all that's in here? Yeah, looks like it. Is chicken not meat? No, it's not. It's not meat. I was being sarcastic, but yeah, some people will say it's not, because it's technically poultry. It's poultry. Oh, I just came from there. No. How do I get up there? All right, fine. We will progress. Some count fish as meat. Yeah, like I know some vegetarians that eat meat, that eat fish. I'm like, that's not a vegetarian then. Like, yeah, I'm a vegetarian except for I eat chicken and I eat bacon and I eat ground beef. Pescatarian. Yeah, but they didn't call themselves pescatarians.
Follow the tracks. They'll lead us to Monaco.
A train.
It's very bright.
Staff would have liked to see that.
Is it true before the fracture, Lumiere had trains running throughout the continent?
Always running late, but running. Yes.
What is a fish? Fish aren't real. Birds aren't real. Fish aren't real. Fish are paid actors. I don't doubt it, actually.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Minoko Station.
Is that a Grundis? I knew it.
A what?
They're real too.
It's not on till later. It's not on until later. It's not on till later! Do you guys want it on now? Do you want it on now? I mean, I can put it on now, but I wasn't gonna put it on till, like, nighttime. No, it's okay. Okay. I don't want it. Make them wait. Well, that was the plan. I gotta retain my viewership over the night somehow. What's this? Okay, so I guess this is the only place to go. When we're all awake and acting like we're surprised to see each other. Exactly. And I saw it at the bottom. Yeah, but it's for sweepy times. Okay. Yum num. I got a shaken brown sugar espresso, chat. I'm actually gonna blow up the pond. Oh gosh, do you guys remember the first night that the first time we did fishing? What a time. What a time to be alive. Shaken, shaken, not stirred. Low single target damage. This isn't low light damage can break. Let's get that one. I really have to start like changing their stuff around. I don't want to take their damage in their place. That's crazy. Oops. Okay, I can't upgrade anyway. Dirty martini, shaken, not stirred. Exactly.
Minoko's not here. That means...
Oh shit.
Slow as ever. Mom.
Your reflexes remain sharp as ever. I approve.
Aww. Are they friends?
Did Verso pull you into another adventure? New friends.
You speak our language.
He had a lot of time to kill, so I taught him.
Ladies, could I interest you in a duel?
Definitely a gesture.
No point trying to talk until we've calmed Minoko down with a relaxing fight. Be careful though. Minoko's fighting style is a bit peculiar.
No, you can't throw in a fucking bop like this and expect me to be able to fight. This is such a bop, holy shit.
Okay.
Whoa. What are you doing, sir? Holy shit, what was that?
He can turn into a Nevron.
That was crazy. the day of the Lord that I distributed the Holy Eucharist. Yeah? Wait, where'd the saxophone go? Come back. Bring the saxophone back.
Careful, Verso.
Okay, early. Fuck.
My turn.
Nice. Nice. Oh. The piano? Oh, it's coming back? Oh, it better come back. It better be, this better be a low, and then it'll be like... It was so good. It was such a bop. You can't just be throwing fucking hot beats in there like that. Come on, bring it back. You know you want to. You know you want to bring it back.
Yeah.
I was like, what happens if I hit his bell? Nothing, just waste AP. It's fine. 2 hits. Alright, I'm just gonna hit attack so I get AP. Okay, this one's crazy. Yeah, that one's I don't know. That one's crazy.
Let us stain them. Let's finish this. I'm ready.
Oops, too early. Need to repent for my sins. Yeah, you do.
Not giving up.
Ooh.
Good. That hurts.
So hard, and now it's like this like weird smooth jazz. Oh my god. Ah! I'm spamming dodge because I don't fucking know what to do. It's back!
Let's push forward. Lightning, strike!
Just try it. You're outmatched.
Danger! That hurts.
Oh, what a fucking bop! So good! Oh my god, that was so good. That's it. That's my new ringtone.
No distraction, son. I'm really busy beating up strangers.
Noko, what are you doing here?
You're still so slow. Aww. R.I.P.
Noko, you said Nevron?
Glad we all had that moment. Why did cats stop doing the thing as soon as they pull it? It's they know. They just know.
Oh. A stalact.
Hold on. I need to know. Is the soundtrack on you know the thing yet? Yeah, it is. Oh. It's so good! Adding that shit to my list. Play this at my funeral. Alright, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. That's the rest of the whole that's the stream. That's the rest of the whole stream. It's just that on repeat. That's it. That's the whole stream. Why was that so good? Like, what? Who gave you the authority to make it so good? If one of the nights you play that overnight while we fish, listen, I can do that tonight. I'm going to bed tonight. Whatever. It's just that on repeat. Just that on repeat. I can't believe they put that absolute fucking banger in there and then they're like, all right, fight. Enjoy the fight. Enjoy the fight. Have fun. The whole 7-hour sound. No, it's that. It's just that. Just the Monaco song. Monoko, whatever. Holy shit. Sir, where's your face?
Friends of Verso, as honored guests, the first fight is yours. Defeat the Stalact with your fearsome talents.
Right.
But no sax? Yeah, it was... The obstacle course was like I said, was like a weird techno Super Mario Sunshine like type music.
You little coward.
Yeah. Guys, thank you for dancing with me. Who's first? Okay.
Verso, why aren't you using gradient attacks?
Oh, come on. Another mechanic I have to learn.
You didn't teach them, did you, you lazy old fart? Very well. I shall generously impart my wisdom.
Gradient attack. High earth damage, one hit, removes all enemies' shields.
This ends.
That's
now.
wild. Okay.
Let us stain them.
Let us stain them. Another mechanic I have to learn.
Watch out!
Ah, I hit the wrong button. I am absolutely hitting buttons here. Okay, that was early. Okay. Sure. Oh, I can only use it when I have charges? What? Okay, sure. Stands to ice. Okay. But not critical to use. Yeah, but like the gradient dodges are sometimes.
Flames. Right.
Okay. I am burning. Can I do? So what does the charges do? Do I have to have a full charge to be able to use it? It must be. Okay. Help.
For me.
Got it that time. Got it that time.
You found worthy friends, Verso.
Jealous?
What are you doing?
I just need the foot. Aha!
What?
He transforms by collecting Nevron feet. Don't ask me how it works. I've never understood.
Just
Now that we've had some good
Just
battles
ignore it,
to
it's
warm the
fine.
Spirits. To what do we owe the pleasure of your company?
We're heading for old Lumiere.
Okay, bye.
Hey, come on. Hey, look. I know we failed before, but look, you doofus. Don't you recognize her?
Of course I do.
Whoa.
You know what that
Who the
means.
fuck is she?
This is our shot. It might be our only shot.
This is your only shot. Out of the question. I will never join you again.
There will be a lot of fighting, though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's true.
There will be a lot of fighting.
Exactly.
Count me in then. Good. 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 Good.
Yes, good.
Noko's coming too.
I love him so much. Oh god.
As a responsible parent, this is a superb idea. Let us go to old Lumiere.
Who is his voice? His voice is familiar, but it was not as familiar as Ben Starr's, for sure. Unlock all playable characters. Take this exit and head to the north. Okay. Dope. Oh, yay! Find your way through the grandest station. Okay. Do you do anything? Like, is there something different that you do that no one else does that I have now? Rich Keeble. Why does that name sound familiar? Does he do anything big? Why does that sound so familiar? Mistake. Looking back now, why do we all scope the same thing? Do you not remember? There's a time when the tribes sought to compete in different manner throughout the eloquence battles. So we did this. Interesting. Can't see shit. I should probably order some late lunch, early dinner. Oh, hold on, Nikki. Let me read. What's your earring here? Yeah, I would guess that's probably where it comes apart. That would be my guess, yeah. Ark, thank you for the lurk. All right, I'm just gonna order something quick. I think I'll probably just get a sandwich. No, I guess I'll do a quesadilla. A quesadilla. Okay. Want a sandwich and a strawberry basil drink from Panera? Ooh, I haven't tried that yet, but that does sound really good. Okay, wooded. Peach, it almost made a mess. Oof, but oh, because it was just so juicy. Delicious and juicy. Wait, where's this go? Does this go out? We don't want to leave. Wait, we want to go back in. Yeah, we want to go. Who loves peaches? Peaches are pretty good. I thought you were just going like, I loves peaches, you know. Okay, yeah, so now there's all these people in here we can talk to. Hello. I'll be a tad warm. Too warm, really? So high above the heavens on mountains tipped with crystal clouds. Blossoms of snowflakes graced our every breath. Blizzards of yesteryear were a sight to behold. Wow. I prefer it not blizzarding, thank you. Probably dreadful for one as me. Can you guess why? Why? There's no need for clothes. We run about naked as the day we were born. As a fashion designer, my talents languish from disuse. My life needs colors and textures. I have a brilliant idea. Let me dress you. Yes! Yes. Able to best me in an eloquence battle. Yes. Yes. Finish my sentence in a wonderfully poetic way. Life blooms like a rose with petals soft and frail, where even the strongest ones pale and often reflect fear. Winter winds will whisper the ending of the tale. No. That was not poetic? Okay. Is it the long one? After you've trained. Okay, sure. The third? Okay. It's kind of what I thought too, but I was like, does that imply like death? Your words impress me. Thank you, Aya. Thank you for the biddies. Life's a canvas painted with the colors of our strife. That's the artist's final stroke compared to every life. Yeah. It's just gonna be the longest ones. Life sings a song of joy and pain. Its note both sweet and bitter. It echoes fade to stillness. Our secrets follow after. No, that doesn't. Oh, it's literally just whatever the longest one is. That's funny. All right, dress me. Aya, thank you so much. I appreciate you. There, I'm proud of this one. Can I talk to him with everybody? You're not a lady. Only ladies? Well, Who was it for? It was for Lune, right? Pure. Ooh, look at the white one. That's pretty. I mean, the baguette, though. But that's pretty. That's really pretty, though. But I have to put the baguette back on. For reasons. I like the jacket. I know, me too. The three great grandest tribes were renowned for the artistry of their discourse. We too once had grand arenas like the Jestrels, but within our arenas, eloquence landed the killing blows. I still remember the excitement of the oratory games. Every 4 years, the greatest minds came together to demonstrate their mastery over the spoken word. The debates were fierce and lengthy. I recall one bout that lasted 96 hours. We still hold these games. Not as they once were, for the three great grandest tribes no longer exist. We are all that remain. But the games were simply not a competition between us. They were a celebration and a chance to come together. And that spirit we continue to honor. These days, our debates are more humble in nature, but that allows for a more intimate competitive environment. We have faced many challenges since the fracture, but our traditions live on in one form or another. Well, that's kind of cute. Would you kindly descend from there? No. Okay. I should build a proper bridge. Something to fight back, to strike directly against Nevrons in open battle. But we are strangers to the mindset of war. We have the way. Anything is possible for the will to see through it. Yeah. Lovely sentiment of little comfort to the many who have perished. I dare say their will was as strong as yours. What? Well, shit. Well, shit. Well, shit. There we go. Come on. Come on. Oh, shit. Whee! Hello. Can't remember a time we weren't hiding from the Nevrons. Feels like only yesterday to me. Hello. Pathway leads to the treacherous region of the mountains. Your destination is Old Lumiere. You should leave via the other exit. Oh.
Expedition 65, Aurelian. The Grandes have embraced us with such warmth and hope. What a balm for the soul to know that other beings survived. That we in Lumiere are not alone. It truly is a miracle. The Grandes retreated to higher ground after Nevrons overran their lands. It is bittersweet, but at least the most important parts of their civilization will survive. Their children. Fortunately for them, they do not appear affected by the Gommage the way we are. It is painful knowing our expedition has failed. But at least we can enjoy our final days among friends.
An expedition among friends. Bonjour. Any challenges lie ahead for both of you? Please take this. Oh, thank you. Alright, so I have to go to the other exit? Where is that? Oh wait, I can probably give Monaco a bunch of points. Yeah, there we go. Okay, let's give him his skills. Oh wait, who else has points? Mail does. So, okay. Learn skills. Ooh, okay. Oh, that's literally all I have. It's just the two. I have no skill points for him? Okay. Alright, so where is this other exit? Oh, is it there? I think it's up there. I think they said it's up there. Hello. It was a pleasant meeting with the merchant, but things could have become perilous. We did well to return. There is too much we do not know about the crater. The Nevrons there are fierce. The crater, you say? Oh. Wait, is that... Where the fuck am I? Okay, there? Oh, so I keep going north, apparently? Okay. That guy looks scary with his, like, double blades and shit. I'll try. We'll give it a try. Okay. Okay, I see.
Let the ink flow.
Okay.
Let's go faster. Ready to strike.
Nice. Nice, and I got a bunch of charges too. Nice. Yeah, go ahead and heal your allies, my dude.
Let's spill some ink. From fire.
This ends now.
Nice. Nice. Okay. That wasn't so scary. Before I go into this area though.
Nice.
Oh, who was that for? Who was that weapon for? Before I go into this area, I'm just gonna take a very quick break just to stretch my legs and stretch my back. I've noticed my back is starting to cramp up a little bit because I've been sitting. So I'm gonna take just a moment. Just a moment. Everyone stretch, be right back. I got my, I don't even know what it's called. I have like a pad that can go in my chair that's supposed to like help my posture and like my tailbone and stuff. So let's see if that helps my back at all. Because if it's day one and I'm already hurting, that's a problem. The carotid parties is the one you check for a pulse on the medical. Yeah. The carotid parties. Yeah, the carotid is where you check for a pulse. Yeah.
Welcome, my friends, to old Lumiere.
Is anyone still here?
Just Nevrons.
So this is where our piece of Lumiere used to be. Before the fracture ripped apart the world and threw us into the sea.
Yep, apparently my back is committing war crimes now.
That's probably the only reason we survived.
It's a hate crime, I'm telling you. Because I hate it. It's a hate crime because I hate it. A merchant! Ooh. Fight the merchant. Let's use Lune.
A storm is coming.
I mean, it's no Monaco, but it's still pretty banger.
A storm is coming.
Oh, that was a double. Okay. Oh, there's a paint gauge right next to me. Oh, I see one of the things right there too.
Let the ink flow.
Oh, now I can use mayhem, baby. Oh, I fucked it up. Sheesh! Sheesh! Ha 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 ha. Alright, what do you have now? Algoron. Who is that for? Oh my gosh, I don't have enough. I need more money. Parfait. Wait, I need more money. How do I get money? Money! Money, please! Do I get money from fighting people? Money, please. Let's get some luck up here. There we go. Learn skills. Who has skills? Does anyone have skills? 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 5 skills. 2 skills. 4 skills. 3 skills. Okay. Can she fly because she's always high on chroma? I don't know. She has like these tattoos, which apparently is like taboo and stuff because it's like chroma tattoos. So I don't know. She could be all fucked up. I don't know why she floats. Listen, it's all weird painting shit. Oh, I was just looking. Didn't mean to walk into a cutscene, but here we are.
or need a way forward?
The heart is in the center of the city. All right? Show off a bit, Minoko.
Just admit you can't do it yourself.
Wait, is he about to smash stuff and like that's how I can get through a bunch of things? Putain, Minoko! Putain, that's my new favorite word. CL's eyes are really pretty. I like the green. What's going on, buddy?
Minoko! Why the hell did you...
Sorry, I fucked up. I just wanted to show off.
We just have to regroup. The others should be fine. Verso said the heart is in the center of Old Lumiere, right? Right. Okay, Minoko. Stop crying. We have to move.
Yes, sorry.
Aww. Aww, poor guy. Yeah, I'm separated. Okay. Yeah, that happened. Okay. So I guess now we go into the exploded building.
Friends, I beg your forgiveness for landing us in this quagmire.
It's okay, Minoko.
Oh, Lune,
Let's
don't
move
be a
on,
bitch.
Shall we?
This is creepy as fuck in here. This is creepy as fuck in here.
Doing in. Here's your card.
Okay, I don't know how to use him. Casting skills moves the wheel's pointer. Corresponding skills are more powerful. Okay. So... I can only do this one though, which is not green. It's red. Okay. That's a little much.
Your turn to dance.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Lune, attention! A storm is coming.
I was not prepared for that at all. I was not prepared for that at all. Holy shit. Okay. I actually think I'm going to revive CL.
Like a phoenix.
Okay. I can't do any of that. Can't gradient. Guess I can just attack this one. Okay.
Oh, you
Nice. Nice. Woo! CL finally got a level. Okay. Oh, I need to put stuff onto Minoko. Okay, some pictos. Yeah, okay. Healing parry. Healing counter. Longer powerful. Base attack has 1 extra hit. Yes, do that. Okay. On death, 4 AP to allies. But he's essentially going to be the B squad, though. So maybe not. We should probably put that on somebody else. Plus 1 AP on battle starts. Not terrible. No longer gain AP. AP gain AP. I don't want inverted, don't want that. Let's give that one. Play first? Oh no, Lume. I want to call her Lume because it's Lumiere, but it's Lune. I want to give these like more powerful ones up here. Yeah, I guess I'll do that one. Okay. So now I have 26 extra points. Okay. That. No, take that one off because I like having her first. How much? I have 11 points still. Okay. That's fine. Do that one. Do that one. And then one more point. There we go. Fine. Okay. How many points? She has 2 more points. There's nothing that I can use. There's nothing. Oh, no, I do. I can use last stand critical. Or accelerating last stand. Quick. Gain rush if fighting alone. Critical chance while fighting alone. Protecting last stand. Good. Okay, so we'll do that. That's fine. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. I have to heal the party. Wait, where did I just come from? Did I just come from this way? No, because I haven't done this. Okay.
How exactly did our piece of Lumiere end up on an island when the rest of the city is here?
One of the great mysteries. I wish we had more time.
That's crazy.
So much to study here.
So like where we're from is like part of this? It's crazy. Doesn't really do much damage for like how big it seems. Does that make sense? Like you turn into this big ass monster and you do like meh.
Here's your card.
Okay.
Your turn to dance.
Oh my god, I swear I pressed it.
Rune, attention.
I swear I pressed it.
I'm back. Rune, attention.
Oh, missed the last one though. I was doing so well.
What lovely feet.
I just threw a playing card at it and it died. Beautiful. Don't give up now. What you mean? I ain't done nothing of the sort.
So, Monoko, what was life like before the fracture?
The world was smaller and cozier.
paper cut.
livelier. There were
That
many
would kill
more of
me.
us Gestrels back then.
Getting a
The fracture
card
tore our
thrown in my
villages
face
apart.
would probably kill me.
Only a fraction of a fraction survived. Our forests are filled with Gestrels awaiting rebirth.
I don't know what this thing is. What is this? It's kind of eerie. Hello. I have nothing but time, I suppose, to sit and think. Are you a spirit trapped in the garage? These days, I am just a man who sits and thinks. When she was young, she'd get sad thinking about mortality. But when I asked her about her sadness, her answer surprised me. You're talking about the paintress. She paints. She wasn't scared of death itself. My food's here. She was sad because there are more works of art than she'd ever be able to see in her lifetime. So many fables from around the world that she'd never be able to collect to bring life in her workshop. All the beauty in the world she'd never get to experience that saddened her. I encouraged them to believe that their dreams are within their grasp, but she proved me a liar. She did love to challenge me. Of all of them, she and I are most alike. All of them. It's important to remember the ones we love, to keep them alive in our minds when they are far away, far, far away. It's important to remember. Are you originally from Oldemir? I paint them so that I can remember them, remember their faces. The man has gone silent. These are so weird. Like, what are these people and why? All right, I'm gonna go grab my food really quick. I'm back. Thank you for waiting again, of course, as always. Need a bite of my quesadilla. This isn't right. This is a chicken quesadilla. Which is fine, of course. But not what I ordered. I ordered it's called the Divine. And it's, roasted red peppers. Oh, it is! There's a pepper in here. So they just put chicken in my Divine for some reason. Whatever. They get murdered for their incompetence? Yeah. I have like 1 or 2 more bites left with this slice, and then I'll keep going. They heard you love poultry? True. Okay. Let's continue. I don't mind it. I just don't normally put it in my quesadilla. That's all. Cutscene. I wasn't even eating that fast. It's just quesadilla, so it's just soft.
Doesn't that look like one of Esquier's stones? Oh, yeah. Let's bring him a gift.
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I was surprised you agreed so readily to Verso's plans.
He seems to be our best bet for now. We lack too much information.
Do you trust him?
I trust that he wants to reach the Paintress, so for now, our interests are aligned.
He has been helpful.
Fair.
Still, I have this feeling he's hiding something.
Yeah, the two of them fucking know Mael. Him.
Minoko.
And Verso.
How did you meet Verso?
I don't really remember. I feel like I've always known Verso.
You mentioned traveling with other expeditions.
Quite a few.
The two girlfriends. She says she has a husband.
many?
Sael.
What happened to them?
What happened to them?
Maybe ask Verso when we find him.
Yeah, okay. Finding them comes first. Any idea what this is?
That's like her head.
I'm afraid not. This is my first time here as well.
They're friends. Ho ho ho. The other girl, Mael. Yeah, she's like 15 or 16 or some shit. She's very young.
58. They were the ones that Verso was traveling with.
I believe so. They made it surprisingly far. An axon. Interesting.
An axon, huh?
Verso is...
Yeah, she's very young.
Is this true?
And homeboy, our boy Gustav, was her brother.
Mael's with him.
We need to go. Now!
Verso would never harm her.
Oh, switching POVs now.
Can you stand? Minoko gets a bit carried away sometimes.
My back hurts, but I'm fine.
Good. The others are probably heading towards the center of the city. We'll rejoin them there.
Find treasures along the way.
Feels like home.
Yeah, because the Gamage was 32. And they said she was half their age. So she's like 15 or 16, yeah.
Minoko fits well in the disaster expedition, eh?
Yeah. It does. After you.
So are we gonna have this little guy to help fight? Or are we not gonna fight? It's just the two of us.
Speaking of
just
home,
the two of us.
Where do you live in Lumiere?
Above a bakery near the center. Angelique's Boulangerie.
Aw.
I ate there every morning. I wonder if it's still there.
It's called Mathilde's now. When this is over, you should go and visit.
That's cute. Okay. I feel like I'm definitely gonna have to fight something with just the two people. See. Fuck it. We ball. Fuck it, we ball. The thing that's gonna suck though is that neither of them have AoE like Lune does.
Flames. Rain.
Blitz does one hit, but you can hit him a second time. Alright, do this one.
I've got this.
Oh my, I missed every single one of them. Every single one I missed. Almost everyone. Try again and not suck this time. You.
I've got this.
That one up.
Watch out, Mael. Oh well.
Just get absolutely fully fucked. Okay.
Manage.
I feel like they do that too late. Does that make sense?
I would have lived. Let's go fast.
Ooh. It'd be so cool if I could do a little bit more fracking damage.
That's better.
Timing of the third one, I just keep getting fucked up. That one that time.
Let's carve a path.
I got that one that time. Are you back in the village? So apparently this is like yes but no, because apparently from what I've seen or what I just understand, the village is actually like this, but like a chunk has been taken out. So like the village that we know, that we live in, is like missing from this.
Bring it on.
Oh my god, he's gonna kill me in the last time. Fuck. He has literally has one hit left. All right. He has 10 Lumina points available. Let's do that one. She only has 2 points, which I don't have. Go see Fantastic Four. I know, I was thinking about going to go see it somehow this week, but obviously I'm streaming, so I'll have to see it next week. Or I'll just take a 4-hour break. It's fine. Alright, how are our weapons? Oh yeah, this is the new one. Let's try it. That just looks cool. We can try it. Ooh. It's a big difference from the pretty shiny sword that I like. Alright, do you have any big AoEs? Spark, Fire, Swift Stride, Pierce. No, you don't. Do you? Paradigm Shift is fine, but it doesn't really do great damage. Huh. Deals low light damage to all enemies, one hit. Okay. I'll do that one instead of Paradigm Shift. Even though Paradigm Shift gives me more AP back. Alright, let's try again. Let's not suck at dodging, because that's the problem. It's that 3 attack one that keeps getting me.
Finesse and grace.
Ready to strike.
Alright, let's try this new one here. Wow, really does low. Okay.
Let's spill some ink.
Are you kidding? I just immediately beat it that time. Sure. That's fine. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool.
I never said there was treasure.
Ooh, should I go down more? Oh, I can't. Yes, I can.
Melanie, 5th of February.
Oh, it just says survivor.
The
It
Brigadiers are
doesn't even
overdue
say.
from their mission to the monolith, and we've lost half our remaining fighting strength to these creatures and their relentless assault. All adults have taken up arms, but I'm a bookkeeper. What am I supposed to do? Count them before they slaughter us? We've hidden the children. At least they're warm and dry in the cellars, but rations are running low. Things are calmer now at the hospital, but that's because most die before we can get to them.
Go away, little.
I guess I'm living out of
single
pure
man.
stubbornness at this point. Survival isn't really survival anymore. Everyone's so quiet lately.
Fractured
Afraid we'll draw
survivor.
attention. Sometimes I talk to myself just to hear another human voice. Trevor, you promised I could die before you. You promised.
So look, it says Simon and we heard about Julie. Like Julie has something to do with Verso. He mentioned her before. Woo! I really don't want to fight with 2 people, to be honest. It's kind of tough.
Flames spray.
I've got this.
No damage at all. That's cool. Oh, I was too slow. Fuck. I was doing so good before.
Oh well. I've lived through worse.
Well. Well, shit. Oh, you're weak to ice, huh?
Not impressed.
Oh yeah. Don't think, just dodge. I wish. Let's go get this thing he was protecting. Dodge ram?
Nice.
A dodge ram? Yeah. Ugh. Why are you guys such pains in my asses? Oh no. Didn't get the first attack.
Watch
Can't
out,
get that
Mael.
fucking third one like an idiot.
Let's spill some ink.
I'll manage.
Okay.
Why do you get two?
Watch out, Mael. Watch out, Mael.
Not looking good.
Not looking good is right, bitch.
Ready to go. So dodge. I'm ready.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh, look, a cutscene for some reason.
We're a pretty good team.
Wait, where'd he go?
Verso?
I should have turned the camera around like an idiot.
Verso? Putain.
Putain.
Where did he go?
Did he just go maj? What happened? Where did he go?
So, where did you go? I need to find Lune and Ciel.
Wait.
Quickly.
Wait. There, yeah, I was like, there was a thing here. Yeah.
Nice.
Wait, I ain't fighting nobody by myself. Are you fucking kidding me? Because I'm gonna get in that fight and it's gonna be fucking 27 people. Yeah, listen, Act 1 was called Gustav, and who fucking died? Gustav. Act 2 is called Verso. Now who do you think's gonna fucking die? Just saying, there's a trend. I played enough video games, I know. Come here, bitch. Verse 2, put him in the ICU. No. My heart can't handle it. My heart. What's this? Can I go in here? No? Whatever. This game is like, explore, but don't really, because we won't really let you go anywhere. Like, what is it? Why can't I go there?
Perfect.
I'm not a fan of the fact that you can't go to camp, like, whenever you need to. I don't want to fight these two guys at the same time. Like, that's really not really fair. I guess I have to. Can I bait one of them? Come here. Come here. Can I bait you? Are you gonna be alone or are you gonna be two of you? Yeah, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it was gonna happen.
Flames, rage. Let's dance.
Yeah, you literally have to do this like hit list. All right, can I run past them? Like, I don't feel like I'm strong enough to be able to take on two at the same time. Wait, is this the other side of where I just was? Oh my gosh, it was. I could have just gone that way? That's crazy. That's crazy. Goodbye.
Think I'm close.
Ooh, what's that building? Wait, is that the manor? Like, is that the actual manor?
This manor's intact. Why does it feel so familiar?
Because it's the manor. Yeah.
Know this place.
Let me save. There we go. Upgrade attributes. If I get the dodge down, oh my gosh, imagine being a gamer. Imagine. Why does it still say upgrade? I fucking can't. There's no one else to upgrade. Stop lying to me, game. 6. Okay, what is this? Deals high single target fire damage, one hit, and crit damage increase for each. Ooh, okay. Let's get this one. Yeah. Okay, so what's over here, first of all? Ooh. A random door. The manor, but I'm in the bathroom. Okay.
Nice.
Renoir. Can I take a bath? No. This is kind of cute. The little have a little potty over there. Ooh. Oh, this is someone's bedroom. Oh, this is. Oh my gosh! Imagine being rich, guys.
Hello. With someone who refuses to talk. We don't even share the bonds of grief anymore. She walks her path, and I walk mine. I don't exist to her. None of us do. She's left us all behind to drown by ourselves so that she can drown alone.
Renoir. Look at the guitar. I kind of like wish I could just like take everybody's clothes all the time. Oh, that's this room? Oh, interesting. Sucker Punch? I love Sucker Punch. Well, I mean, I feel like it's kind of Sucker Punch because I feel like none of it's real. I feel like we're in a painting of some sort or something to do, like, I don't think any of it's real, for sure. Open. Open! Oh, why is it all weird and cloudy over here? It pushes me off. Okay. Cutscene. Oh my gosh, stop. I definitely don't enjoy this as much with the chicken in it, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, who's that? That's not the curator.
I knew you'd open the door for her.
Oh, here comes the guy. Yep.
Really, Verso? This was your plan?
Oh, wait. So that's not her, because she's alive. What? What the fuck?
How many times must you hurt our family?
No, you don't get to lecture me on family.
Why do you refuse to see I am doing this for us?
Wait, is that his dad?
Yet you insist on rushing toward death. You're trying to stop the wrong cycle.
You're doing this.
Was that his dad? And the other one's his mom? And his sister?
Of course.
But why was this? Why was
It's
the
easier for you to think
masked
that,
girl kind of creepy about it?
isn't it? Easier to betray us if I'm the villain.
That's got to be his dad.
So moved. I'm gonna fucking kill him.
It's got to be his dad.
You haven't told her the truth, have you, son?
Called it.
Sorry we're late. We were busy doing a bit of reading. Were you planning on sharing that this man, the man who murdered our team, is your father?
Called it.
Family is not my favorite topic. Right, can we talk about this later? I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Homeboy got daddy issues.
Let us stain them.
Oh my god, I do no damage.
She won't help you this time.
Fuck.
I'm not angry. Just disappointed.
Too early. Okay. Well, shit.
Tearing this family apart.
should be fighting by my side.
I'm trying to learn the timing for this shit.
This will hurt.
Can you give my friends back, please? Too fucking early.
Eyes up, no cover.
Not at that time. Okay. Fuck me!
Here's your card.
Your turn to shine. Time to bleed.
Should I?
Violence.
What? Jeez, how are you supposed to like learn these shits? I'm fucking dodging, dude.
I'm waiting.
Ah! I got all of them except for the last fucking one, apparently. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Oh my God, look how much health he just got back. Oh, I'm like stunned or whatever. I can't move. Yeah. That sucks. I couldn't dodge any of it because I was like stunned. Yeah, he got 44k health back. Am I supposed to fail that? No, I'm not supposed to fail that. Okay. Makes sense. Makes total sense. Oh, he just chilling there. He just big chilling, just waiting.
I'd really like for you all to survive this.
Oh no! You just go right back into it. Hi, Loz. Welcome in. How are you? Okay.
Forced
Okay.
us to this point.
Oh, too slow. Oh, no, I wasn't too slow. Yes. Oh, nice. Okay.
A storm is coming.
Okay. That does not do a lot of damage to him, okay? Okay, are you just not... No, you just don't want to do anything? That's cool.
I'm not angry.
Okay. See if I can get it again. Not at that time. Okay, so that's the most important one, is to just not let them get vanished. So what was the bombshell? Dad versus lad? I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. I know. Yeah, that was the big bombshell, is that he's Papa. Papa? Papa?
You're outmatched.
Brace yourself.
Tearing this family apart.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa.
Let the ink flow.
No, I need to do wildfire. Damn.
This ends now.
Oh, that was crazy.
Feel the burn.
I'm ready.
This guy has like 1,000 kajillion bajillion health. And he's gonna fucking heal himself too, like a jerk off.
Flames. Rain.
Watch out, my should be fighting by your side.
Oh, I didn't know there was one more. Well, shit. Alright. Woo, okay. Summon strange masks. Oh my lord. Oh my god, I didn't even know what the fuck that was gonna be. I didn't even know. Okay. Holy shit. Let's go. Let's go. Whatever you're doing is cheating. Is that their grandpa? No, it's the big bombshell just before this fight was that's Verso's father.
Everyone all right?
Oh.
Loco's broken.
Why don't you accept who you are?
He called her Alicia. They have the same eyes.
What is that? Will you tell me your name?
Where did it go? No, 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 no. Alicia.
Fuck!
Oh, Dory. Thank you, mon ami.
Bro, I can't play this game anymore. Why is this game so sad?
Care to explain? Your father.
I don't think of him as my father anymore.
Doesn't matter.
Why
does-
didn't you just tell
not how
us?
it works.
Because it's private. And it's painful and it's none of your business. I cut ties with him decades ago.
Lying by omission is still lying.
I've told you everything you need to know.
I'd rather make that determination for myself.
I think we can all understand where each other's coming from, right? He hasn't steered us wrong yet. But we're a team now. And we won't get very far if we don't trust each other.
Family's complicated.
Friend, you've traveled miles, spinning in
That's sad.
circles, your blind eyes on the dial, stripping off.
The stories say that Gestrels
The last one sniffling. Just a little misty-eyed, no sniffling yet.
Is that true? Can you bring Noko back?
Partially.
Partially.
We can bring Noko back to life. But not all of Noko will return. It will be a different Noko. The one you knew is gone.
I'm so very sorry, my friend. And all for naught. The painter's heart was in that manor, and now it's gone. We have no way to access the monolith.
Expedition 58 seemed to think you knew another way.
What?
We found 58 and their journals.
So that's how you... I wasn't hiding it. If that's what you're implying. It's a dead end.
Wait, what are you talking about?
There's someone else who can help us.
Oh, the curator.
Excuse me. Is it true? Can you make a weapon that can pierce the barrier? Do you need something from the Axons? Do you need their hearts?
Look, to create this weapon, he needs enormous amounts of pure chroma, which is way beyond what we can get from Nevrons. The only source are axons, yes. But like I said, that's a dead end. It's impossible.
Why?
Yeah.
What are axons?
They're massive creatures living on islands around the monolith. They're much stronger and much more dangerous than Nevrons. I can't die, and I still couldn't take them down.
Yet we found the corpse of one in Old Lumia.
I mean, you can
so
die.
it's
You've
possible.
died a few times because I don't have skill.
But I'm telling you, listen to me, please. Our chances of taking them down without you lot dying are close to zero.
We don't know
Close,
yet,
but
Dave.
not zero. Death is coming either way. And as expeditioners, if we die fighting.
Wonderful pep talk.
I know.
So we have to find these axons, I guess.
All right, if we're going to fight the Axons, then let's be smart about it.
What do you mean?
I've had a few rough encounters with the Axons. There are 3 located on islands around the monolith, and we need at least 2 hearts to get enough chroma. One lives on a mountain too high for us to reach, so that one's out. We should start with the one to the
Wait,
west.
can't
of the monolith.
SKA
It's
fly?
already been weakened by previous expeditions, right?
Yeah, good idea. Maximize our chances.
Or we embrace the challenge and pick the one in the east.
I like your spirit.
Thank you.
Did you listen to what I just said?
Oh no. Yeah, but didn't I just get him a rock? What rock did I just give him? Alright, time to fuck everybody.
All these years and you've never defeated an axon.
They're kind of tough.
They're all having paint thinner. Can't believe none of y'all find that paint thinner was funny. Oh, what did he say? Oh, he hands you paint thinner? Oh, 2 paint thinner jokes, and I laughed
do
at
you
Dave's
think our
first because I
chances
read
are
it first.
close
I'm
to
sorry.
0?
I didn't think you cared about odds.
Rose is just in the
Lume and I have less than
shadows,
a year.
listening to
But
stupid things I say.
Mayor's different.
One of times as I want to spend fucky time.
Story time?
Let me think.
Come on. You've been alive for over 60 years. You must have tons of stories.
Over 100 years, actually. So, it's hard to choose.
It was funny.
You're 100 years old and so indecisive?
Wait, so how old? So, okay, he's 100, but how old is he?
All right. Let me think.
How long have you been 17? Something deeply personal. There we go.
Okay. I'm going to share something deeply personal with you.
Oh, I'm so intrigued.
It's about my hair.
Oh my god.
Your hair? That's a bit literal on the dark and personal.
Hey, I'm sharing a heartfelt secret here. Do you want the story or not?
I do.
Please, do share.
Sometime after the fracture, my hair turned completely white, like an old man.
Go deep. Exactly, Steph.
Luckily, the Gestural village has a hairstylist quite skilled in color treatments.
Oh my god, he dyes his hair.
Lucky.
But he's always napping when I get there, and his apprentice always mucks things up. I'm lucky my hair's not purple this time.
Purple could be fun.
So, your turn.
That was hardly dark or personal.
I mean, that's a little personal for, like, you know, a dude to be like, hey, I have to dye my hair.
White hair? Old man, I'm revealing myself here.
All you've revealed is that you're vain and that you're really bad at making appointments.
Vain? Hey, I'm not the one with all the bracelets and rings.
Actually, my students made these bracelets for me to remember them by.
And she has none of them on because I have her in a skin.
Because chances are we'll never see each other again.
Not necessarily.
I'm an optimist. But I'm also a realist. My youngest student is 6. Her parents will gommage when she's 12, and she herself won't live past 21.
So they age? I don't understand. Are children the only ones that age? When do they stop aging? I don't understand. Everybody ages, but they don't though, because like because there's nobody older than the age of the gommage. Even though, like, okay, so let's just say, for example, somebody's birthday is in December and the gommage is in June. Like, they're gonna turn the age after the gommage. So, like, when their age exceeds the number on the monolith. I mean, I guess that makes more sense, but that's still stupid. There's a lot of flaws in this fantasy
Her parents did the
gommaging
maths.
here.
They'll have 12 years as a family, and she'll experience 21 years of life. These are the choices we get to make.
It's dream style, yeah.
The earlier you have children,
Maybe
the
it
more
started at
time you
100
get
and
to
worked their way
share with
back.
them,
Now everyone at 33 is
the
the
more
oldest,
life
but
they'll
they're
get to live.
yeah. No, you're right, Steph. It started at 100 and it counted back. And I guess Ark clarified that like you don't have to be the age of the number to gommage. You have to be everybody older than that number and below, or up to that age and older gommages. I got it. No, it's what Ark said. So if you if the gommage is 33 and you're not 33 and you turn 33 after the gommage, that's 33. The next year when the gommage is 32, you'll gommage anyway because you're older than 32. So I get it now. I get it. I get it. I get it. I'm just dumb and don't understand video games, I guess. I get it.
And
I thought people like stopped
every year you
aging
wait,
because they said that to what's his face. They're like, he's like the gommage doesn't affect me and I don't age or whatever.
You're shortening your child's life.
Precisely.
You don't have any children, though.
No, I don't, but I have my students.
Students?
One of my friends, Sophie, said it best.
Sophie. R.I.P. Sophie.
She said she loves her children so much, the best thing she could do for them is not to have them. See? Dark and
I bet you
personal.
that's why. I bet you that's why her and Gustav broke up. I bet he wanted to have a family and stuff and she didn't.
Yeah, you've set the bar high.
Come back with a better story next time.
CL appreciates first of slightly more than before. Oh my gosh, what's our fucky level? 2? Oh my gosh! It's like scrubbing or something like that. Spend a bit too long teasing each other before going back to the others. Ooh. Is she still married? She says she has a husband.
Lune.
She liked Gustav for his naivete.
Okay.
Want to spend time with Lune? Yes. He died? Why? Why do you do this?
I've been wondering, why stay on the continent alone? Why not return to Lumia?
I did. I went back. Helped with the rebuild. After the fracture, we didn't have anything. Food, shelter, none of it.
Things must have been chaotic then.
Nothing like the end of the world to bring out the best and worst in us. I almost missed those times. You know the dome shield? My father and I
There's the dome.
helped build that.
Dave.
Oh. Why'd you leave then?
Those early expeditions, They were search and rescue. We didn't know about the Paintress then.
Dome Depot.
We just wanted to find our loved ones. Like my mother.
Yeah, so is the weird, creepy, like, ghost lady kind of thing his mom? And he called Mael Alicia, but then he said something else about Alicia being gone. So I think that girl and Mael are both Alicia. What's up with his hand? Why does it look like he has, like, tree bark on it?
I see. But this time, you didn't go back.
People didn't trust me. Guess I'm hard to trust.
Perhaps.
Guess they thought I knew more than I did. Halfway to the monolith, I was betrayed. Barely escaped. Kind of killed my interest in returning home. What about you? Do you miss home?
I spent my whole life studying the Paintress and the monolith. This is where I need to be.
What a long-winded way to avoid answering the question.
Yes, there are things I miss.
You paint such a vibrant picture.
If you must know what I really miss of viennoiserie.
Viennoiserie, what are those?
Ooh, good answer.
What are
I
viennoiseries?
miss those too.
Cupcakes?
What?
I enjoyed this conversation.
High praise.
Lune feels more relaxed in Verso's presence. She appreciates that Verso has shared actual useful information. Relationship level increase. So, okay. So, is Verso supposed to be, like, our main character now? Verso feels ignored and goes back to the others? Because if I turn into somebody else... Oh, I can't. Oh, it literally makes me be Verso. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm sorry. I know.
Oops, I didn't mean to skip that.
I'm ready.
When the time is right.
We're gonna spend time. Yes, let's spend some bro time together.
I see you got stronger.
Well, I didn't spend the last few years hiding in the mountains.
The mountain where a Pellerin cut you in half and you cried for my help.
Yeah, the mountain where a Stalag stomped you and I had to evacuate you.
In camp, you were stuck as Verso. You know what's funny? I was looking through earlier, like looking at the achievements and stuff, and I did notice that there was no achievement for maximizing your relationship level with Verso. So clearly that makes sense.
You want to fight?
Well, unlike Jestrels, I need sleep, so I'll pass.
Coward.
Have you seen how weak you are
What a
now?
gamer.
I beat you blindfolded.
In the mountains, I have learned inner peace. These petty provocations do not work on me anymore.
I've missed our little excursions. Yeah, you do too, I know.
They are old friends, yeah.
Remember our first battle against the duelist?
Sure do. We got our asses kicked pretty hard.
And this one time we tried to swim to the Red Tree Island and you got eaten by that snake.
Oh yeah, it turns out living inside a snake's belly is possible when you're mortal. Carving my way out was a nightmare though.
Immortal, huh? Remember the time you got stuck under a building?
Remember that time you got stuck under a building for a year?
And you thought I went back to the village, so you abandoned me. Good times. Oh, and remember when...
Fall back into the familiar pattern of their camaraderie. Oh, cute. My Monaco level increased. My Monoko level increased. I have an itch on my back that I cannot get, and it's absolutely been killing me. It's like just below where I can go from above, and it's just above where I can go from below. I'm dying. I'm actually dying. Ugh. I need a back scratcher.
Good times indeed.
I need a back scratcher. Oh my gosh, how is it so... Back scratcher on the wish list? I know. Oh, okay. Spend a bit more time bragging before going back to the others. Okay. I like talking to Esquier.
I'm mad.
Why?
Esquier.
I'm stinking mad.
Why?
About Noko.
That was mean. I thought he cared.
Oh.
Renoir's not being Renoir.
He's not. I know, buddy. I'm mad too.
So Esquier knows them too.
She reminds me of someone.
The male?
Well.
Have I met her before?
Well, you also thought you knew CL.
Oh, but I do. Wait, don't I?
I returned. I had town hall meeting. Disgusting. Another innocent type character. Stop.
You're the one who says all humans seem the same to you.
Oh well, that's because you're all cousins. Same, but
Same.
different.
Right, so maybe it's that.
Yes. Ah, just like Verso is Verso's cousin. Mael is Mael's cousin. Yes, that's it. You're so very wise.
Yep. Verso the Wise.
Verso the Wise. One question. Yes, what's up, Arhan? Oh, it was a gay town hall? Wow. Hope you gave him a piece of your mind. At gay town hall, you mean?
Oh, great name. Oh, can I be Esquier the Great? No, wait. How about Esquier the Brave? Oh, no. Esquier the Great is better.
Do you want any tips? No, I've just kind of been just learning as I go along, honestly. That's when I had assumed it was a regular town hall.
You're just a big ball of nonsense sometimes, aren't you?
That's why we're best friends.
Best friends. Their bond grows. Unless it's just like a general, like, very general, vague. Talk about more nonsense before going back to the others. All right, who's left? Mayo?
Ready for the axons?
Of course you are. Mayo. Triple check for one recommendation. It's a general thing, not a gameplay. Okay, sure. 1 to 2, I know. Deal more damage and dodge more, I wish. I really do wish I was better at the dodging and parrying. Just tank damage, it's fine.
Esquier would be horrified that we're throwing stones into the lake.
Or he'd be super happy because we're sending them soaring on fun little adventures.
Oh, so they're like little rock expeditioners.
Exactly.
Would that make you the paintress then?
Clearly, I'm Lumiere. I'm launching them on their journey and watching them from afar. Stone after stone after stone, knowing they'll never come back.
Poetic but kind of depressing for a 16-year-old. There are some enemies that are questionable. I was hard-headed and just kept until a friend said just go to the monolith, focus on the story, and exploring will come easier. That's the tip because he was right. Yeah, I've kind of been doing that too. Like, I'll like fight here and there, but sometimes I'll just avoid stuff to go to the next like actual story objective. I'll come back. Especially because I'm only in like the mid-20s, mid to high 20s, and like level like 99 or whatever is the max.
You get it.
Yeah, I enjoy depressing poetry too.
That doesn't surprise me.
Is that what you're writing in your notebook all the time? depressing poetry.
What's with his arm? Is that, I can't, is that armor? It's gotta be armor. I see like the strings at the bottom there.
It's not all depressing. Why, what do you write about? You don't seem like a sunshine and rainbows type.
Mostly poetic insults to use on Monoko.
That can, oh my god, no. There was a couple times where I'm like, I'm doing no damage. Like, if like after this death, I'm gonna move on.
Actually, writing is cathartic for me. It helps. Getting the thoughts out of my head and onto the paper. Giving shape to my feelings.
Can I see?
Why do they spell whoa like that? Whoa! Is there a lot of alternate dialogue, you reckon? You mean like between the two different choices? I feel like one is kind of like the correct choice, and one is like the choice where they will be like, actually, but like this instead.
Do I get to read yours?
Mine's kind of personal.
Well, so is mine.
See, that's where you're smart. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I
bet
played
you
like listen,
secretly
I
want
like
people to read it.
I'm basically handling this like turn-based Elden Ring. You know?
Okay, fine. I'll let you read mine if I get to read yours.
Okay, deal.
Be kind though.
Yeah, I can't promise that.
Lol. Friendship level. After Mahale is done teasing. All right, that's everybody. Check up. As in, it's held by a move that means like, yeah, exactly.
So, the masked person with Renoir, that's your sister?
Yeah, also you, somehow.
Not a hard leap to make.
Her name's Alicia.
Yeah, but you called her Alicia.
What's wrong with her? She wears a mask all the time, she never talks, and she's always staring.
She was trapped in a fire a long time ago. Damaged her face and her throat, so, yeah.
Why did they come to see me?
I don't know. That surprised me when he told me. She helped me before. I thought she'd help me again, but it seems she's chosen a different side.
Disappointed not a single bathing suit? Yo, fuck that obstacle course. Fuck that obstacle course. I did it while I was still fucking crying over Gustav, and I got so frustrated.
Family is complicated, right?
Yeah.
Do you want the armband back?
What?
I feel like a fraud wearing it, given, you know.
Wear it anyway. You said you chose your side, right?
I did. You're not upset with me.
Strangely, no. I hate secrets, but Gustav always gave people the benefit of the doubt. And your actions are what matters. I trust you.
Thanks.
You've been all bathing suits team? Yeah, I actually like really haven't been goofing around too much with the skins. Some of them aren't that like I have the baguette ones, obviously. I don't have any for Verso though, do I? Oh, I do. Wait, what's the difference? Oh, the armband. Okay, let's listen to our new music to get our stuff. Where is... Where's the good one? Where's the Monoko one? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, no. No, I wanted to write in the journal and I forgot. SKA ability unlocked. Swim through coral. Yes! Expedition escape. Escape can now take you to the continent from any expedition flag. Ooh. So I can go through these now? These, I think. Yeah.
Swim, swim.
Goodbye, 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 goodbye. Just lately, I think as you progress. Swim, swim. Swim, swim. I can't go deep still though, can I? Nope. Nope, come here. Thank you.
What have we here?
Coral! Coral! Ooh, with this. Are these fighties? These look like fighties. What's this lady? Lady? Oh shit. Oh shit.
Let us stain them.
Radiance away. Just try it.
Ballet?
Ready to evade.
What?
Not impressed.
Danger!
What the fuck? I don't even know what happened there.
Let the ink flow.
Well, you see.
Here we go again.
I'm adding that hot frosty to my bio. Which one? Existential musings had us all questioning reality.
Take cover!
Damn it!
Ready to evade. Ready to evade.
Ready to carry it. On me.
Well, shit. Oh, that's a 3. Okay.
Eyes up, Minoko.
I'd love to.
Okay, I literally pushed it every single time. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm already dead, my guy. Chill out. Yeah, this isn't happening right now for sure.
Not today. I'm waiting.
I'm pushing the button. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going back there though. I don't do enough damage. That happens to me too, and on expert. That's annoying. Yeah, it's just like, whatever. I was just curious. I was just curious how strong they were. Oh wait, wasn't I over here before? 4. Oh shit. I just ran right into that dude. Ran right into that dude.
On me.
Oh. Stop it. Too early.
Just try it.
It's hard to tell who they're being shot at sometimes, and I miss time. Come on, you can't dodge a foot to the face. Get out of here.
My turn.
My turn. 6.
Brace yourselves.
Oh, fuck.
Luna, careful.
Okay.
I never know who he's fucking shooting them at. Alright, I'll get the timing. I'll get the timing of that one literally like as I'm about to die. Really is like 7 hours long. I don't doubt that. It's a pretty decently sized game. Wait, this is the rock quarry, which I've already been to, right? Yeah. Okay, so we can continue forward then, I guess. What is this dragon?
Let us get wet.
Did I tell you stupid nerd facts about this game? No. I don't want to fight that face yet either. See, this is where I was before, and I was like, how the fuck do you go here? Is this the boat graveyard? Yeah. Do I want to know stupid nerd facts about the game? Sure. As long as none of them are like spoilers, then yeah, sure. Oh, my nose is itchy. Wait, is this the beach that I already did before? Yeah, I did this. Okay, I did this already.
Let us get wet.
There's this tower that I don't think I can get to. The whole soundtrack is somebody from SoundCloud. That's kind of cool.
Time for a swim.
The VA after animating the characters? Do you mean the like? Because I've seen the French VAs. Oh, what's this guy? This might be a bad idea. They have nothing on English? Right, but they were the ones who did it. The mocap. Oh, no damage.
Brace yourselves.
Yikes. Yeah, that's fine. No, we're not even sending our reserve team in. We're leaving. The health bar moved. Not enough. Not enough. Chromatic jar. Yeah, especially because if you... Yeah. That was like a one-hit KO to my entire existence there. I just want to find, like, more, like, fun things to do.
What have we here?
I just want more fun. More ha-ha fun. Go talk to that big white dude. Nah, I think I'm okay. He seems like he's very busy right now. Respective islands to forge a weapon to be able to pierce the monolith barrier. Every time. Oh wait. Whee! We built a friendship? Yeah, because you probably spent 7 hours trying to fight him. Well, there's a face there. Do we go to the face? What time is it? 5:15. I think it's almost time for a little stretch break. I think it might be stretch break time. We gotta be able to do this for hours. Blurf, blurf, blurf. Alright, can I upgrade my weapons at all?
Immediately.
Alright, let's check with the bro dog over here before we go on. Okay. How many luminas do I have? I have so many. Okay. Okay. I'm doing so well. I'm trying. What am I using? Oh, I'm using that. Oh, it still does more damage though, doesn't it? Oh wait, no it doesn't. 493. 522. Oh, I should be changing that for sure. Alright, let me do that real quick before I forget. No. Lune. Give me this new one here. 522. Hell yeah. Okay. Do Batulum. What is this? Melarium. Allies recover 20% health when switching to a virtuose stance. Apply shell when health is above 80? That's crazy. We're 65, 563, yeah. I've only got the one. She's still in her highest. I changed hers. Okay. Alright, I am going to take a little break. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to refill my water bottle. Stretch my legs, all that jazz. So. Be back in a couple minutes, guys. Enjoy. Everyone go stretch your legs.
Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouveras effet. Clair obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouveras sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouveras effet. Clair obscur, bordé aux peintures, trouveras sans elle. Oh, clair obscur. Trouveras-tu clair obscur, guardé aux peintures? Clair obscur, trouble de rature, courera et fait. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. Clair obscur, trouble de rature, trouvera et fait. Clair obscur, guardé aux peintures, trouvera sans elle. S'en va dans l'oubli éternel et Gustave.
I don't know why I didn't just leave you playing with that when I left. I literally sat here for a minute just dancing. That smooth jazz noodling. It's so good, guys. The beginning is so good. Let's do it one more time. Everyone get your dance emotes ready. Let's do it one more time. You ready? Oh, it's so good. It's so good. And then it gets all mellow. Man, it's a fucking crime. It's a crime how good this song is. Ugh.
Oh, hi, thanks for checking in. I'm
What's
still
up,
a piece
Paul?
of garbage.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. It's the best song ever. Hi, Paul. What's up? Welcome in. Thank you so much. This song is so beautiful. Oh, it's more than beautiful. It's the best song that's ever been created. It's the best song that's ever been created.
So this is Visage Island.
Zazie Beetz, Swing the Baguette scene in Atlanta. Really?
Are those
It's funny.
faces?
To that too.
Infinite sea of them.
Okay. So it's creepy here is what I'm gathering. Alright, I wonder what level I'm
lovely.
supposed to be fighting these dudes. 24 hours straight with no... I've never done smelling salts, no. My record... I tried to do 24-hour stream and my record was 22 and a half hours. And I could not keep my eyes
Where's
open
the
anymore.
island? Singing.
This melody.
This is creeping me out.
I don't like all these faces. $69. Nice. No, let me touch the flag. Let me touch the site of grace. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm not a fan.
What's it doing?
It's not attacking.
Was that an invitation?
So it seems.
Feels like a trap.
I don't mind a straightforward path for once. Better than battling through a mountain of Neverons.
No, Verso's right. Something feels off.
Like the lights? Fuck.
Oh, I'm harmless. You don't need those.
Well, if you're harmless, then these weapons will stay harmless too.
Touche. Well, Visage invites you to join him in his chamber at the end of this path. I assume that's why you're here.
Where do the other paths lead?
You're free to traverse them. Masks are not just to obscure, they may also illuminate. Look for the masks that you need.
Meaning?
The invitation stands.
So masks has to be
Head straight to the axe.
something else, obviously.
Or take the other paths?
First off, there's a merchant right there. New set piece, new jams. I do like that they do that. That's probably why the soundtrack is 70 hours long. Visage sounds French. Trade. %15% of all heals affecting other characters. That's actually pretty good. That's almost all of my chroma. Alright, let's put it on. Let's put it on Lune. Where'd it go? Here it is, healing share. Okay, now I've got 6 luminas to fix here. Okay, cleansing tint. Intense also remove all statics. Okay, that's fine. What is SOS shell? Apply shell when falling before. Okay, that's fine. And then what do we have for 3? When fighting, yeah, she gets to be the last one standing more often than I would like to admit. Okay, so that's the way to go. Or is this the... Which way is the way to go? That way, right? Breloom. Nope. Why did you turn the lights off? What other paths are there over here? Why do you switch the lights? That's so weird and creepy. Ew, okay. Ew, it ate me! Wait, it brought me somewhere else? It's a teleporter? That's crazy. Men. Wait, this one's a hand. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, they're like oh my god, they start standing up and then they go on all fours. Disgusting. These are like straight out of, like, these particular costumes look just like the the Windmill Village ladies. Oh, I missed. Wait, what? I missed?
Let's go fast.
That's weird. You're resistant to ice, okay. Well.
Okay.
Oh, it's too early? Too late. Too late. Okay.
Let's spill some ink.
Okay, fine. I don't like the twitching, I know. It's creepy. Alright, what does the hand do? Does the hand do anything? No? Thought the hand was gonna grab me and take me somewhere else. 69. Go back to the content. Oh yeah, that's right. That's an SKA ability.
It seems so joyful. I'm almost jealous.
On the surface, at least.
What is
He
going
who guards
on?
truth with lies.
No! I'm just looking!
What have we here?
Oh my gosh, everything's so terrifying.
69th Expedition.
We gotta come back for it, I'm sorry. Oh my god. I knew that was gonna happen.
A storm is coming.
Alright, well. Oh my god, its shield is a face.
Watch out, Marielle.
Oh, I missed the last one. Okay, fine. Haha, 69. Okay, okay.
I'm ready.
Run. Back. A storm is coming.
Oh my god, I can't believe I fucking missed that. Doesn't matter, I killed it. Well, got whatever that was. This is so bright, I can't see. Oh my gosh, oh wait! Who is this one for? Oh, it's a Verso one! It's a Verso! Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. This is so important to me right now, guys. It's so important that we win this fight.
Take down their shields.
Let's carve a path.
Oh my god, it does no damage.
Let's go faster. Let's carve a path.
I need to break him.
Incoming.
Okay.
I'm not giving up. Flames. Brave.
Just break already, son of a bitch.
Elements converge.
I need 7. Alright, so I need to just attack because I need AP for him. Ciao.
Brace yourselves.
Oh shit.
Not looking good.
Well, shit. Okay, that's made his break meter go up a lot.
Let's finish this.
Ready to parry.
That one I think I like know pretty well, and I probably could parry it, but I don't really want to risk it to BH TBH.
Break.
Didn't break him. It's close though. Getting close to being broken. That's wild. Oh, the last one got me. Damn it, I was doing so good.
Let's carve a path.
Let's carve a path.
Let's go fast. You're outmatched.
Bro, how are you not fucking broken?
You don't get to die yet.
Oh, come on. I was like the splittest of the splittest second late on that one. Ugh. Annoying. Alright, I'm gonna do this. This is such a waste, but do that.
Last ditch effort.
Okay, and then... Why are you not fucking broken yet? And then you... If I do this... We should give everybody 15%. I did. Okay, I gave everyone. Okay. How is he not fucking broken yet? I'm actually losing my shit right now.
You can't escape. Some help. Not giving up. Flames. Brave.
I'll manage. Didn't really need it.
Elements converge.
Bro, how is he not fucking broken yet? Fuck, I missed the third one again. I don't understand.
Not looking good.
The parry timing, I think, is ever so slightly different. I think
Take down their shields.
than the dodge timing.
I'm ready. A storm is coming.
Okay.
Not looking good.
I just don't get why the pretend sledgehammer actually damages you. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta take a turn to heal. Which sucks to say, but you know, what can you do?
Ready to evade.
Okay, the timing of the parry is ever so slightly different on that third attack, which is just so frustrating. Whatever. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't know what I'm doing. Why will it break? I don't understand. Okay, I have enough to do this now. Okay, thank you. There we go. So much better when it actually, like, does the thing.
Let the ink flow.
Let the ink flow.
Feel the burn.
Let's carve a path.
All right. I know the mines are really hard because you have to break them for them to do to be able to do damage to them, and it's very frustrating. Because if you don't have an ability that specifically does break, it's hard. Like, baguette, let's go. Oh my gosh, we have baguettes. We have baguettes. We have to put the baguettes on immediately. Baguettes. my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. Almost full baguette crew. We'll get you your baguette. Hold on. She has a fake baguette. She has fake baguette. She has this one, but there's no baguette with it. We have to get her baguette. And then we're almost a full baguette squad. Oh my gosh. I need to know, okay. I like want to know. Let me see how to phrase this. Can someone Google, and I only want to know if I have already passed Mayel's baguette skin and I have to go back for it. Otherwise, I'll look it up myself. I don't know where it is. And I didn't get Gustav's before he died. Which makes me sad. Alright, I don't want to fight those little twitchies. No, I said I don't want to fight you. Wait, is this... I think I just went in a big circle? What is this? Oh my god. Hello? Mask. It seems connected to the axon. It speaks. He who painted this world... Her outfit isn't found until... Okay, cool. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. So I have not passed it. He painted this world, he seeking what he could not grasp, longing to share it with those he loves. Behind his smile, what could it be? Sadness? Nothing happens. What? He who painted this world, seeking he could not grasp, longing to share with those he loves. What could it be? There we go, joy. I don't like this. Nope. Not a fan. Not a fan. Do not enjoy. Do not enjoy. Don't enjoy this. Just want to make that known.
Okay.
How many? Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Okay, so first of all, I'm gonna shoot these things, but they go so fast. Are you technically flying or no?
Flames on me.
Yeah, you're technically flying. Okay, I thought so. Damn. Oh, fuck. Alright, well...
Feeling better.
Well, shit.
Radiance away.
God, that one's crazy. Stop! How do I... Am I...
Careful, Verso.
Just try it.
Okay, I missed all of them. Teehee. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. Alright, can I like shoot? Can I shoot you? What the fuck? Is it you? You're the big bad. Okay. So let's get rid of these guys. Okay, let's do this again. Okay. Now, I need to get rid of you as well, but how? Oh, nice. Alright, let's get rid of the side guys first. Okay. Now. Got 5, huh? And I've only got 2 things of... I don't fucking know. Okay, that's like decent damage there. Okay.
Watch out, Mael.
Oops, too early. Too late. There we go. No, no. Are you gonna heal it all the way? No. Okay, okay, okay. So it just has to do enough damage. Yeah, go ahead and apply rush to all your allies, girlfriend. Oh, come on, that's not fair. That's not fucking fair.
Some ink.
Alright, who's got the best gradient attack? Probably... high physical damage, 5 hits. Alright, let's try it.
You can't escape.
Nah, probably should have gone with...
Flames rain.
Oh, I did it! Finally! Let's go. That was crazy. That was crazy? No other obstacle courses yet, no. I kind of absolutely hate that. I kind of absolutely hate everything about that.
Did you hear that?
That
yeah,
was the
I
axon.
fucking did.
Destroying these masks seems to hurt him.
Good.
Then let's keep doing that.
Good. Let me heal, please. Thank you. Woo. Alright, upgrade some attributes. Okay. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. I feel like I need to get everybody's defense up. That's what I'm gonna do now. Everyone's defense needs to go up. All defense, all the time. Alright, who got some skills? Weak point system. There's a lot of, I guess, influences I could see for sure. Ooh, see, I should get this one so I can unlock that one after. Extreme single target dark damage, that's crazy. Oh, alright, if I get 10, I can get hers. Alright, she has 6. So what's this one? Does very high single target lightning damage, but that's a 7? Okay. 4 points for Verso. What are these here? Less powerful, reduces current rank. Oh, what is that? Reduces current rank, gives 2 to 4 AP. So status effects. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save up for that one for him. She's got 1. I don't know. How do I get his? Do I have to? Oh, I see. I see. So I get them as I go on. Okay. I see. You love the sunglasses? I know you do. You kept... Yeah, it's so funny. I love them too. So steals medium single target dark damage for 2 hits. Deals low dark damage. I see. I want to save up for that one. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that was one mask. Now. Did I go? I think I went into the forest. I think I went that way. So I have to go this way. I got scared because they turned the lights off on me. See, they turned the lights off. It was scary. Scary whites. Hello, mouth. Ooh. That. Out here. The guardian angels out here. Spit me out. Okay. I don't like that. Ugh. Alright, is everyone healed? Alright, everyone's healed. Ah! I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you.
My turn.
Contortionist. Oh, fuck, I was too early. Yeah. I was too early. Yeah, that was on me.
Just try it.
Ooh, okay. Are you done? Okay.
The storm is coming.
Okay. Merci.
My turn.
From whomst?
A storm is coming.
From everyone. Well, shit.
Take cover.
Got that one that time, though. I got that one that time, though. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna take this opportunity to heal.
Ready to evade.
Oh, I was too slow. Okay.
Let us stay.
Well, now I know that it does that, but it's okay. That sucks. It took a lot of my health. No, let's just...
Incoming.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Holy shit.
I'll manage.
Holy shit.
Sorry, I failed.
Oh, it's too fucking early there. Too fucking early there. Oh my god, what am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing right now. I am like flailing here.
Let's finish this.
I've lived through worse.
Okay. He's no longer stunned. Okay, we have a gradient charge. Let's do it.
This ends now.
How is he not fucking dead? You're kidding me right now. Nice. Okay. Huh, that was a little rough. Okay, that was a little fucking rough. Holy shit. It's kind of cool. That was a little bit of a rough fight. Well, flag. I didn't even have to do that. Oh well.
I know they're Nevrons, but witnessing the sorrow of others, I can't help but feel for them.
Oh, this is like a little graveyard.
Tremendously fatal impulse.
Did I say I could level my weapon to 19? No, I don't think I have to find the flags. The flags just like, they're like this essentially graces in like Elden Ring. Like I can like rest and like level up and get all my health back and stuff like that. Okay, I don't like this guy at all. Oof, okay.
Careful, Hale.
Okay, it's a 4. That one sucks. Why does he get to go again?
Take cover.
Okay. Oh, that's a 5? What the fuck? No, that's like an 8? Oh my god, okay. This, why he just goes forever?
Ready to evade.
He just goes forever. Sure. 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 No, I'm not even gonna send in the reserve team, no. That's crazy. He's definitely a later boss. That's crazy. Okay. Where was I though? Yeah, okay, out here. And then this guy. But if I just like go... No, thank you.
Wow.
Oh, my nose it just...
An advantage.
An advantage. So, like... Where else do I... Is that who I have to beat? No, because it was a mask. You have to beat the masks. And I can't go down here. I almost thought I almost died, but can't go down there. Okay, there's those dudes. Oh, there we go. Stuck.
I know they're Nevrons.
Alright, see, I came from this way.
Witnessing the sorrow of others, I can't help but feel for them.
A noble but tremendously fatal impulse.
Yeah, you're right, Dave. It's like really weird and warped and creepy and backwards sounding.
Well, that will help.
With like the weird laughing in the background and stuff. Alright, so that's the mask right there. Alright, is everyone good? Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. This is gonna be another one of these crazy ass fights. Seems connected. Okay, it speaks. He who lives in between. Behind his veil, emotions swell. For a life forced to paint, what is he but a reflection of? A life forced to paint? Okay, I just guessed that time. Okay, let's try this one again now. This Satan music? Or this satin music? sorrowful Chapelier. Okay. Well, he's technically flying, so he won't take damage from this. Or will he? Oh, it's early. That's early on that one. Early on that one too. Shit.
I'll do it.
Shit. Okay, this might be rough. This might be rough.
Please, Kai.
Let's push forward.
Let's go fast.
Ready to parry.
Holy shit. That was crazy.
Your turn to dance.
Okay, so shooting the masks will probably kill him.
Time to bleed.
I missed. Fuck. Wait, he hit once, but then he missed the other ones? That's kind of wacky-doo. Okay.
Careful now.
Oh, does the exhaust make you so you can't fucking dodge? That's what it feels like.
It likes you.
Question mark? What was that?
That's more like it.
What was the question mark?
Not today.
Bro, how they all still have fucking turns still. This is crazy. Oh, this is wild. Yeah, I think so. Oh, I'm silenced. Alright, so then if I'm silenced, let's just bring back Monofo.
Bitter dregs.
Skills. No skills. No skills. Kill. Cool. Okay.
It likes you. I'd love a dance.
Oh, okay.
Take your shot.
Oh, too early. Oh God. Give me a turn! Okay, jeez. I am silenced. Yep.
A bit of violence, yes.
Now I'm fucking. No, I'm silenced too. Yeah, I know he's gonna dodge because he's a fucking. Today. Got him.
Yeah, it definitely hurts him. I think I saw one more path.
Where?
That's good. We're weakening him.
Okay, so I went that way and I went that way.
Off.
This way? Holy shit, we need to heal first. Hold on. Oh, let's upgrade too. Everyone needs to be able to tank some more damage. Ooh. Goes multiple directions here. Oh, that's definitely a mask. Okay, so then what's the other direction? It's so hard to tell sometimes when you're trying to like explore and you're like, which way's the right way? And you're like, this looks kind of like not the right way. Like, let's go here. Oh, I guess that's the only way because that's the door. Okay, makes sense. And especially like if games don't have a failsafe to like queue like missions or whatever, like Dead Island Riptide, I think I've told this story before. It didn't have like a failsafe, so just walking into the room that like the end boss fight was in like triggered it. And I was like, I'm not ready. Good night, Arhan. Thank you so much for being here. Alright, so what's this one gonna be then? Oh, this is a cutscene. Oh, he's gonna eat me, that's right. Oh. This music isn't so scary.
Everything's destroyed.
Normally, I enjoy a little destruction, but this doesn't feel right.
It's rage.
Rage. I see. No, sir, I'm trying to rest.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. The way she flies, I know, she just like glides by sometimes. It's very funny. I just need to go to the face. I don't need any of you. There's probably an item in here. Oh, a manor door. Manor door, let's go. Interesting. So where's this? Okay, so this is a child's bedroom of some sort.
Nice.
Oh, Verso. Oh, is this Verso's childhood bedroom? Or is it just Verso's bedroom?
Art can be a window, and art can be a mirror. And great art is both. Son, you'll never be a true artist if there's always a mask between you and the viewer, especially when the viewer is you.
Interesting. So you just keep uncovering more of this house as every time you discover it. Yeah, every time you discover a door to this house, it's a new room. Yeah, see, this is the same, it's the manor, it's the same house. Yeah. And it just tells you more about the story. It's just filling in vague little pieces of the story that don't mean anything or don't make sense, you know. Alright, so that's the face. Wait, there was one more way to go. There's this way. But there's like baddies over here. But there's a blue thing over here. Do you think I could get it? Come get me. No! I got stuck between the two of them.
Oh well.
Oh my god, Okay, let's get our shit together.
Brace yourselves.
Oh, I was too slow. Fucking shit.
Merci.
Brace yourselves.
Fuck, too early.
Careful, Mael. I'll do it.
Not giving up.
Let's finish this.
Take cover.
Okay. How is he not deceased? Now he's deceased. Okay, what is this? This better be good. Once applying a burn stack, apply a second one. Cool. It's actually not the worst thing. Okay. Let's go, touch this flag. Wait. Where's the flag? There is no flag? I guess we gotta do this. Okay, let's go. All right, rage. Consumes. Okay, it speaks. He who cannot fight fate. Behind his scowl, emotions blaze, but in the shadows his temper fades. I am but a mask of. Oh, see, it's just. I get it. I didn't even have to listen to the riddle. It was just whatever the emotion was of the mask. All right. Seething. Okay.
Flow.
Oh fuck. Whoa, fuck. 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 Oh my god, I missed all of them.
Luna, careful.
Okay. I'm gonna get rid of her. Fuck. Nice. Nice, okay.
I got this. Watch out, my owl.
Okay, that does like no damage. Oh, don't take another turn, you bitch. Okay, that was very strange that it took a double counter, but I'm not upset. I'm not sure. Okay, that wasn't terrible. Okay. Alright, you're gonna heal yourself here, girlfriend. You can't do anything other than just straight up attack. Okay. Okay. It missed the last one. Okay. Now he's got a shield. He's literally just taking burn damage. It's kind of funny. Oh, I interrupted his counter? That's kind of dope. Hi, Tiziana. Welcome in. How are you? I'm doing well. Nice. All right. Let us in. All right. Can be used to upgrade their soul.
We should be able to fight the Axon properly now.
Let's answer this thing's invitation.
Should I go? Wait, who got that? Oh, Ale did. Should I go back to camp and have everyone like level up and stuff? I have 13 points, eh? Okay. Holy shit, she's got a lot of points. 19 points here. Guess I can give her staggering, huh? 10 exposing attack. 15% of the heals. Yeah, let's get that one. Let's get that one. She's got 13. That one. That one. Okay. So they're all Frenchified now? They're all baguettified. I know, that'd be so great. If it just like, even if it was just a skin and it just replaced their weapons with baguettes, that'd be so awesome. Alright, let's get some defense. Health. Defense. Health. Defense. Health. Oh, she's got a lot. Okay. Learn some skills. 1, 5, 3. Still nothing for him. Oh wait, he's got a couple more I can swap now. No, he should have 2. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be crazy. No. I kind of want to run back to the, well, I was gonna say I kind of want to run back to camp and like level my weapons up from the curator and stuff, but that's fine. Wait, how come everyone doesn't have full health? Oh, I was just a second late on the parry there.
Take your shot.
Oop, too early.
Take your shot.
I am way too early on the stomping ones.
What? Well. Oh, you
Oh, too early on that one. Damn. Okay. Doesn't matter. He's dead. Doesn't matter. He's dead. Highest damage 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. I was like, wait, I'm forgetting one. Trying to dinner prep now. Okay, now what do you got? Ooh, you got a new weapon for Ciel. Norfold, yep. Alright, let's... So we have to see what this one is called here. Because I don't remember what this one's called. This is called... Plaza. Visages Plaza. Okay, go back to the continent. I'm gonna go to camp. Okay. Mr. Curator. Upgrade weapons. All right. So, what does she have? Fire skills, increased fire damage. I feel like that's just better. Honestly, I feel like Lightarim is just better. Because I do a lot of fire damage. But see, even this is the most damage. All right, hold on. I told you, the doctors should help you. 467, 620. All right, I really need to focus on the people that I have in my party. So I think I want his. And then... guess we'll do Mayel's. Okay. And then do I have any? I have one. So I guess we'll give it to Verso. Okay. Wait, can I talk to people? Can I get my flirt on?
All these...
They're kind.
And you...
I didn't think you could.
Lune and I have less than a year.
I can get my flirt on, guys. I can get my flirt on.
Here to make amends for your terrible story.
I'll be honest. I didn't expect things to get so deep so fast.
I could tell. I'm not really sure you're up to the challenge.
I'll show you my baguette.
Oh,
if you
I can
show me
keep up.
yours.
In fact, I'm here to offer a story.
A good one this time?
Yes. Well, you said I'm vain.
No. You said
Touch
you're
baguettes.
vain.
Would a vain person keep this scar? I could heal it, but I don't.
You're so brave, Verso.
Oh? Why is that?
It's a reminder of the price I paid to stand on my own 2 feet. But, it meant walking away from people I cared about. So, there you have it. Dark and personal.
I feel like there's more to this story. It's probably not a coincidence then.
Feed each other
Renoir
baguettes,
has a
smoke
similar
cigarettes.
scar.
Oh, he has a similar scar?
You noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We disagreed on pretty much everything. Tactics, goals, what lines we wouldn't cross. I had to walk away, but he was resistant.
You fought?
It was the first time we ever raised a hand against the other.
If you can control your healing, that means Renoir can too. And he made the same choice as you. Interesting.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. But, you're right. So, dark and personal enough for you?
It was worthy.
Worthy of the story of that scar on your stomach.
Oh, I noticed it the first day we played.
We all have scars that won't heal, don't we?
You can't even see it in this outfit. That's funny.
Deep.
That's a story for another time.
What about the one on her face?
The scars look good on you, though.
I know. That's the real reason I keep them.
I knew it.
CL appreciates that Verso opened up to her. Oh my god. Give me that 3, baby. Let's go. CL and Verso switched to sillier topics for a few minutes before heading back to the others. Time to get my flirt on, baby. Hello.
Okay.
Would you like to spend time with Lune? Yes. Verso tries to get her attention. Do you like dogs?
Do you like dogs?
Me on my dates. Hey, do you like dogs?
What?
Do you like dogs?
I think you've spent too much time alone. You've forgotten how to start a human conversation.
Dogs. You like dogs?
I just have this feeling you're a dog person.
Well, you're right. I had a dog named Pat.
Pat.
Interesting name.
My sister named him when we were kids. Stella. She was a gifted artist.
Lune and Stella.
Fiery.
Cute.
She definitely made the most of the time she had.
Were you close?
When we were younger, I guess.
I
But
cannot
my brother
start
and
human
sister had their own
conversations. I
lives.
can't either.
Didn't care about my parents' research.
Doesn't seem fair.
No. I'm glad they got to live. Sol was a great older brother.
And Sol. So the 2 daughters are named after the moon, and the brother was named after the sun.
That's actually how I met Gustav. Sol was dating his sister.
His sister, Emma?
So, you knew Gustav for quite a while then?
That's an awful lot of personal questions.
It is, isn't it?
Not really.
All right, we can talk about me again if you want.
How generous of you.
How generous of you.
Ask away. I'm being sincere. Go ahead, ask me anything you want. We've got all night.
Remember, you offered. Do you like monkeys?
Oh, come on.
Lune's in such a good mood that she forgets to ask Verso other important questions, which Verso takes note of. Okay. Give me that 3! Ciao. We have a bit more fun together before heading back to camp. Hello,
Ready for the
Mayo.
accent?
Would you like to spend time with Mael? Yes. Ka-chow! Verso approaches Mael, who's alone by the lake.
What was it like for you, growing up in Lumiere?
Aside from being a sad and lonely orphan, it was great.
Listen, Shadowheart, chill the fuck out. Why are you just always so sad?
Although technically, everyone in Lumiere is an orphan.
How old were you when your parents passed away?
Around 3, I guess. I was an unwelcome surprise. They never wanted kids. And they definitely didn't want one right before their gommage.
That must have sucked for both you and them.
Yeah. Your arrival
Yep,
must have
orphan,
caused
dead
quite a bit of
parents.
concern.
Been down this road 100 times.
Panic's probably a better word. Then they died. And I bounced around from family to family. I can't even remember all of them. I was kind of a weird kid, I guess.
You don't say.
So was I.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was obsessed with my piano and my paint set.
They're both like very slightly hovering because they're like on rocks.
I was a bit more severe than that. I used to have lots of nightmares and talk to myself. Kept running away from home all the time.
Nah, if that's weird, then we're all weird. Actually, I kind of think everyone's a weird kid in someone's eyes.
I mean, that's not wrong.
Well, I was a weird kid in everyone's eyes.
Even Gustav's.
Aww.
Kind of. It's why he and his sister took me in. Nobody else wanted me.
Oh, that's kind of sad.
But I guess Gustav and Emma used to be weird kids too. So they liked me.
See? Everyone's weird. What's something you liked about Lumiere?
Wandering around the buildings. Nobody wanted me for any of the fancy apprenticeships. So I got stuck as a runner for the warehouses. But that turned out to be kind of nice. I got to go everywhere in the city. I probably know the place better than anyone.
Yeah?
The Hanging Gardens.
That's
Me
where you
and
start the
Gustav used to go
game.
up there a lot. Do you miss Lumiere?
Yeah. I do. Not just the place, but everything about that time. The festivals, the gardens, dancing the night away on the harbour. Before, well, all this. That home is gone. Not just the place, but also the people.
You have us now?
Aw.
Yeah. And you've got me. So, you want to dance the night away?
Aw.
Maybe us, Ciel.
She feels more comfortable. Aw. Cool. Alright, I have been drinking so much water, I have to go to the bathroom again. Ellipses. So you know what time it is. It's time to get your dance emotes ready to go. Because it's time to dance. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Sorry to interrupt the dance party, guys. I was just talking to Mama Pink, making sure she's good to go for tomorrow. And she is, so yeah. Mama Pink's doing a cooking stream tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Mom. I know.
Oh, it's such a bop, guys. It's so good. Why is it so
When
good?
the time is right.
You know? Why is it so good?
Polishing your collection of Nev legs?
Yes. Aren't they beautiful?
Yes, I too find the legs of our enemies to be beautiful.
Yes. I too find the legs of our enemies to be beautiful.
Yes, I knew you would appreciate them. You, sir, are a true connoisseur of elegant weaponry.
Where does he talk from?
Why do you need to polish them anyway?
The mask?
A warrior must be prepared for battle. And battle is just as much mental as physical.
Mental, eh?
Imagine you're in Nevron, and you see me, charging toward you, brandishing the well-polished and gleaming leg of one of your brethren.
Okay, I see it.
Think of the intimidation.
I don't know. That's what I can't figure out. Is it his face? Is it covering his face?
True. I wouldn't want to battle anyone who's using your hairy foot as a club.
I mean, all the Nevrons have the things on them.
Intimidation.
And then I transform into one of them. Ha! Intimidation and confusion. From that alone, the battle is already won. The rest is mere cleanup.
Oh, you're right. I feel thoroughly intimidated.
You should try it. Even though you can't transform, it will still strike fear in the hearts of our enemies. Look, aren't they beautiful? Here, take a leg.
That's all right. I think you've got the intimidation factor covered.
Why are we zooming so much on this leg?
It would be so intimidating that the Nevs run away, right? Then we wouldn't get to fight.
Fair point. I'll handle the intimidation. You handle the cleanup.
The cleanup, eh? All right. Well, in that case, want to go intimidate some stalacts? We've got some time to kill.
Yes. Well, that would definitely be quite exhilarating. But maybe later. I really need to finish polishing all these legs. I've still got 20 more to go.
Oh my gosh.
I've missed you. All right then. Come on, move over and hand me an extra cloth. Let's get these legs shining so bright they blind our enemies and send them screaming.
As I polish the Nevron legs, Monoko exuberantly bellows a war chant and bullies Verso into singing along. They sing together with great gusto. That's cute. Monoko's only level 2. Lune comes over to shush them, but ends up joining the polishing effort. It takes a while, but they finally finish and head back to the others. That's cute. Alright, let's go talk to this one.
I'm mad.
Esky.
That's the same as, yeah.
He's not.
Okay. Yes, spend time. Marble legs? No, they're the stalactites. The big, like, ice-looking ones with the pointy.
That armband looks
Yeah,
nice.
that armband looks real nice.
Yeah, I guess it's official. We're part of the disaster expedition now.
I picked the don't use skins in cutscenes, but I guess this doesn't count as cutscenes.
What's up with you? So, you want an armband too?
Maybe.
Oh, Esquier!
You barely have arms.
Get Esquier an armband.
Not true. Anyway, I want a headband.
Your head is humongous. You're gonna need so much cloth.
I have a big brain.
That's
All right,
so
Monsieur Big
cute.
Brain.
Oh my gosh. We have to get a headband. Oh my gosh, I love it so much.
Happy now?
Ooh, this is the nicest thing ever.
Ever. I love it so much. SKA is even more excited than usual. Verso has given SKA the greatest gift ever. SKA is overcome with emotion. Oh my god, I love it so much. I love him too, Steph. I love SKA. SKA dances around with this armband for a bit before they return to the others. Now, is he gonna have it on forever? Oh my god, he has it on. I love him so much. Oh, have I gotten a new? Oh yeah, I got Verso now. Big boomers. Okay, Jar Jar. Alright, so I just need to go back in here, right? And then fast travel at the first flag. Which shouldn't be too far, I thought. Hear the rumbling. Rumbling in my tumbling. How did they record the breathing? I'm very curious. Did they just like breathe, or did they like run on a treadmill? Like how, like, is this just generic breathing? Is this really their breathing? I have so many questions. What level are we? 32, 29. Okay. Like the running, the active breathing, I mean. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Staged breathing, yeah. That's what I'm saying, like, is it just like... or are they like running on a treadmill to make it more realistic or something? Running in place to make it more realistic. I would have traded my years for his. His life was cut short. He had so much more to do, to experience. This senseless war. Why? To what end? Life's shattered. For what? He was innocent. Innocent. It was the folly of his elders, but he paid the price for our hubris. I would have traded my years for his. Who are you talking about? This place, this Axon. They are all part of his story. The man has gone silent. What is the Axon? Is it gonna be like a person? There's gonna be something crazy. I can't see shit. Wait, did I just go backwards? I did, but I just talked to the dude. How did it... Why did it turn me around? That's so weird. Wait, there's a down. What? Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, do you hear the weird, creepy, like, guttural noises?
Minoko, what does that mean? He who guards truth with lies?
Exactly what it sounds like.
Guard as in protect? Or guard as in control?
Yes.
Weird. Very weird. Hello, face. Hello, face. Where's my cutscene? There it is. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. CL. I thought she was gonna put it on. Undead Nightmare all over again.
I think you pissed him off.
There's no way, right? There's no way. What? The mirror?
Feel the burn.
On me.
What do I do? What do I... Oh, I just guessed.
Let's spill some ink.
Okay. What do I do here? Oh, okay. Okay, I was too slow. Too slow again. Okay. Fine. It's so hard to learn their moves while they're blasting you.
A storm is coming.
Let's carve a path. Break.
Okay, so this is okay.
On me.
Tries to build shields. Okay, fuck. I literally... Okay. I literally pressed the button like 1,000 times, but sure. Shit. Fuck.
Roma is flowing.
This is not good.
You don't get to die yet.
See, the blue one won't stay out long enough. Oh, fuck. How many are there?
Okay.
Oh my god. There are no more masks, okay. Oh, great. I didn't know how to die. I am alive? Oh, my shoulders were so tense the whole time.
People want so badly to know what's behind the mask. Front, back, recto, verso. Great art is both window and mirror. Whether it's your mask or theirs.
Harmless, huh?
He's the real Axon.
Child, we all need masks, but how you use them.
I have no health.
Oh well.
Well, that's absolutely fucking insane. Oh, I was late on that one. Wait, on that one.
Sweet is the battle.
What am I chained?
Here's your card. Try me.
Oh, I can't dodge. I can parry though.
Time to lead.
Ah, I'm chained down. I can't charge. Or, what you call it? Parry. Okay, almighty mode. Don't have anything. Alright, let's use your attack to heal CL.
That's more like it.
Okay. Fuck. Fuck! Okay, I have one sun foretell, and I have full health.
Lady Luck's smiling today.
Why, yes, I'd love a dance.
I'm waiting. Let's play. I'll use your life.
I guess on half of those.
Time to strike. Lady Luck's smiling today. Today. I'll use your life.
I can't dodge. Wait. I'm chained. I can't fucking dodge. I gotta parry the shit out of this motherfucker. Oh my god, look at how many things he's got. I'm so screwed. Yeah. Holy shit. Do I have to do the whole mask thing too? Oh my god. Yep. Oh my god. Okay. I don't think it was anything to do with my skills. I think it was just my, well, it's my skills, but not those kind of skills. My actual skills. That was crazy. Holy shit. All right.
Let us stain them. Careful, my elf.
Oh, it's too slow. Fuck. With the jump, I meant. So I think the eyes are what lets them go in and out of the mask, is my guess. Yeah, well, I mean, I figured it out last fight, but I'm pretty sure that's what keeps them from being able to go back in. Oh, shit, that was too slow. Got the second one, though. That was too slow on the first one, unfortunately. Out, and he gets 2 fucking attacks because that's crazy. I'm too early. Okay, and he's gonna go back, of course. And then he gets another fucking turn.
Watch out, my elf.
Well, shit. Kinda needs to heal, but she's also got enough to do mayhem right now. So much damage. Okay. And then I'll take his turn to heal. Okay. Too late on that one. Oh my god, I totally hit it that time. Whatever. Whatever. It's fine. Wait, no, I shouldn't use any more healing. I still have to fight the other fucking dude. But she can heal her. Okay. Boom. Okay. I'm gonna get 1 attack.
Let's dance.
Anxiety. Okay. Okay. I got the first one, but not the second one. So that's annoying. Ooh, if I save my gradient, will it carry over into the next one? Oh, I killed it before it ran out of masks. That's funny. Okay. Okay, so we can skip this and just go right into the next fight because... yeah. Nothing happens.
Bring it
Okay.
on.
Attacks like a storm. Fuck. Cool. Cool. That's actually totally what I thought.
You can't escape.
Doesn't really do great damage. TBH, TBH. Alright, so now let's heal me. And then... I guess we'll bring him back.
Go again.
Okay.
I think I'll improvise.
Okay. Not a shit ton of damage there.
This ends now.
Yeah, that wasn't a shit ton of damage, but whatever. You weak to lightning? You're like medium weak to lightning.
Ready to parry.
Oh, I completely just completely missed that one like an idiot.
Let's go fast.
That hurts.
Okay, that wasn't really great damage either. Oh, fuck. Okay. He only got 2 shields off us, that's fine. Oh, I fucking missed my... What an asshole.
Careful, Verso.
Shit. Oh, there's more? Holy shit. How many fucking things is that?
Margin for error.
Oh god.
I'll do it.
This is crazy. Oh, I can't believe I got that one that time. That was like a panic. Oh, fuck me.
Let's push forward.
This is this is crazy, guys. This is crazy. He's got so many shields now. Too late on the last one there. Okay. Alright, B squad.
My, what lovely feet.
Alright, B squad. Agile stance. Oh, here we go. Here's the shields. Here we go. Nice. That one was late. Okay, balanced. Holy shit. That was crazy. Okay, hold on. First of all, we're going to... Okay, then we're going to do this. Okay. Then we're going to do this. Heavy stance. I only have 2 and I can't do anything. Shit, too early. Too early again.
Ready.
Okay, heavy stance. Let's go! Let's go.
We did it.
Oh, there's more.
We all need masks.
There's more. Oh my god, I can't put masks on him. That's so funny. See, y'all can just take hers off? Why?
This mask can't hurt me. Because it is me.
Excuse me? Excuse me? I'm so confused by that.
You okay?
I'm so confused by that.
What happened?
Axe on down. Let's bring this to the curator.
She flipped the script. Yeah, but what does that mean? That it was her?
Vice versa, wasn't it? l'ombre noire.
What? What? I don't get it.
Me? You want me to give it to you?
Why?
Ooh.
That was... I saw...
What happened?
I saw it. It was...
We go the cat camp.
Renoir.
I used to see him in my nightmares too. He can be quite traumatizing.
Jason, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How was Fable Anniversary? One of my favorite games. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome in, everybody. How was your stream? Thank you so much. How you doing? It's a long time no see. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're playing some Clair Obscur, which if you've never seen it before, it's basically just emotional trauma in a video game. Hi, Jason. How are you? How's things? How have you been? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. If you have never been here before, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. Yes, I think they're just lower, and I'm not really sure. I'll have to fix them again. But yeah, luckily I just happened to notice chat. Not familiar. I'm good. How you doing? I'm doing really, really good. Clair Obscur is it's an RPG turn-based game. It's a French game. Very popular, very good, very, 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 very recommend. But yeah, I have to start over because it's a bit of a spiel and I have apparently can't keep track. But anyways, hi raiders, welcome in. If you've never met me, my name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I'm a variety streamer and I play whatever the heck I want, and that includes things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, Souls-likes, and everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show when we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, all that jazz. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! You think he survived? This is literally... Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down because I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees!
Rosie, get the bee!
Oh my hot dogs! What is happening? Oh, I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. It's soup.
Where are the Vajuzhans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you, Jason, for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying Fable. Is it your first time playing Fable Anniversary, or are you just retro gaming and getting some nostalgia? I played Fable 1 and 2 on stream. God, like literally like almost 5 years ago. Like Fable 1 was one of the very yeah, Pinxel did the Fables. Yeah, it was one of the very first video games I streamed, I think. Well, not one of, but it was up there in the early days. It was definitely pre name change, that's for sure. First time playing? Oh my gosh, where are you? Tell me everything that you're thinking so far, because it's Fable 1, for Fable 1 especially. Fable 2 as well, but Fable 1 especially, like, consumed me for a very long time. I was in queue for my MRI and I'm still somehow running late. Oh god, Nikki. Didn't you do a replay of those relative? Yeah, I did. I was still pink room, but it was definitely early. It was definitely early for sure. My original raid video had me playing Fable in it. All right, I'm going to continue my cutscene now. Oh my gosh, was that the whole cutscene? I could have just let it play. Lol. I would like to replay those. There's a lot of stuff I want to replay now that I have a vastly different audience than I did then. Like, a lot of people that are here now were not here for other things that happened, if that makes sense. Three points. Let's give you 1 more health, 2 more might. There we go. CL's health is insane. CL's health is insane. Just married the mayor after covering up her murder. Lol. Rescued my mom, then she got kidnapped again. I haven't started the final quest yet. Trying to finish all this. That's awesome. That's awesome. Lady Grey. Yep. What's that title? Did you really, Dave? I have to know what you thought of my channel back then. Ooh, what's this one? Okay, deals high single target physical damage. It applies mark for 2 hits. Okay. Costs 30% of current health. That's insane. Single target light damage 5 at completion gains 1 rank. Okay, let's get this guy. 3, none, 8. Okay, she's close, but she's not there yet. Needs to get 10 for these. You'd never seen the game before? Yeah, the game, I wish I could remember how it, like, came about in just, like, my life in general. But, yeah, somehow I just ended up finding that game and I was, like, super obsessed with it. Been here a while, don't matter. You do matter. It's just they... Ooh, that's nice. Damage to... Oh, see, I should just be marking people is what I should be doing with this guy. You do matter. It's just sometimes the doctor's offices are, like, stupid. See, how do I level these up? Like, how do I make, like, I want to use these, but I want them to be stronger. Did I watch someone who's speedrunning? Oh, no, are you talking about the Titanic game, Laz? Because the Titanic game, a speedrunner came into my chat.
They've grown on you. Maybe. They have.
It's time. It's special time now, guys.
Minoko, let me cut your hair. Why would I be foolish enough to do that?
Just a trim. You look like an overgrown mob.
Well,
I beg your pardon. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
He's so handsome. What do you mean? Yes, my hair is impeccable.
Yes, my hair is impeccable. Stop being grumpy. Come on.
Do they have the same voice actor? These two characters? No. Verso is Ben Starr, and Monoko somebody looked up, and the name sounded familiar, but I can't remember.
Then.
Don't be silly. We'd look ridiculous with matching haircuts.
Or we would look fantastic.
Lol.
Fine.
Fine. Let's get haircuts together. You have your little ponytail.
Actually, that does look nice.
You know what?
Okay, I'm in.
Now that
Style
I think about it,
away.
I think I saw everybody had him with a fucking ponytail. Rich Keeble.
Ooh, yes, indeed. This is quite fetching.
All right, Monoko, let's go.
Great. We're twins.
That's so funny. I honestly didn't think that, like, it didn't even occur to me that I kept seeing him with a man bun. Okay, but is Monoko hot? Now, with his hair done, what are you talking about? As a tradition, then I spent too much time arguing who looks better before heading back to the others. That's funny. Oh, look at my... But I still have my hat. I still have my French hat. Hey,
down,
fucky time?
The next one will be...
Yes, CL. I want CL. I like their little relationship better than the one with
calm
Lune.
about everything.
Is that a question?
An observation. Lune's intense and obsessed. Mael is nervous and eager, but you're calm.
Why is that strange? I guess Death and I, we've walked a long road together.
Is her husband dead?
I guess that's true for me too.
Is her husband dead? Does that mean that there's a chance?
Death is a friend who will welcome me home.
Friend's not the word I choose.
Life is easier when you think of death as a friend.
Is it? Or are you just dressing it up to manage your fear?
Does it matter? How you view things is up to you. Life continues either way.
It's an interesting philosophy. For someone so young.
True. I'm not quite as old as you.
Hold on.
Why don't you share some of the wisdom you've accumulated over your very long life?
How come CL's baguette outfit doesn't come with sunglasses?
I am indeed very wise. I'm about 3 times your age, so I'm pretty much 3 times as wise.
Yes. You must have many pearls to offer.
Sadly, no pearls. All I can offer is another story.
Oh my gosh, tell a story.
I'm not really in the mood for stories tonight.
Oh, and here I had prepared something truly dark and heart-wrenching.
Save it for tomorrow. Let's do something else.
What do you want to do?
What do you have in mind?
What do you want to do? Want to make out?
Depends. How adventurous are you feeling?
You mean like hunt Nevrons? What?
I'm waiting for you to connect the dots.
Kiss her.
Oh, you mean, adventure.
You've been alone too long on this continent. When was the last time you seduced someone?
not counting Minoko. I'll admit it's been a while.
So?
Actually, I'm a bit sleepy. Hell yeah, let's go.
Do you even need to ask?
Let's go. Bondi, oh my gosh. Bow chicka bow wow. Wait, no, we're not. They're not even gonna bang? Away from the others. Verso and CL became a bit more than friends. Let's go. Gradient attack unlocked. Let's go. Sorry, Lune, it's over for you.
I recognize that look. What's got you so grumpy?
Wait, what happens if I talk to Lune?
Those masks.
He butted her rib. She was like, do you want to get out of here? And he was like, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? Where do you want to go? And she's like, let's get out of here, and go spend some time together. And he's like, why? What do you have in mind? What do you want to do? She's like, I want to have sex. God damn it. You idiot. Hooray.
Are you jealous? Why?
I'm supposed to fly too.
Let's get it on.
Maybe stop losing your rocks then. How do you lose them anyway? Don't you swallow the rocks?
Oh my god, he poops them out.
Sometimes I love
Oh my
too
god.
hard.
That's so funny.
I can't control myself and...
Okay, yeah, I see. It's hard to control.
Yeah, let's spend time with SKA. Let's be buddies. Hey, buddy.
Enjoying the stars.
Stars are the apples of the sky.
I love the way you see the world.
Oh, that constellation looks like Francois.
Francois?
I guess. It's very round, like Francois.
Francois?
Yes, and it's soft and fluffy, just like Francois.
Francois?
On the inside.
Are we talking about the same Francois?
Francois?
Monsieur Grumpface.
Monsieur Grumpface. Francois.
He's not grumpy. He's just sad. He misses Claire.
Miss Clea.
Franfran used to be all
Franfran.
wee, but now he's all...
Oh.
We?
Yes. Wee! Back in the day, when there was nothing in the world except the four of us, flying around on adventures.
Ah, I see. And, Woo?
Yeah. Centuries go by without your best friends. That's gonna make you go...
How come you're not grumpy like Francois?
Francois.
I am grumpy.
Oh, are you now?
I too am... But I'm also wee! So the wee balances the...
Honestly, SKA. Same. Hard same.
You might say you're a bit, wee woo, then.
That's so stupid. Oh my god, that's so stupid.
You really get me, Verso.
Yep, I do.
I'm a bit, wee woo myself.
Oh my gosh, I love it so much. It's so cute. I'm a bit wee woo myself.
Although I'm a bit more woo than wee these days.
Same, buddy, same. Oh, look at he's petting him on the head.
Hey, that one looks a little like Minoko.
Oh, and if you squint and sort of scrunch up your face, that one next to it looks like Noko.
Verso and SK. Verso and SK feel their bond deepen after this meaningful interaction. Aw, buddies. We're buddies. Wait, one more time, look at the stars saying the weird things they absolutely do not look like. SK's nonsense inspires Verso. Yay! 4 out of 5 is 7.
Seems you were right about these expeditions.
They've grown on you, haven't they?
Maybe.
They have.
Seems you were right about...
They've grown on you, haven't
Oh,
they?
I already did his, that's right. Stop. Hey, Mayel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we gonna find out they're related soon? Because they totally
Did
are.
your parents choose your name?
Yeah, I guess.
Mael means chief and prince, or, you know, I guess, princess.
What are you talking about?
The meaning behind your name.
Oh. What made you think of that?
Because we speak English in France.
You said you were an unwelcome surprise. But I think even though your birth was unexpected, it was still celebrated. Your name shows how your parents felt about you.
In France.
What kind of life they dreamed for you.
In France.
Chief. Guess they had bigger dreams for me than I ever did.
Why? What did you dream of?
I didn't.
You must have wanted something for the future.
No. All I wanted back then was to leave Lumiere and see some of the world before I gomashed.
Well, you've certainly done that. What do you dream of now?
Is this... This is some of the world to them? Like, there's no... Like, oh, I want to go to... Japan. Like, this is it? Like, just, like, not on the continent, the little island they live on? They don't know what's going on, it's true.
I don't know. Still figuring that out. What about you, though? What do you want?
I'm just trying to figure this shit out.
What do I want?
See, I'm just still figuring that one out, too.
Well, what did you used to want?
Music.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before the fracture, I studied piano at the conservatory. I loved it. I really miss performing at the concert hall. When the lights dim and the room is hushed and the first notes echo through the chamber, I can just lose myself and feel the music through my fingers every time I play. It feels like my heart's about to break from the beauty of the notes.
That's lovely.
I miss that a lot.
Maybe when this is over, we can fix up the opera house and you can perform for us.
It would be my pleasure.
I want my first concert to be yours.
Aww.
And don't worry, I'll make sure the room is packed. I'll put up posters everywhere in town.
Sure, all 12 people who are still alive will go.
Oh, no pressure, huh? All right. I guess I'd better start practicing.
Male makes Verso pinky swear. That's cute. Leave French. Leave French and go to America or Canada. That's what my people did. Is doing a lot of heavy lifting. I don't understand why it's putting their custom outfits in these when I have it set for no cutscenes. Like, these don't technically count for cutscenes, I guess. Alright, it's time to shut Lune down.
About?
The odds of killing Axons.
Not 0.
Unless she's just not into me. Which
My
would
fellow
definitely be a
night owl.
thing.
Night owl?
You never seem to sleep.
I sleep.
Do you?
I sleep enough.
What keeps you up?
What doesn't keep me up?
From one insomniac to another.
Sometimes I just can't turn off my mind. It's like I pick up a puzzle and I can't set it down until I solve it.
And what's your current puzzle?
The talking Neverons. The ones that seem to have personalities and thoughts and feelings. I'm trying to make sense of the things they said. I know there's an important piece of the puzzle there. We need to find and talk to more of them.
I've talked to a few. They mostly spout nonsense. I wouldn't expect too much.
Maybe you weren't asking the right questions.
Well, I'm certainly not as experienced as you.
What about you, my fellow night owl? Why can't you sleep?
Weight of the world, tortured soul, things like that.
Weight of the world, a tortured soul, things like that.
Oh, a funny night owl. Come on, I just shared with you.
You did, didn't you? Feels nice sharing, huh?
Feels even nicer when people reciprocate.
Sleep is not very restful for me. I used to have horrible dreams,
Know
but
how to get a hold of anybody?
somehow it was worse when they stopped.
Oh, like, do you
Now
have an
it's just
appointment?
this oppressive
And
void.
nobody's answering you or like checking you in or anything? I know these options are ridiculous. I would never say any of these things.
Fascinating. So, you experience discomfort while you sleep? Pain? Are you aware of time passing? I should observe you next time you sleep.
Don't do that. That's weird.
Well, that's not creepy.
Precisely. It's science.
Well, it's not like we have private rooms here, so sure. Knock yourself out.
That's so weird.
For science.
Yeah, for
Right.
science. Interesting. I don't want them to be together. I want him to be with CL. CL! Ugh. Understands chroma. Good, I'm glad. Tree of life. Cool. Alright, that's everyone. Check up. Excuse me.
Do you mind if I play here?
Play what? No shot. No shot. What? Missing the yeah, I have them turned off for cutscenes. Oh, SKA in the back. Is she humming? Or is that just added? I think it's just added. That's cute.
What song was that? I feel like I know it.
Yes, an old song I used to play to my sister.
See, telling you, it's her. The girl in the mask is her. Somehow, I don't fucking understand. Somehow.
We have all night. Okay, ready?
Are you ready?
I am ready. I will need a bit of space. All right. Esquier, you ready?
Cute. Write in the journal. How fearsome and incredibly exons are, bigger than mountains. I try to keep writing in the journal. I don't know if it does anything, but... Okay, so... Now where? Oh, here? Here?
Let us get wet.
I can't dive yet? No, no, no. Every time. Yeah, this is our way. Wait, this is the way to progress, but like... There's technically more around here.
Swimsuit on.
It might leave artifacts on the scans. They can't help you take it out? It's kind of BS, honestly. Is there nothing? Nothing? The brightness is honestly just a little too bright, if I'm being honest.
Fastest swimmer.
Fastest swimmer. What is this wall? Not sure she knows either.
This looks similar to Lumiere's shield dome. Maybe we can just cross it.
Yeah, sure.
Don't do it. Don't touch it. What are you doing? Don't touch it. See?
I'm telling you, we can't. Axons first. It's okay. You'll be fine. You want to try again?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I honestly was just kind of just chilling. Like I wasn't really. Oh, you put me way over here? What's that? Can I put a mark somewhere? What is this? Time for a swim. Without the sunglasses and the beret. How big is the map? It's pretty big. There's this whole area over here I haven't gone to. Oh, this is another red one, huh? Can I not get up it? I literally can't get up. I think I have to be able to fly. That's dumb. Alright, well, annoying. I have to be directly the other way. Alright. Let's try this second one. Look at the dragon over there, dudes. I want to go over there. Serene. Serene? Oh, is this like a desert?
The architecture looks very different here.
This kind of place never existed before the fracture.
It's beautiful. Feels surreal.
Ooh. His dick's so big. Oh, what is that? That's cool as fuck.
Is she the Axon?
Whoa, what happened to her eyes?
Silene, she who plays with wonder.
Oh, everyone's tripping balls.
What's going on?
I don't know.
She's manipulating your emotions. You have to focus. Remember why you're here. Be careful. They call her she who plays with wonder. But what she really does is play with your head.
They're tripping balls. Paint fumes.
Let's move fast before we all lose our minds.
How the fuck am I gonna beat that shit? That's crazy. Hello. Oh. This is really cool. This is like a Legend of Zelda level. Are you telling me to go up here? Ooh. Thank you for the ride. It's so bright in here.
Don't look at her for too long or you'll go insane. I've seen people jumping off a cliff just from looking at her.
Where the fuck even is she? Oh, she's over there.
Mesmerizing.
Flag.
This dance feels familiar. This is kind of dancing towards a new
Not
man.
easy, and they didn't help. I was almost,
Think so.
almost wasn't able to get it done.
Never seen it.
He runs like a psychopath. No, he doesn't. He's just like running really fast. She runs weird. She also runs like she's running fast.
Nice.
Fast as fuck, boy. He just runs so fast. That's all it is. This shit is crazy. I mean, it's all been pretty, like, even like the second, like, or the first level or whatever, that was the, oh, come on, I totally hit her. Which was like the water that wasn't water.
Brace yourself. Take cover.
Nice. Nice. He looks ridiculous. I don't know about all that. I think he just looks like he running. He running. He running, boy. He running. Is that it? Just the two. Okay. Just the two of them. There's two more. Seriously? Sounds like someone is jealous. You dodged it, you hoe. Oh, I fucked up.
Ready to evade.
I can't believe I did that. That was so silly. I totally hit the second one, you liar. I know, we need another fucking bop that's other than Monoko. So far, so far Monoko is the biggest bop of them all. Alright, that's a down, but there's a thing here I saw. Oh wait, look, here's another one of these. How do we break them? How do we do it? So there's a cross over there I saw, and then what's in here? Ah! Hello? 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 Oh, just the one? She dodged it. Sure. Sure. Wait, where's the other one? There was two. Or I guess there wasn't two? Okay, sure. Alright, let's go over here. What that? Wait, is this where we were? Is this where we... No. Okay, paint thing. 1, 2. I don't see the third one yet. Interesting. Third one. Where's the third one? Ah! Gib.
Great.
30% increased damage while handling shields. Wait, this is another elevator. Maybe I shouldn't go here yet? Maybe I should go up and go across the other way and see what that is. There's some strings until the early game that was nice, and I liked the obstacle course. That Kokomo sax. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fucking Monoko saxophone was just like ridiculous, dude. And then there was the violin intensifies one from that fight. That was insane too. All right, so there was that way, and then, oh yeah, there's this way, because there's guys up here. Let's get this bitch. There's a few, yeah.
Finesse and grace.
There's no way, dude. Oh gosh. Oh wait, what's up here? Purple.
Perfect.
Okay, so there's another one here too. Oh, I wonder which one I should take. Oh, this one goes up? Okay. Maybe we'll take it back down again. This music is so pretty. Makes me wish I understood more than just my high school French. Oh. Oh. Finally home and settled from my long weekend. Hi, driver. It's so good to see you. Okay, nothing. No, I'm happy to... No, I said it first. I said it first. Oh, wait. Where's the fucking red thing that it has to bring... I have to bring it to?
Good stuff.
Oh, way the fuck over there? Oh my lord. Okay, go. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. I gotta get it to go that way. Go on. Go. Go. Bitch. Dumb bitch. Dumb bitch.
Danger!
That hurts. Oh, I have no fucking health. That's fine.
I'm ready.
my ult.
Bring it on.
I'll do it.
Let's dance.
Woo!
Let's push forward. Feel the burn.
You're outmatched. I'll use your fire.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Oh, it's too slow. Fuck. Well, Flea, I can't beat him. There's no way. Damn. Bit me, dumb bitch. Well, unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yeah, I'm not gonna get it. I'm gonna have to come back for this one, I think. Yeah, goodbye. Alright, whatever. Stupid dumb bitch anyway. With your dumb bitch juice. Alright, I went that way. That's where the dumb bitch was. Hip. 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 Is this better, Wolfie? Is it better if I just do this? What? I didn't die. Look at that. I'm amazing. Oh my god. I'm amazing.
Nice.
I didn't die. It's fine. The fuck is this? Okay, he burns pretty decent. Get burned. Oh shit. Oh. Oh. Get wrecked! Powerful on shell. Okay. Let's go. Now, how do I not be here anymore? I see. Oh my gosh, look at like moves and stuff. Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Oh wait, there's a guy over there. There's a guy over here. Let's go ahead. Let's go fight this guy. Left my headphones on the whole time. That's a real lurk right there. Oh wait, they're all flying? Ooh. I just keep getting AP back from killing them. That's kind of funny. Dodge. Yep, I know. Okay. They're all flying, so like, he's just gonna dodge. I have to shoot him. Yep. See. Yay, he died. More, I don't like the butthole spaghetti monster. I like how all you guys said spaghetti monster and I just went eyeballs. Wait, how do I fight? Do I not fight them? Okay, I won't fight them then. Wait, there's so many ribbons to go on. I don't even know. There are so many ribbons. This is like really cool, like Aladdin, like weird twisted Aladdin vibes. I kind of like it. Where do you go? Hello. Hi. Oh. Sorry to wake you. Jeez. Jeez, Louise. Yeah, definitely Aladdin vibes. Exactly, right?
This place is huge.
I've never played Journey, but I have seen gameplay of Journey.
Walls to get further. Couldn't progress without that.
Feels like home.
Where are we going? Ooh. Oh, weird. Oh, super weird. Why did you bring me down here? Why would you bring me down here? This was not where I wanted to go, Mr. The elevator man. Or wait, or is it? Because there's a guy here. Needed some new music though, true. As I get older, I wonder, can you ever truly know someone else? Then again, how many truly know themselves? A lucky few. Yeah. Is it a blessing to understand your darkest nature, or a curse to which we turn a blind eye? We lie to ourselves all the time, don't we? About things we'd rather not admit or confront about ourselves, about each other. Then there are things we genuinely don't see. Isn't that human nature? I wonder. I have nothing but time these days to wonder what I missed, what might have changed things. What is it that I didn't see, that I couldn't make myself see? Sounds like you have many regrets. When did she start pulling away? The man has gone silent.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Oh, okay, let's go this way. I don't know where to go. Just says defeat the other Axon. But I thought the Axon was like low. Like I thought it was like low on the ground.
What have we here?
Oh, she's right there. I see her. She's right ahead. Or that's something. Maybe not her. Ooh, where does this go? Should make dinner. Yeah. That quesadilla made my tummy a little upsetty, so I don't really want dinner quite yet, but I probably should eat something. Alright, what the hell is this? Is that her? No, that's something else. That's crazy. What is that?
Leticia. It works for Siren.
So he creates all of that for her.
We should take it out. It would definitely be an advantage against Siren.
That's really cool. The fabric, yeah. That's so cool.
What have we here?
I am gonna fight it, I'm just exploring. I will fight it. An arc star raid. Oh, there's her. Let's not go that way yet. Beanie, beanie, beanie. Perfect timing, Arc. We're about to fight the sewing machine guy, but actually, I'm gonna be a terrible streamer, and I apologize in advance, but I'm gonna take a very quick bio break before I fight this crazy sewing machine here. I'm not gonna say if it's beneficial or not until after you finish the area. Well, that makes me think that it's not beneficial, so now you've just spoiled it. Spoily McGee. Spoilers McGee. It's a choice. Your choice.
Great.
Your choice. Oh, there it is. Doesn't ruin anything either way. I don't know. Sounds kind of squeeze. All right. This is a perfect opportunity. Everybody get your dance emotes ready. I'm gonna take a little break. A couple minutes. Not long. Just a couple minutes. And I'll see you in a minute. Get your dance emotes ready. You know what time it is. All right. Everyone got their dancing, their jams in. All right. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna fight this thing. Driver makes me think that I don't have to, but maybe it might make her more mad. Who knows? I need an animated Monoko emote. I just love the music, really, more than anything. Oh, maybe not. Obviously, like, killing her is probably the best because it'll make her, like, he'll be free and he won't have to work for her anymore, right? And then he can make me clothes. Then he can work for me instead. Okay, so there's this bitch here.
Yeah.
Let us stain them.
You're outmatched.
I say nothing. Ew, look, it has eyeballs on it. I didn't even notice that. I didn't question it until you said something, honestly.
Ready to revenge. I'm ready.
Holy shit, those are fast.
I'm ready.
Ready to strike.
Ready to strike. Time for dinner? What does this say? Since when was Verso wielding Soul Calibur? Apparently whatever the most recent thing I picked up and equipped for him is this weird eyeball looking motherfucker. Okay, that one's gone now. Okay.
Okay.
Why am I silenced?
You can't leave us yet.
Didn't mean to put a seed in your... That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't question it until you said something. But I mean, also, the interaction was a little sus. Because, like, when you go in, the characters are like, ooh, taking him out could be an advantage for us. And then when you go up to it, it's like, it literally doesn't give a fuck about you. Are you sure you want to kill him? I feel like I've played a Soul Calibur like once or twice in my life. Like it wasn't like Link in the Soul Calibur games at one point. Like I feel like I've played them at one point, but not like enough to really know much of the lore or anything like that. Look at the flag. Yeah, I think that's what it is, yeah. Ooh, a flag. Ask and you shall receive. Ooh, what is that? Everyone's getting some damage today. Across the board, everyone's getting damage. What is this? Do I have to fight you? I must, right? Oh, I didn't get it off in time. Glissando. Glissando. Sure. Oh, there's no damage. Okay.
I'll do it.
I'm ready.
Okay. Doesn't do anything to anyone. Okay. It's crazy.
Okay.
Okay. That's crazy, but that's fine. Oh shit.
Let me flow.
This guy is kind of cray-cray. I really don't do much damage to him.
I'll use your fire.
Let's keep going. Chroma is flowing. Brace yourselves.
Ooh, cleanses all subtle and heals all allies. That's pretty dope. Okay.
I'm ready.
One hit, huh? Thanks.
Got this.
Fuck, I was too early. Fuck. Okay, B squad. That sucks. I was too early on that, and that just fucked me up the whole time.
Yes.
Alright, I'm in the agile skills. Here we go. Wait, it just ate CL?
A bit of violence, yes. That's more like it.
Can you spit my friend out, please?
Why, yes, I'd love a dance. Time to bleed.
If Verso was alive, he'd be so upset. Verso is alive. What do you mean? He's alive in our hearts. Can you spit my friend out, please? Yes, thank you. Yeah, they had to have a sandworm in the desert, of course. Why wouldn't they?
Careful now. Lady Luck smiled today.
A bit of violence, yes.
Agile.
Look out.
Oh shit, too slow. Too early. Too early. Oh my god. Too early. God damn it.
Oh, leave it. Take your shots.
I'm doing it. I'm taking the chance and I'm healing him. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm gonna gradient attack first. And then I'm going to rev him.
Time for revenge.
Oh, I thought I dodged that, but I guess I didn't.
Proper challenge.
Oh shit. I was just fucking not paying attention.
Oh, leave it.
Too early. Okay, I have plenty of health.
Not today. Full deck. Lady Luck's smiling today.
Nice. Oh my god. Glissando is a cool name for a worm. We got a Lune outfit. Is there a flag nearby? Yep, right here. That was crazy. Dude, if I could just get like my timing to be more consistent, this game would be a whole different ball. It'd be a whole different ball game. Not like should make it funny.
What have we here?
And I don't want to turn down the difficulty because like I think I can do it. Like clearly I'm doing okay sometimes. Whoa. Can I jump from like elevator to elevator, dude? Look at them all. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. Look at all these jewels everywhere, though. Or just, it's just mistiming, yeah. Thank you. An expedition thing.
Luke, Expedition 67. We're out of explosives, but we've made enough holes in this place to reach that giant woman in the center. But something weird's going on. Everyone's been swept up in strange emotions. It both feels like us, but also not like us. Marguerite reckons we're feeling the overflow from that giant woman's feelings. Empathic distress, I think she called it. Like her mind is flooding the area with her thoughts and feelings. Maybe we'll just stay here and enjoy the melody.
That's crazy.
Luke.
That's crazy.
We're finally there.
She's waiting at the end of this tunnel.
Then we should prepare before we head there.
Oh, we just did prepare. What do you mean? We just rested at the Grace.
She's even grander than I thought.
Holy shit.
You're okay, right?
I swear I've seen this dance before.
That's crazy. Alright, how are we gonna fight her? Okay, take care, dinner. We'll probably be fighting this bitch for a while. This is crazy. Is that her husband? And her husband and her baby? Oh, no go. Gustav, or, Verso doesn't have anybody that he loves. Gonna work. Oh, I just hit this lady here.
Careful now.
Oh my god.
I'm ready.
Finesse and grace.
Holy shit. Okay. Whoa. she's weak to ice. Okay.
Take cover.
Oh, so the tissue guy just gives her shields. Okay, well. Oh, fuck me. I have to try this one again.
I'll do it.
That's crazy. I just don't even like. That's crazy. I am fucking dodging, and it's just nah.
I'm ready.
Oh shit, that was a gradient parry. We'll try it with the B squad, but I don't know, man. Might have to try this one a couple times. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. What do I fucking do? Oh, he's guessing. Holy shit.
It likes you.
120. I wish I knew.
Look out.
Oh shit.
I'm waiting.
I don't fucking know what to do here, dudes.
Sweet taste of battle.
Eyes up, Minoko.
Too early. Yep. That's too early. I knew it as soon as I did it. Okay. So did it? I think it said she was weak to frost. So maybe we should kill the other guy that stops giving her shields. Blessing the next try. Thank you. I don't know. Should we try to kill the sewing guy and see if he can stop giving her shields? But I feel like that's gonna piss her off and it's gonna make her more angry the next try. Alright, let's try. Let's give it one more try the regular way. Okay, regular health. Okay. I've got to be able to break her shields. This is a crazy boss. This is an actually crazy boss. Your food's too hot to eat. What are you eating?
Elements converge.
shit, I can't believe I dodged those.
On me. I'm
3 cheese pizza and tater tots? Ooh, that sounds good. It's probably too late for me to order pizza. Even though that sounds very good right now.
A storm is coming. Elements converge.
on me.
Probably just in time to order pizza.
Parry it.
Too early on that one. Shit.
Okay.
You're outmatched.
I don't think I can. Let's see. Let's see if there's anything. That's not like a chain, you know. Yeah, it looks like all chains. Except for one place, which their pizza's kind of mid. Serene, wait a minute, we're ordering pizza. I know, but there isn't anything. Maybe I'll just get something else. Because I don't want like Papa John's and I don't want like Domino's, you know? There's Pizza Hut, there's Papa John's, there's Domino's, Little Caesars. I don't want any of those. Out of all of them, Pizza Hut's like the least worst because I can get a stuffed crust. Wee woo, wee woo. I might just do Pizza Hut, just so I have something, honestly, like... Wait, why is Pizza Hut so expensive? Honey, you're just Pizza Hut. You're just Pizza Hut. Why are you so expensive? Wait, don't they have stuffed crust? I'm so confused. Don't they have stuffed crust? No, Domino's gives me some, like, for real serious heartburn. It's something about the sauce they use. Buff check. You get a buff check. You get a buff check. Like everything else, I know. Everybody get a buff check. Trying to feel safe with my buff check. Whatever makes you feel safe and loved.
On me.
Oh my god, I can't believe I dodged those again. I'm a gamer. A gamer, they say.
Flames. Rain.
Romance flowing.
She's got 2. Alright, let's use the gradient.
It ends now.
Chow! That did no damage. That's great. That's wonderful.
Elements converge. Careful, my
This shit is crazy, dudes. This is crazy. That second one always fucking gets me. Frantic. What does this mean? Okay, it's this shit again. Okay. Shit, too early. Too early. Too late.
Let us stain them.
Jeez. This is crazy. I'm gonna have to go back and beat that guy. Because he's just shielding her over and over again. Oh, fuck. I forgot that that was a thing again. Like I did last time.
I'm ready. No margin for error.
Honestly.
Lightning strike. I'm ready.
This is crazy. This is never ending at this point.
Look out. This is absolutely fucking crazy. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do anything here.
Sweet taste of battle.
Oh, come on.
Careful now.
Must have been early.
A bit of violence, yes.
That's bullshit. CL was still alive, but she was charmed. That's bull. Alright, I want to fight this guy. I don't know if this is even worth. We'll see. It's that shield shit. Baguette. I can't forget my baguette. My baguette pizza. This fight's crazy. That would work on me. Would probably work on me too. Especially if there was cheese too. It'd be Jover. It would be Jover. I like Amora. Amora's a cute Pokemon, by the way. A hot, crusty bit. Oh my gosh, if it's hot, oh. All right, where's... Wait, where was he? Where is he? Where was he? Is he up more? Oh, there's something up there. I just saw. Well, 86 driver. How did I get lost? How come I can't find this guy now? What did I do?
Good stuff.
How did I lose the sewing man? What did I do?
An advantage.
An advantage. What did I'm so confused. Where isn't he in this big fucking room? You know, remember where he is? I thought he was like in the room right before, but I guess I was wrong. I guess I was incorrect. Unless this is the wrong elevator, man. Oh, I thought this was right, because I was like, oh, can you ride the other ones? Alright, chill. You're very loud. Yeah, see, this is pretty much only bringing me to him, to her, to it, whatever. Made that twine at Albuquerque. Shouldn't have made that twine. So what's the other one? Crumbling path? Isn't that the one that's higher up? I don't think I did this before. Oh, what's this? This is different. This is different. Go ahead, I see the thing straight ahead. No. But this way. Wait, where did I see the blue? Was it straight ahead? Oh yeah, it's right there. Okay.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. Wait, this is purple, not blue. Was it the same thing? No? Yeah? Yeah, I don't have shields, that's rude. Yeah, don't do shields.
I've got this.
Brace yourselves.
That was early, but
Blades sharpened. Take down their shields. Feel the burn.
Ready to strike.
feel the burn. Six shields.
Take cover.
Fucking early. I wish I would stop being a fucking nitwit.
Take down their shields.
My turn.
Nine shields. Almost too late.
Blades sharp.
A storm is coming.
This will hurt.
Nice. What do I get? That's it? That's all I get? Is that all that's in here? Was that thing? Oh no, here's a guy. Trade? Let's trade. Sure. What you got? Wait. Wait. Before I fight the damn merchant. Lune.
Ready to evade.
That was luck.
Elements converge.
Oh.
I'm ready.
Oh my god, the uppercut! The uppercut!
That hurts.
Sheesh.
Prepare. Elements converge. Ready to evade.
Ooh.
No margin for error.
Oh, I got lucky there. No, I need to use mayhem. Alright, I'm using this turn to heal myself.
Let's keep going.
Too early.
Ready to evade.
Oh. I definitely hit B, but okay. Not at the right time, apparently.
Sarah.
Ooh. That's pretty sweet. Wait, what was the damage? The damage is slightly lower, but that's fine. Yeah, where's this sewing guy? How did I get so far off track? Ark says different big room and that I can use a fast travel, but I don't know which one. Okay. Gradually, I barely noticed. Yeah, it's been a little Tomb Raider-y. Okay, didn't I just go down here? Like, just a minute ago? And there was nothing here? Oh no, there's this. Yeah, okay, I just did do this. Grr arg. Alright, let's try the other. There's the flag right here. Okay, so this is Crumbling Path. So let's try Dancing Arena, but I think Dancing Arena is the other girl. Right? This is the one that goes into... Yes, that goes into hers. I thought it was like just before her. Right? Like, doesn't, like, it felt like it was right before her. Okay. Well, here's a guy. Where do you take me? Do you take me back to the top place? Probably. Oh wait, this is different. Oh wait, this might be right. No, that's an exit. I see it ahead. Wait, is this the exit for the whole room? The whole map part? Yeah. Okay, so we went entirely backwards. We went entirely backwards. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so this way would have gone this way. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Okay, can't go any further this way, right? You're done with your MRI? Did everything go okay? Okay, so I went this way. Okay, this is dancing classes. Okay. So we go this way. Wait, and then this goes all the way up. I remember that. Oh, I missed a Pictos, apparently, or a journal.
Gilles, 55th.
We gotta go so we don't get hit. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, my pizza's here. My pizza's here. All right, guys. Right back. I'm back. My pizza. I'll have a slice in a second. Okay. Oh yeah, there's gonna be a dude. Like, as soon as I unpause. Okay, so I went this way. Yeah. Yep. I went this way. I'm just gonna retrace my steps. Hello? Guys, thank you for spending the day with me. I hope we have a very fun week. We have lots of fun stuff planned. Okay, so this is where I was before? I'm confused. Okay, I think I did this, and then I think that way is the way to go. Because I think these two are just dead ends with, like, looties. Yep. I didn't beat that one. That's right. Because he's a pain in the ass. Okay. I got stuck on the same rock last time. That's so funny. Okay. Oh, yeah. I fell down on accident, but I think I went that way. Even though I think I'm gonna grab this.
Nice.
Eyeball. The butthole monster. The butthole monster. Oh my god, she's got so much stuff right now. Are you resistant? You resistant to this foot? Yeah, apparently you are. Yeah, because it's flying, it gets to fucking dodge everything. Okay. So then I go this way. And then I can just shortcut and go this way. Okay, this was definitely the correct way. And then this way. And then this way. Just retracing our steps, retracing our steps. Oh yeah, because I was like, oh, it's very Aladdin. I bet you these songs just like would not sound as pretty in English. You know what I mean? Like the translations probably will make it like not as eloquent or whatever. Oh yeah, here's this guy. That's right. Okay, we're retracing our steps. Was there a flag here I missed somewhere? Oh, a manor door. Wait, did I go in here already? It's been so long. Did I go in this manor door? Yeah, the bathroom. Oh wait, this is a different bathroom. Oh. Just opening more useless doors to the manor, that's fine. Just more useless manor doors. Okay, and then I talk to this guy. I just keep getting stuck on the environment. Yeah, and I definitely went this way because I avoided those guys. Even oh, there's a blue thing over there. Oh, did I go this way? Ooh, I don't remember. I got far, I know. I think that's the correct way. So what's this down? I don't remember. I feel like I missed a flag then if I was supposed to fast travel near him. I don't know how I missed a flag. Oh, this is the right way. Oh! Ah! I don't like you.
A storm is coming.
I hate this. Oh, I missed the. How did I miss the last one?
I can do it. Take down their shields.
A storm is coming.
Got this.
Okay.
All this time, all these mimes all this mime. No, seriously, all these times I fucking fought these mimes and I still can't get the timing.
Let's carve a path. Disaster expedition.
I think I'm just a second too late on the third one. Just keep coming back, bitch.
Radiance away.
There it is. Yeah, I'm just a second too late when I'm trying to counter it.
Okay. Flames, rain.
Damn, they take so long to break. It's like, ugh. It's very frustrating.
Let's carve a path.
He's got two. Wait, can I do? I can, okay.
Radiance away.
On me.
A storm is coming.
No, see that? Do you see that? It's kind of hard because the words are up. But if you see the yellow bar that's under their health bar, I have to fill that bar first. I have to break them first before I can do damage to them.
Thanks.
Or like do real damage to them, more or less, really.
Okay. Flames, rain. Not giving up.
I need stuff that's gonna do break damage, though, and I think that right now, Verso is the only one that has break damage.
Flames, rain.
Radiance away.
Oh, it's almost full. Defenseless, okay. Let's just add another stack of burn. Why not? Alright. He's got A perfection. Broken, let's go. Okay, so now he'll start taking real damage.
On me.
Nice.
Cut him down.
Cut him down. Alright, I have S perfection, which means I can do this.
Break.
I can do it.
So is 10,000 the highest damage you can fucking do? Like, I can't get any higher.
On me.
Oh. I have no idea how I missed that. Whose hair is that? Whose hair is that? It's a Lune hair. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, here's the fucking thing. Did I not get this one? Sewing atelier. Yeah. Apparently, good call, Ark. Good call. I somehow did not touch this. Did not touch this grace. Alright, do we have lots of points now? She has 4. She needs like 6 now. He has 2. She has 6. Can you do a 6? You need... Oh, what's this? Medium damage to all enemies. Ooh. I definitely want to do that one. Instead. Let's change. Yeah, I don't feel like Pierce is... I mean, it's medium. Alright, we'll do it here. Wait, what did I just say? Wait, or is that the right one? Yeah, okay. Too many bees. She has 10. Alright, so she can unlock one of these guys now. Extreme single target dark damage. Whoo! Dark. Oh, this is dark damage to all enemies. Let's do that one. And we'll assign that to... Wait, I need to see what... hold on. I need to go back. What is this one? It's dark wave and it costs 6. Okay. So let's replace... let's replace this one, I guess. Okay. Alright, now let's go fight this dude. Let me get a slice of pizza. Pizza Hut better be good. They even make me add a stream? Well, fortunately, those are the choices you have to make with your points. Those are the choices you have to make. All right, here he is. I feel like this is mean. Yes. Ugh. I'm a horrible person.
A storm is coming.
I'm a horrible person.
Ready to parry.
Okay, I tried to dodge, but I guess I can't. The character dies at the end of the countdown? Well, that's crazy.
Physics and precision.
That's crazy. So I have 8 turns to beat him.
Careful now.
Oh, that was a jump. Okay.
Ready to parry.
Oh, I prefer you didn't. I would so much rather you didn't do that, my guy. Okay, just burn the shit out of him because apparently he's weak to burn. Bristow will die in 6 turns. That's very reassuring.
I would have lived.
Careful, my elder.
I swear I dodged that one. I swear I dodged that one. I swear.
Blade cut through the flames. Okay.
Ilianos sounds good. We don't have Ilianos out here though.
I've lived through worse.
On me.
Ah, every time. Okay, that's fine. I have the backup team. I got the B squad. It's almost dead. Okay. Anti-charm and Ticinium. Okay.
Good job. No other expedition managed that.
No other expedition had a Lumina converter.
Well.
Yet this victory feels hollow.
Yeah, I feel like a dickhole, but that's fine. It's gonna make this other bitch weaker. Sweet kill, energizing start 4. Let's go. Got your pizza from Ray at the casino? Nah, that's probably... I think Ray's pizza is like a little more on the expansive side. Oops. Upgrade attributes. Who got points? CL got points. And Monoko got points. Okay, learn skills. 4, no, 2, no, 0, 1. Okay. Alright, now, let me think for a second. Let's like change everyone's weapons and stuff. Alright, so she got a new 622. What is that element? Is that break or something? Light? Is that light? Does Crandall work at my favorite spot in the casino? Crandall works at the pizza place. If that's what you're talking about. 9:45. Holy shit, 9:45. Hell yeah. 9 AP on break. Okay. Ew, that's weird that it's a hand. All right. We have new Pictos too. I should be using him to mark, but I don't. I kind of want this healing fire. Auto regen. But that'll take off my other stuff. There's a lot of stuff here. Holy crap. On death, plus 4 AP to allies. That's kind of funny. Okay. All right, let's fast travel to this one. I am. I'm doing a game with him on Tuesday. We're playing Hello. Yeah, we're playing Halo on Tuesday. Fun. It will be. It will be lots of fun. Is she saying parfait? Okay, let's get into this bitch. All right. Okay.
Watch out, my owl.
Okay, she's fucking resistant to the element of fucking Mael's weapon. That's fun.
My turn. Light shines.
Resistant to light. It's resistant to all of the weapons I'm using right now.
Elements converge.
It's weak to lightning, it looks like. Or ice, maybe?
I'll do it.
Resistant to light, yep. I missed both of those. That sucks. Oh, that sucks that I missed both of those. Resistant to earth. Cool.
I've got this.
Let the ink flow.
Shit, I think I need to heal everybody.
Watch out!
Fuck. What the hell? I jumped. Okay, weird.
I'll manage.
That sucks because I totally fucking jumped there, but whatever. A revive on Lune.
Let's go again.
Too early. Fuck.
Forward.
Fuck.
Good stuff.
Fuck. Yeah, it's 3-person squads, but I didn't parry the charm properly. It sucks. The timing on that's weird because like I totally hit it, but you're coming down from a jump, so it's funky, I guess. All right, I have. I don't really have anything. I missed them, that sucks.
Try me.
Fuck, I'm not really great at this one. Shit, see? Not really great at that one. That was too early and I'm fucked. Okay. This bitch is hard. This bitch is really difficult. I'm gonna have to change. I think I have to change my weapon types back. Or I have to go back to camp and level stuff up. I wish you could fast travel like to camp anywhere. Like Boulder's Gate. Okay. Back to the continent. Go to camp. Okay. upgrade my weapons. Let's go. Okay. Just fucking max out Lune. Alright, how many do I have? I have 7. Alright, who needs more? Okay. Alright, can I talk to anybody? Can we talk to anybody? Like our girlfriend?
One down, one to go.
Oh, thank you, DJ.
The next one will be harder.
Oh, no, I can't spend time. All right. Can't spend time with them this time. But now I have to go all the way back. Thank you, DJ. I hope you have a good night. Where's the first flag? Pretty far, it looks like. I've done all of the things today. I've been very, very good today. So you take me to the first flag, I hope. Yep. Continue watching my video. Okay, DJ, thank you. Okay. Let's see if any of this does anything. I just have to not die, like, I just have to dodge, but it's hard. It's so difficult. Two big slices of pep from Iliano's. Nice.
A storm is coming.
Okay.
Get ready.
On me.
Jelly? No, pizza.
Ready to strike.
I didn't change their weapons. I just upgraded them and then never changed them like a dumbass.
Incoming.
Take cover.
Incoming.
Missed both of them.
I've got this.
I almost want to like lose this one on purpose
Storm is coming.
so that I can actually do my weapons like I just upgraded them and everything.
Careful now. Oh well. Bring it on. Good stuff.
It's fucking resistant to all my shit. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love that it's resistant to all my stuff.
Oh well.
Nope, only two. Too early, fuck. Alright. I'm not sending in the B team because I want to change my shit. No. Yep, I know. I know, expedition failed. I know. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's like immune to whatever he's got. Simium, Chantinium, 676. Yeah, this one just sucks, but whatever. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay.
On me.
Well, shit.
Flames. Rain.
Good stuff.
Too early in the last one. Okay. Oh my god, what am I doing wrong? Ooh, I should shoot those bitches. Nice.
Blade cut through the blades.
Okay. Resistant. Love that. That's fantastic. Okay. The grand ballet begins. Alright, this is where I fuck up. I can't get the timing down on this. I don't know what the audio cue is or whatever.
Get ready.
That third one.
Ready to strike. I've got this.
Let us stain them.
Fuck! I mistimed both of those. Oh my god.
I won't lose again.
Bring it on.
Danger.
Oh, why am I timing? I can't. Oh, I don't think I've gotten this far yet. Are you gonna throw a building at me, man? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Cut him down.
Bitch threw a building at me. Bitch threw a building at me.
Let's go again.
Fuck.
Oh well.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Not a one. Not a single one. Bristow will die in 2 turns. Okay. Can I break the curse somehow? All right, it needs to be broken. Okay, let's try this. She's resistant.
Oh well.
Oh Jesus. Oh fuck, okay. Good thing I can't fucking be cursed.
My turn.
Holy shit. Is it only just the one? Gunny, thank you so much. I am so in the zone right now. More widows. Looks like an end table except for giant size. Just popping the report back. Gunny, thank you so much for 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you have a good sleepies. Oh my god, please tell me she doesn't have a phase 2. If she has a phase 2, I'm gonna actually shit. She probably has a fucking phase 2. Do you attack the hologram? I attacked the 2 like spinning guys. I don't know what hologram you're talking about. It's so fucking loud. Oh yeah, you attack, yeah. Did Lune just like absorb it or something? She gonna bust. She's just cloth now. Spludge. No, she was the thing. First try. First try. Back at camp. Oh my god, it's sexy time, guys. It's sexy time. Don't panic. It's sexy time. It's sexy time. Don't panic. First try, because I'm French. Here are some clothes, sir. I gave you a mask. Here are some clothes. I gotta go to bed, but I gotta stay for this. Well, Steph, sacrifices have to be made sometimes. They'll be back. It's just cutscene.
Is it you again?
Alicia. Oh, wait, no, that's the mom. What? What? What?
What did you see this time?
I don't know. Oh, a woman. It was... Why do
Good
I keep
night.
seeing
Good night, Gunny. Thank you.
Who are you?
What does that mean? Oh, that's the weapon. You have missed a lot, Oni. Yeah. We've been playing for 10.5 hours. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Oh my gosh. Barrier breaker acquired. You can now face the paintress at the monolith. Cool. Barrier breaker. Who can use it? Can Verso use it? Mayel can use it, of course. What a bitch. What a bitch. Taking all of the joy for herself. All right, sexy time.
It's nothing. Just nerves.
Sexy time.
It's been a long road to get here.
Extra long for you, I imagine.
You, on the other hand, seem quite relaxed.
Do I?
You're not nervous?
Of course I am. But we will do everything in our power. And either it will be enough, or
Subtext. No such thing. Would you like to say, I want to spend time with CL. Huh?
You used to be a farmer. Is that why you use a scythe?
I guess, yeah. Once a farmer, always a farmer.
Yeah.
Is a double-headed scythe very useful on a farm, though?
Double the efficiency. You should see how quickly I can harvest crops.
This is boring. Where's the fucking?
I'll bet. I used to love the gardens of Lumia.
Probably a lot more variety than back then. The Outdome teams brought back loads of new plants from the surrounding islands. That's actually how I met Pierre. I asked his team for honey petal samples. He brought me a bouquet of them, and 15 boxes of plant cuttings.
Smart man. If you want
Did
to
he go
romance a
mash?
farmer, live plants are probably better than dead flowers.
Dead flowers are nice too.
Aww.
You don't talk about your husband much. Sorry.
It's okay. It's just... it still hurts that he's gone.
Why? This is ruining the romance.
Neither of us were perfect, but we were perfect for each other.
What happened to him? You don't have to talk about it.
He died in an accident on one of the islands near Lumiere. His body washed away.
I'm sorry.
I was
didn't
prepared
gommage.
for his gommage, but not for him to die in an accident.
This is ruining the romance.
We were supposed to have 5 more years together. It's okay. I've learned to be grateful for the time we did have, instead of angry at the time we lost.
That's a good way to look at it. You were lucky to have found each other. Not everyone has that.
Yeah, I am. Very lucky.
Well, I can't compete with that.
Aw.
You're competing in a different event.
Aw.
And that's a nice way to say fling.
Aw.
Is there a future where I might, compete?
Aw.
Same event?
Why is this so fucking cute?
Let's just focus on today.
Well, can we bang today?
And
yeah.
by today, I mean tonight.
I feel used, but I like it. That might not be a good idea. I don't know if I can keep my feelings casual. Oh no, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say because I feel like being honest and being like, I don't know, like, I don't want to be friends with Bennies anymore. I want to be lovies. Like me, Krista, I would say the second one. But I feel like I need to give into it, right? Ugh. I'll do this one.
And I feel used, but I like it.
Nice spot away from the group. They spend an unusually long time together. They return to camp. Lune is upset that Verso skipped sentry duty. Ciel is unable to save Verso from Lune's displeasure. Ooh, Lune's mad at me now. Lune's mad at me now. All right, let's get our buddies.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Did you know sorry was my first rock?
Really?
Francois was super jealous, but he got one from Clair instead.
Wait, Francois has his own set of rocks. Why does he keep stealing yours then?
Because we're buddies. Francois is so
Francois.
fun.
I love the name Francois. Wait, I can't spend time? Can I spend time with you?
Here.
We are.
You ready?
Yeah.
Yes, let's spend time with my bro. Because you were banging? Can't believe they don't even show the
bored.
banging.
Let's play cards or throw some dice.
Nuh-uh. You always cheat.
No, I always win. Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail
Ooh,
them.
called out.
The other Jestrels never want to play with you either. Are they all weak?
Poor losers. Fine. How about a duel? We haven't had a proper duel in ages. Yes, a duel will be even more fun. Get our blood flowing.
All right.
All right, let's fight. Oh, get ready, guys. Get your dance emotes.
I've got this. You're outmatched. That's better. Not impressed.
Whoa. Missed every single one of those, okay.
Not impressed.
Well, shit. Nice.
Aha! You, sir, have been defeated.
So good.
You got lucky.
What was it you said? Only the weak cry foul when their skills fail them.
You're right. Or I guess I'm right, since I said that. You have grown more formidable than I
Dance Dance
remembered.
Revolution. It's so
Your
good.
skills are strong. I respect your win.
And I respect your loss.
Lol.
You were right, old friend. That was fun. Come on, let's go get a drink. I'm parched.
It's their own special way. Oh, that's cute. Hell yeah, give me that 4. They're gonna finish the game? No, I'm in Act 2. I definitely am not finishing tonight. If you want to go to bed tonight, don't worry. Wish Pinocchio can't drink because of his mask. That's funny. Alright, she's pissed at me.
I can't believe we're this close.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ciel was right about you.
Oh. Actually, I should thank you.
It was French.
I wouldn't have got this far on my own.
Tomorrow comes.
Oh, let's spend some time.
Working on the 33's journal. Are you planning to die anytime soon?
Well, you never know what tomorrow brings. Not to you, but to us.
Do you always take such copious notes?
Since I was 4.
Really? 4?
That's what happens when you have obsessive researchers for parents.
Still, 4 is young.
Not anymore. Not when you only live to 32.
True.
Everyone in Lumiere starts their apprenticeship at 6, and I was apprenticed to my parents, so they started me early.
Working with your parents. Sounds fun.
They needed a research assistant who never went home. The obvious solution? Birth your own.
Her lipstick is literally on point during the middle of all this.
Look at you, getting me to talk about myself.
Doesn't that feel nice? My parents were both artists. Widely respected, very prominent artists. So, there was a great deal of pressure to follow in their path.
You're an artist, then?
Not the kind they wanted me to be.
Yeah, he likes music.
Meaning?
Music is my passion.
Huh. Mine too.
What do you play?
Guitar. You?
Piano, mostly. But a little guitar as well. You know how to summon an instrument from pigtoes, right? Of course you do.
Of course you do. We can play together. No, I have to be casual.
Great. Let's start a band.
Expedition 33, the band. I like that.
Like to work after a week of vacate? Yes, Steph. I'll see you around. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll be here all week. Showboating in slow motion. No, I gotta be chill. I can't be. We're so excited to play music with a fellow music lover. Nice. Can't be flirting with fluting. Can't be fluting with Lune. Favorite songs and how they learn music. Okay. I think that's everybody. I have to go to the bathroom again. Right in the journal. Oh yeah, you like guitar? Name 3 songs. Have they never entered the monolith? They should finally understand. Oh yeah. I'm wondering, not that I need to like head to bed anytime soon, but I'm wondering if I should save like the whole monolith for tomorrow. And just put some Cult of the Lamb on for the rest of the night. Because I feel like the monolith is going to be a big thing. But alright, I have to use the bathroom again. Sorry, my tummy's a little upsetty. Spaghetti. I bet you can't even name 3 guitars. Alright, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm back. I want to... I think I want to get to like the next area, but I don't know if I want to keep going tonight. Because I have all day tomorrow, mostly all day tomorrow.
We've done it.
As well.
We're really going to face the paintress.
And finally break this cycle.
There's got to be so much more, though. This can't be the end.
That being said, someone here has been hiding a terrible secret from us.
What are you talking about?
You thought we'd never find out, didn't you? Nobody ever wondered what Esquier was made of, did they? Well, Esquier and I had a chat.
I'm sorry, Verspa. She promised me sweet rocks.
Is that wine?
I'm sorry, what?
Stored my personal stash inside him. All excellent vintages. I don't normally share, but I suppose tonight deserves an exception.
I told you to stop drinking alone.
Is this for real? For real?
To your great generosity.
I don't know how you can like this.
Wow. Wondering up with
It
the
comes
Payne's
with
dress?
Do you have apple juice?
Yeah, we'll probably do that tomorrow. I don't know what your schedule looks like, Dave, but I'll be playing in the morning. He's been drunk the whole time, yeah. That's why he's wee woo. Oh. Oh. She's in black and white. That's Verso, yeah. Cutscenes just don't have skins on.
My beautiful sister doesn't need this ugly mask.
They're saying their names. I heard them say Alicia, and I heard them say Verso.
You embrace her, yet you're condemning her to die.
You brought him here.
I'm not here to fight. But my son, do you know what it means to disappear into nothingness? Have you thought through the consequences? Not just for you, or even me, but for them. Their memories, their dreams, their love for each other. Who really is the one painting death, and who paints life instead? We exist, and we will exist, for as long as she wants. You want to spoil what we've been given. Sometimes we paint the bars of our own prison. Your despair blinds you. You think you're ready to pay the price. But are you willing to let them pay the price for you? May everything be decided before their very eyes, between the bars of their prison,
In the shadow of the monolith.
in the shadow of the monolith.
What? That was really weird. Yeah, there's the monolith. All right, so we'll save that for next time. And then we'll do some Cult of the Lamb for the rest of the night.